Welcome to the Photoshop course. Thank you so much for enrolling. My name is Phil Ebener. I'm the founder of videoschoolonline.com, and I'm so excited to have you here. If this is your very first course with me, I want to say a special thank you and welcome to my courses. And if you've taken a course from me before, well, welcome back, and I'm glad to see you. You're in the right place if you're looking to learn Photoshop from scratch, or maybe you know a little bit about Photoshop, but you're looking to brush up your skills. My goal is that the video lessons, the added guides, and the practical projects that you'll be working on in this class will be a great way to easily learn Photoshop. I don't want to waste much of your time because I know you're ready to get into Photoshop, but I really just want to quickly mention a couple things. One, in the next lesson, you'll be able to download all of the assets and project files for this course. More information there. I also want to mention, as always, in my classes, when I launch them, I know they're not going to be perfect. So if there's anything we can do to make it better, let me know. If there's a tool or a technique that I didn't cover that you want to see, I'll make sure to create a lesson for you. So just send me a message, connect with me on social media, or send me an email at support@videoschoolonline.com. And that's pretty much it. Thank you again for enrolling, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Bye. Welcome to this section in the Photoshop class. In this section, I'm going to cover the new generative AI features and this contextual taskbar in Photoshop, which is a relatively new update that really changes the game in terms of how to use Photoshop. If you are brand new to Photoshop, you might want to skip this section, learn the basics, learn how to do basic selections and edits, and then come back to this. However, if you know a little bit about how to navigate Photoshop and you want to jump right into these new features, let's get started. So down below at the bottom of Photoshop, when you have a layer selected, we've got this cute puppy here. This is my sister's puppy. What you'll notice is with a layer selected, you now have what's called the contextual taskbar. If you don't see it, go up to Window and it will be here, contextual taskbar. You can move this around, you can pin it to different places using this ... menu over here. But basically what it allows you to do with any sort of standard image is select the subject, remove the background, or open up an adjustments preset panel over here, or you can access other single adjustments like adjusting the brightness contrast, all of these things that we will see later in the course, how to get to that in a different way, but here it's right from this little taskbar. This is also where we're going to do generative AI, but let me just switch over to this not so cute picture of a non-puppy. And here I can show you if I just click select subject, what it does is it selects the subject. And then if you know your way around Photoshop, you know you can do all sorts of things like copying, and now we have this duplicate layer of myself. And then if we didn't select the subject, you can quickly remove a background by clicking that remove background button. Now, what you might have noticed as well, if I clicked select subject, you notice that the bar changes to generative fill. So what that allows us to do is fill in this selection with AI. Now, I don't necessarily want to fill in myself, but I want to fill in the background. So I've clicked this button here that inverts the selection. And now what we can do is type into this little generative AI fill box anything you want. A beautiful beach sunset, click generate, and it's going to come up with 3 variations. You can select through them here down in the contextual taskbar, or you could select them over here. Now we might need to make some improvements to the selection before we add this background. We might want to change the prompt, which you can do over here in the property panel as well. But what you'll notice is that once it's generated, it adds this new layer with a layer mask that is actually sort of covering our layer. Now I'm going to pause here, and in the next lesson we're going to tackle the generative AI tool in more depth and show you a few different use cases. But for now, you understand that this is a new contextual taskbar. There's lots of things you can do with it. You can hide it If you don't want to see it or use it, you can pin the bar position to a different part of your screen. If you want it to stick right here, you can keep it there. And then if we go to another project, it's still there if you like having it in a specific spot. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson where we go over Gen AI. Back on this cute puppy image, which you don't have access to yourself, but feel free to practice with any sort of image that you have. And in this lesson, I'm going to go over the ways that you can use generative AI with Photoshop. There's a few main things you can do. One is add objects to your photo. 2 is remove objects. And then 3 is expand a photo in terms of the actual crop of your photo. So in the last section, we saw that if you select a subject or created a mask using the contextual taskbar, you get the generative fill option. But you can get the Gen AI fill option with any of our mask selections. So if we want to use our rectangular marquee tool and just create a square, see how the generative fill option pops in, or we can create a separate one. So let's just quickly show you how to remove an object. So I'm going to use the lasso tool and just draw roughly around this leash over here, which kind of stands out and sticks out like a sore thumb. In the last lesson, you saw that I added a prompt for what I wanted it to create. However, you can also just leave it blank, and based off the context of the photo and what's surrounding this selection, Photoshop will actually generate a new option. And oftentimes it will just try to fill it in with what's similar, therefore sort of like just quickly removing the object. And there you can see that it quickly disappeared. Now the ear, you notice if you look very, very closely, you can see that it actually generates the ear again. And we could have created a selection that is even tighter around that ear. But if someone is seeing this photo for the very first time, I don't think they're going to notice that that little tip of the ear is actually not real. So now we have removed that leash. We have it on this layer though that we can turn on and off if we want. So that's how to remove an object. What about adding an object? Similarly, let's just take the lasso tool. Let's just roughly draw a little triangular shape around our pup's head, a birthday hat. And all you have to do is type in the description of what you want generated. You can add stylistic advice as well. Things like I want a cartoon style or sketch or photorealistic style. There are tons of resources online to help you write better prompts for these kinds of image generators. But really all you have to do is play around with it. And you can see that this first one, it looks a little fake. It doesn't look like a real one. The second one looks pretty good, but I don't know what this thing is going. It looks like a balloon's on our pup's head. But this one right here, now that is pretty dang good. Let's turn that on and off. Pretty dang cool. Now let's go to another realistic reason why you might want to use this. So say you're doing real estate photography and you want to actually be able to add like artwork to the wall or maybe something on the television. We can add a little bit of a selection over there and write something like abstract wall art. And we got two options that are very abstract, just black, which doesn't work. Maybe we need more detail, but this one actually looks pretty dang good. And this is something that you would have had to pay someone, $10, $15 to actually virtually stage different types of furniture or wall art like this. And all of this can be done now with generative AI in Photoshop. So that's adding objects. The next is to expand an image. So what we can actually do is let's zoom out of this photo. What if we want this photo to be widescreen, but when I shot this photo, I did it vertical and I don't have that option? We can expand the edges of a photo by going to the crop tool. And now you see that it is changed to generative expand. We can make this whatever aspect we want. And then you can type in, again, if you want it to expand and have something in that expansion, or we can just let Photoshop do its magic and it will sort of replicate the scene that is within the main photo to look very natural. And there you have a very natural looking photo. It even matches the lens blur, the depth of focus, where the background is more out of focus. The foreground is still blurry based off of our subject, but less out of focus than the background. I mean, this is, you wouldn't even second guess a photo like this first one right here. That looks freaking amazing. So that's how you can actually expand the edges of a photo. So those are the three main ways to use generative fill: by removing objects, adding objects, and expanding a photo. However, you can just be completely creative with it, whether you're working with another photo or image, or if you're on a blank canvas and you just want to create something from scratch. So all you have to do is select any of the selection tools as we've seen before, make your selection, and now you can describe what you want. A cartoon sketch of a chicken dressed like a ninja. And now we have 3 cute sketches of a chicken dressed like a ninja that we can use and add to. So, all right, now let's just actually change this. Let's say have this hand holding a pot of stew. Now we have this image of our ninja chicken holding a pot of stew. Now let's add a selection down here. Standing on a hill. And I actually like that one. So you can imagine how creative you can get in your designs. Now this is sort of a cartoony sketch, but as I mentioned, you can add to your prompt the stylistic elements that you want to include, whether it's photorealistic, a charcoal painting, whatever it is, it can actually generate that for you. And just to show you a quick example, I'm just going to select the entire image and I will say a painting of a beach inspired by Van Gogh's Starry Night art. So here we have a few options that are pretty dang cool, and by now, if you are new to this, hopefully your mind is being blown. These tools are going to be continually updated. In the next couple of lessons, I have a couple of different use cases just to check out that you might want to. These lessons are from when this was a beta tool, but it's still applicable to how you would use it now. The tool has just gotten better and better. The art that's being created in images is getting better and better all the time as well. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in another lesson. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how in Photoshop we can use our more advanced selection tools to change the background. If you remember this photo, the end result of the northern lights just didn't look like it went so well together with the photo. Here I've done another version of it that I think looks a lot better, and let me walk you through those steps. In Photoshop, with our contextual taskbar open, we can simply click Select Subject, and it's actually going to do a better job selecting our subject. But from here, we can do an even better job. I'm going to take my quick selection tool. There's a little bit of area here that isn't looking so great, so I'm going to subtract that by taking this tool and pressing the Option key to subtract and going there, releasing the Option key so that we are getting his face, his shirt, and we'll do a little bit of the hair as well. We can even clean that up with some object selection in just a minute. Everything else is looking pretty good. I can see that the hair is going to be a little bit messed up there. So let's go in to with our selection tool selected, we can choose Select and Mask. And from here, we have all of the advanced options, such as clicking the Refine Hair button. That's going to refine the hair that we're seeing. It selects, I don't know if that's his finger right there. I'm just going to get rid of that. So we have our selection tool on. I'm going to subtract. And the keyboard shortcut for making our brush bigger or smaller or harder or softer is the Control Option key on a Mac. And I'm just going to make that right there. Get rid of that little selection right there. Everything here looks pretty good. I'm going to zoom in here, and the edge of his face. Whoops, I was on the subtract. I want to be on add. Just make sure the edge of his cheek is being selected. You can see that the hair there, it's selected, and it's a pretty good job, especially when we're zoomed out. All right, so that looks good. Now let's just click OK, and we still have that selection selected. So now what we're going to do is select the inverse of it, right? We have to select everything outside of this person. So what we're going to do is click inverse, and now we're selecting everything outside. So you can, if I zoom out, you can see that I'm selecting the background, and now I can choose generative fill, northern lights. And you already see on the right hand side, we have this generative layer that we'll be able to edit and do things to, rather than it all being tied together on the web app. So we can scroll through these and find the one that looks best that we want to work with. Let's just do one generate, more generate, and see. That one's actually pretty good. But you can see the lighting on their faces. It's so bright, it's so flat. Their whole face, their whole body is lit up properly. But if this was a flash shot at night, it just wouldn't look like this. That one looks pretty good. Oh, this one, it generated his arm behind. That is pretty good. Okay, so we're gonna work with this. So now what do we have to do to make this background look better? A couple things. First, we're going to deal with the lighting, some basic lighting. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new, let's do an exposure adjustment. So here what we can do, we have this adjustment layer, and we're just gonna bring down the exposure. And then we're going to brush off part of the image so that it's not so dark, obviously parts of their faces. So with our brush, or B on the keyboard shortcut, we can erase part of this layer mask. If this is confusing to you, you definitely need to check out my full Photoshop course, which goes over all of these tools. With black selected, I have my X key on my keyboard shortcut that changes the foreground and background color from black to white. Or if you don't have black or white, you can click on that box and pick white or black. We're going to erase part of this image. So we're going to erase part of their face, but I do like having like the back of their face, maybe even the back of her hand, or his hand rather, a little bit darker. We're trying to make it look like the flash kind of shone directly on them, but not so much on the background. So we're going to make that a little bit darker. We can drop our opacity as well to sort of blend this in a little bit better. And that's looking pretty good. Want to keep their faces exposed properly. So that's the first thing that we can do. The next thing we can do is match the color of our foreground. So right now our foreground, which is this lowest layer, the color balance doesn't match the background. So we can go to new adjustment layer, and we're going to choose, let's do color balance. And here in our property panels, we can select shadows, midtones, highlights. Let's start with let's do our midtones, and we're going to change our yellow to blue and make it a little bit more blue, and just a tiny bit, hit more magenta. And we're going to go back down to our shadows and do the same. Now it's looking a little bit too cool, too magenta, so in our highlights, we're actually going to do the opposite, just a little bit, and make our yellows, or our highlights, a little bit more yellow to balance that out. Let's go ahead and do another adjustment, just a brightness and contrast adjustment. And again, it's applying to that background layer of just our subject. That's our selection. We're just gonna make it a touch more darker. We could have done this with the exposure layer as well. Now, another thing that doesn't look natural is the background is sharp in focus. Even though it's the northern lights, it kind of looks like it's in focus. So what we can do is we can either apply a blur to this layer, but because there's this foreground sort of like, it looks like a wall that they're leaning on, we're going to actually make a copy of this layer. And then we're going to apply our blur. So up to filter, blur. I like using the Gaussian blur. And here we can kind of adjust it, and we can preview what it looks like. That looks pretty good. And now what we're going to do is erase the parts that we don't want to be blurred. So with that layer mask selected, we can now, with our opacity up, blur out, or not blur, sharpen back this wall in the front. Parts of the edges of their hair are also part of this selection. So I'm going to bring that back up, sharpen it together, and we're looking pretty good. Now this background is a little bit different than this original one, but I think the actual overall look is looking a bit better. I might have made them and their faces a little bit too dark. So what I could do is either brighten it up again, or I can go in and brush out their faces so their faces aren't too dark. So from our original photo that I just placed on top to this one, you can see that the color adjustments, the blur, the exposure adjustments really help make this a realistic image. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Here's why working in Photoshop to change the sky with generative fill is much better. We already have a sky swap tool, the sky replacement. So if I go edit sky replacement, this is great because you can actually take a photo of a sky, or you can choose a picture of a sky, upload one, and it will change the sky, which is pretty dang cool. But if you don't have a photo of a sky that you want, we can use generative fill. But making the selection of the sky on the web app wasn't so great, because here we can actually just choose select sky, and there's an option for making that sky selection. I can see here for this photo, it was a little bit confused with the mountaintop, this Mount Fuji. So I can take my quick selection tool, and with the option key held down, or by clicking the minus button up here, I can go ahead and subtract that part of the image. We can even go in and use our select and mask feature. Let's turn up our transparency so we can really see what we're selecting. And we're going to do a smart radius, edge detection on, a little bit of smoothing and contrast. And we're also going to feather it out a little bit because we want the sky, the adjustments we're making, to sort of blend in with the mountain too. So something like that looks pretty good. And now with this selection, we can choose generative fill, and we're going to change this to dramatic, cloudy sky, sunset, red, orange. And that does a pretty good job following our prompt. Now this was a pretty simple example, and the selection was not so different than what I could have achieved on the web platform. But if we have a more complicated image like this one, the skyline of Kuala Lumpur, it would be really hard to use that brush feature to just select the sky on the web app. So we can go to select sky, and here it does a really incredible job selecting the sky. There's just a tiny bit here that wasn't selected, so let me take my brush, get in there, and now we can generate rainy storm clouds. You can see that it's editing the buildings in the foreground a little bit, so we can adjust that. So let's go ahead and pick the clouds we want. Let's go, that last one looks good. So what I would do is now I would go to our background layer. I would go back to that selection, so select sky. But now I can actually invert that. And with this new contextual taskbar, I can just click this button to select the inverse, copy and paste that layer, and then move that layer on top of my new generative fill layer. So we have our original buildings here. All right, so this is looking pretty good, but we have one glaring issue, and that's with the reflection. We don't have the storm clouds down in the water below. The quickest, dirtiest, easiest way to do this is I would simply just take all these layers, I'm actually going to copy them, right click and choose merge layers, and then simply flip this layer. So I'm going to go up to edit, transform, flip vertical. And now what I'm going to do is erase the top part of the image. So I'm going to add a layer mask and then just erase that top part of the image. And get enough of those clouds in there that it looks pretty good. Now the clouds at the bottom, it doesn't look so much like a reflection because it's not blurred. So I'm going to select this layer, go up to filter, blur, Gaussian blur. And now we can increase this until it kind of looks like what a reflection would be, which is sort of like a long exposure, sort of blurred out water. So something, I want to see a little bit of detail, something like that. So I want to make sure I'm not selecting anything up here in my layer mask. And that looks pretty good. Maybe even dropping the opacity just a little bit. Maybe even adjusting the color. So with this layer selected, or it doesn't really matter, but just adding a, let's just do a hue saturation adjustment. Click this button so it only applies to the layer underneath it. And we're gonna make this a little bit dark, like more of like a purple, darker saturation, something like that. Looks pretty good. Just like subtle adjustments like that can help. All right, so here we have the before and after. Parts of the buildings got a little bit funky, so I could have gone in and perfected that selection a little bit, but pretty dang good. All right, that's how you replace the sky and some advice for making the adjustments look even better. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lessons. Photoshop's Remove tool makes it super easy to remove wires in one click, as well as people. Here are a couple photos that I shot in Lisbon, Portugal, the Tower of Belém and the monastery that's across the street. And while you probably will never see a day like this without all these people or this obtrusive tower in here, with Photoshop, we can quickly remove these kinds of distractions. So let me show you how it works. Now, the quick way to do this is just to select your layer, make sure you have your Remove tool on, and click on this Find Distractions button up here and choose Wires and Cable or People. Wires and Cables will remove this in one step, one click, automatically do it. With the People option, you will, after it processes and finds the people, you'll have the option to edit them. You can also customize this by selecting a specific area, like that power pole, light pole thing in the other image, and do that manually because there's not an automatic way right now to find that sort of thing. Once it's processed, you'll see that it automatically applied that to my original layer. Now, if you are a Photoshop user, you know that typically you like to do things in a non-destructive way. So let me show you how to do that in case you want to be able to edit whatever happens later on. So I'm going to undo this, and then now I'm going to choose to create a new layer here. Again, with my Remove tool, I want to make sure that Sample All Layers is on, and I'm going to do the same thing, Wires and Cables. Now you'll notice that it has been applied to our new layer, which we can rename Wires or whatever you want to call it. But you'll also notice, if I zoom in here, that it has added some spots that it's created a generative fill for that I don't necessarily want. So now we can take this layer and we can add a layer mask, and with our brush tool, we can erase this as long as it's on black and erase any of the parts that we don't want it to be adjusting. Command 0 to full screen that image. Similarly, we can do the same thing with people. So Remove tool and with people. Now notice that it has this mode here, auto, which may use generative AI, AI on or off. If you have it off, it's going to do a content aware fill, which for some cases it might do a decent job. I found for the people option, it tends to not look that great. And so let me show you what this looks like. Notice that once it found the people, it highlights them here. And so we can customize this with our brushes, plus or minus to add or subtract. If you have the plus button on, you can just hold the Option key to subtract. So if there's a part of this where we're like, well, we don't really want to erase that part, then we don't need to. To process it, just click this check mark or press the return key on your keyboard. And you'll notice here down at the bottom that for these people down here, it didn't really do a good job. It kind of duplicated this barricade, and for anyone looking at this photo, they can see that this doesn't look that natural, right? So we could attempt and see what happens if we create a new layer. Again, use this. We're going to turn this off. And I'll tell you right now, with it on or with auto, it looked very similar. I'm going to subtract just a little bit of this. We don't need to remove that. And let's go ahead and click that check mark to remove this. And you'll see with that option, the content aware, it just doesn't do that good of a job. So you can play around with this, and it might take making a few selections and doing it one at a time, doing little bits and pieces here and there. Or you might want to just remove the parts that it's not doing a good job at and leave those people. Now, these people over on the right-hand side are a little distracting to me, but all these people over on the left-hand side, it's natural that people are there, and it's not too distracting for this image. So what I'm going to do is just remove these people over on the right-hand side. So I'm just going to put a copy of this on top so we can see before and after with those people removed and the wires removed. Looking pretty good. Now, similarly with this image, I'm going to turn off those two layers, create a new one, go to our remove tool, and if I select people, it does a great job at finding those people, and it does a great job at removing those people. Now, for this tower right here, there's no way to automatically select that using the remove tool. So what I will do is go to the remove tool. You can adjust your brush size, and then I'm just going to paint onto this and highlight our tower. It's okay if we go a little bit more than necessary, and we're going to process that. As soon as I let go of that mouse click for brushing it, then it's going to automatically start to process and remove that tower. Now it does a pretty good job. Now you can tell that back here, if I zoom in, you can see some things change slightly in the background in this tower. To the naked eye, no one's going to see that, but that is one of those things that's up to you as the artist and as the photographer when you're creating these photos, if you're okay with that. But in general, this remove tool is pretty dang awesome. I now have this image of the Belém Tower without any of the people there, which just wouldn't be possible on a typical day. And specifically for the wires, I think this is one of the most powerful features and just does make these photos look better. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in another lesson. If you're watching this on YouTube or anywhere else, check out my full Photoshop course. You can find links to that over at videoschool.com. If you are watching this in the course, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed. We'll see you in another lesson. If you haven't done so, please take a moment to leave a review and a rating for this course. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in another video. Bye. Why work on more important stuff when we can create some really cool images in Photoshop using generative fill as well as the reference option in the Photoshop beta that I'm using now? It's likely going to be available to you soon, where you can actually reference photos for what you're generating. If you're interested in downloading Photoshop Beta, which will have new features before the general public gets access, you should be able to access this with your Adobe subscription under the Creative Cloud app under Beta. You can install your Photoshop Beta app, and it's a completely separate app that you can play around with. So how did we get to here? Let me show you. First, I got this portrait from an instructor summit I went to. I'm going to take my lasso tool and I'm going to draw a circle around my head. And then in the beta version, if I click into the generative fill, I have this reference image option. Here I can choose an image, and I have this cat image that I downloaded from Envato Elements. I did crop this because I had the full image of the cat and it wasn't working, so you're going to have to play around with this. And then I'm just going to type in cat head. You're also going to have to play around with the prompting, exactly what the prompt is. Sometimes you might be able to just leave it blank and it might work, or you might have to type in cat head, cat, something like that, if you're doing exactly this. So here I have now a couple different options, which I think are pretty good. I kind of like this one, like looking off to the distance. I think that one's pretty good. Now, of course, I could have gone in there, added that specific cat image or found a specific cat image, tried to blend these images together, but this was a quick way to do it. Now, how could I quickly remove this background? If I want to non-destructively do this, which we always want to do, right? I can duplicate these layers by copying them and then just merge the layers here. So to quickly remove the background, the easiest way to do this is to click the Remove Background option. And now I can generate a background. So here I can type in modeled photo backdrop. That is that sort of classic photo portrait backdrop for school photos or 90s, 80s family photos that you would see. And these are pretty darn good. And I kind of like how this one even has a shadow, although the colors in this one are even more epic. So I'm going to use this one for now. Okay, so similarly, we have our two layers now. We have the inside and outside. All right, so now what I'm going to do is take my lasso tool, create a selection down here, and we're going to type in a cat wearing a t-shirt. Now you can see this resulted in not what I was looking for. So let's try prompting differently. A cat son wearing a t-shirt. And again, we didn't get it. So what I'm going to do, let me delete that layer again. Something I found is just redrawing the layer or the selection, maybe making it smaller. Another cat in this family photo wearing a shirt. And now we have a couple good options. So if we want more variations of this, we could, although I kind of like this one here. Now let's draw one more selection over here. Another cat child wearing a turtleneck shirt. And again, see, that one didn't work. Now let's try this again. I'm actually going to reference that same image. All right, so in this prompt, which was a kitten wearing a shirt, we got one not wearing a shirt, but I'm going to go ahead and generate similar. You can see that a couple of those other options weren't of cats themselves, but referencing that image resulted in a cat that looks like the dad cat here, which I think works a little bit better. Now this one here, these ones don't look exactly like it, but I think something like this could work. Now, depending on which one we want to go with, we might want to expand the edge of this portrait now. So if I take my crop tool and I just go out just a little bit on each side, and maybe let's go ahead and go down just a little bit and then just click Generative Expand, it's hopefully going to expand the edge of this image, referencing what's already in the image. Now, in this tutorial, you have seen a lot of fun things. You've seen the new reference image feature and how that works, and that did a pretty good job. Hey, see, look at that one. That one's pretty good. But we've also seen how prompting isn't perfect, and it's not going to give you the exact photo or image that you want every single time. And you have to do things, again, maybe choose a different area or selection to prompt, maybe reference an image or not. And so it's going to take some time to play around and get it right. However, I do think this is a pretty good image. And compared to the first one, actually, I think I like, I don't know, they're both pretty good. This one's totally like awkward, how the cats are like looking right off camera, but both are pretty good. Hopefully this fun tutorial taught you some new tips and tricks for using the generative features in Photoshop. And we'll see you in another lesson. Cheers. Hey Photoshoppers, in this lesson I'm going to show you how to use the new generative AI features to quickly do some product mock-ups like this. I have 2 downloadable files for you to play around with. Thanks to the photographers over at Unsplash for taking these photos and sharing them with us. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is start a new project, 1500 by 1500 pixels, 300 resolution, just to get a nice square that we could use for social media and all kinds of things. It's a really important thing to think about what you want your image to look like ahead of time. As we've seen in other lessons, when you start working with the Gen AI features, you'll need to do it in the proper order, basically layering from the background to the foreground elements. To add a background to this image, I can actually just select this little Generate Image button. It brings up this window where we can add a prompt such as a flat mint green paper backdrop, top view, texture, and here we can choose content type. I'm going to choose photo. If you have a reference image, you can add that here. If you want to choose a specific effect, you can choose one here. I'm just going to click generate, and by using that button, it's going to create an image that matches this canvas size. So here we have a couple mock-ups and some pretty good ones. I actually like the green here the best. I might just click generate again to see if we can get some more options, because I want that paper backdrop to cover the entire image. And there's a way to get there with this existing image if we don't get another one in this prompt, which I didn't get exactly what I wanted. So what I'm going to do here with this is I'm going to take my lasso tool. Actually, I'm going to take the polygonal lasso tool. And what I want to do is basically have this texture that's on the left of the frame the same on the right. So what I'm going to do is make a selection over this right side that I want to remove or replace, and just a little bit of this paper on the left-hand side, and then just choose generative fill and generate, leaving that prompt blank, and it's going to take what's on one side of the image and hopefully replace what's on the selection with that. As you can see here, it did that for 2 of these, which I like. I'm going to add our shampoo bottle to it, and that's looking pretty good. Now, the green that I use here is a little bit different than the green here, and I actually like the green that I used here. I think I typed in lime green, not mint green. And it's important to get your colors right for your backdrop before we start doing any sort of additional additions using the Gen AI. So what I'm going to do is actually add a hue and saturation adjustment above our backdrop layers, and now just drop the hue to make it a little bit more of that mint, that lime green rather, that matches our bottle here. And I think that looks pretty good. Now we can add some different elements using any sort of selection tool to make an area selection. And then here in the contextual taskbar, if you don't see that, go up to Window, Contextual Taskbar, and then click down here, and we're going to type in mint leaves. And I'm going to add that top view keyword so that it creates something that looks like you're taking that photo from that top view for that nice flat lay look. And we can see the options. Now, if there's one that we like, but we want some similar options to see what it comes up with, we can go to that variations over in the properties panel and choose generate similar. I'm actually just going to put my property panels out here so I can see it. And then I'm going to close my libraries and adjustments so I can see more of my layers. And here we have a few different options. So you can pick one that you want, and then you just kind of keep going through this in the areas that you want. And I would just use the same prompt. So we've added another one. For this mock-up, I added these rosemary sprigs. Another thing I did was I added a drop shadow to my shampoo bottle just to have it sort of blend in a little bit or feel like it's a part of this design, like that. I'm going to try to get like a rosemary sprig that somewhat covers the front of our bottle. Let's see if this can work. Make that selection there. I think this one is probably the best. Now, to get this to cover the bottle here, would be a little bit of extra work because we would need to remove the background from this creation, and we could do that. Another thing to note though too is that it recreated part of this bottle that I want to actually remove. So I'm just going to select that layer mask that was created, use my brush tool, resize it. That's the Option Control button on a Mac and dragging left or right. That would be Alt Command, I believe, on a PC. And then I'm just going to erase that part of this layer mask that is created there. Now you'll note that if I take this and I love that sprig that it created and just copy it and put it over on this side of the image, it doesn't really work because that paper texture in the background is a slightly different color. It creates this photorealistic view of the paper that has a little bit of lightness and shadow on it depending on where the light is coming from. And so you can't just do that. So the easiest way to do this would be to try to blend it together just by taking a brush to that layer mask and brushing out the edges. Now this is just a very quick mock-up, so we'd probably want to spend more time or just create a new generative fill layer and a new sprig in that top left corner. Now something I'm going to add here, let's see if I could add just over on this left-hand side is maybe some water droplets. Yeah, something like that. I don't like the mint leaves. I don't need the mint leaves, but even if I just take these ones here and then I get rid of the part that I don't like with my brush, something like that's cool. And then I think I'm going to do the same thing over here. This one's pretty good, but I want to generate similar to see if there's some more variations we can create that look a little bit more similar to these ones on the left. And that one's pretty good. So this is a very quick way to mock up this product design. Let's jump over to the beer one. So here's the original that I came up with. I'll show you how I did this. It has a few different elements that I want to talk through. So I'm going to start a new project, same as that 1500 one we did before. For the beer mockup, I use sort of this leather texture in the background. So what I'm going to do is create a prompt for, let's do a dark brown, smooth leather texture, top view photo, and generate and see what that comes up with. I think brown might contrast with that green beer can pretty well. And these are looking pretty good. So you can generate some new ones if you want, but I kind of like this. I like the lighting of this one as well. So now what I'm going to do is add my beer can. Something like that looks pretty good. I'm going to add a little bit of a vignette to this, as you can see I did here. And that was just with a solid black color. And then I went into that layer mask and I took a big soft brush and I kind of just created a custom little vignette with the corners a little bit darker. And I dropped the opacity just a little bit. Something like that to start out with is pretty good. Now, next what I did was I wanted to have this beer can on a bed of beer hops. And so what I did was I actually turned off the beer can. I got my rectangle marquee tool and I selected this area where the beer can is, and I wrote in bed of beer hops, top view. And I got a few options. Now, this one might be the best one. Let me see if there's some more variations. And that's pretty good. Now, what I might do just to create some more hops on the edges, because if I put my beer can on top of this, I don't really see it, is now that we have these hops, I'm going to go here and here, make this selection, and bed of beer hops, top view, just to try to expand that bed of beer hops. This is what you don't see if you're watching these quick tutorials on YouTube or other places where people are quickly creating these images, but it takes a little bit of extra work. Now it's still just a little bit too small, so let me go ahead and Select this whole area down here. And because it has some beer hops to reference, it should create hops that are similar and match the ones in the rest of the image. And I think something like that would look good. So let's put our beer can on top. All right, so that's good. It's just sort of like this background element. Next, we're going to add our barley sprigs. So I'm going to use my lasso tool. Make this selection over here. And I actually like how this created it more as just like in the background rather than like an individual sprig like that, although that looks pretty cool too. And this is just what you have to do. You got to play around with our prompts and see what it comes up with. If you want a very specific size or shape of a barley sprig, what you could do is you could create a very specific selection that looks exactly like what you were going for. Here it kind of took what I was doing with that corner and filling it in, which I think actually works pretty good. Now I'm going to add a little bit of a shadow to our beer can. And then what I did here was I added these beer splashes. So similarly, I have my selection tool. I just drew over on this side, and then I typed in my prompt, splash of swirly beer liquid. And this is what I got before. I got some beer bottles, a couple that looked okay, so I'm going to reprompt this. Abstract splash of swirly beer liquid, photorealistic. And something like that looks pretty good, although I kind of want it to be coming from behind our bottle. So I might generate similar just to see if it comes up with something. If not, I will move my selection to a different area and reprompt. Not exactly what I was going for. So let me go ahead and create a new area. Something like this looks pretty good. That one's okay. I'm going to generate a few similar. Now let's add one over here. So I finally got a few options that I liked. Now this took probably 5-10 minutes of prompting, reprompting, playing around with the prompt. So I don't want you to think this is going to be super easy. What I'm going to do now is duplicate this layer that has that sort of vignette and put this on top of everything, and then sort of bring back some of this just to create more of like a vignette for our product itself. And then the last thing I'm going to do is try to get sort of some hops on top of our beer can. So what I'm going to do is just add a little circle, and that looks pretty good, and it adds that shadow which sort of blends everything together. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the right. I like that one. And you can just keep going with it, but I think this looks pretty darn cool. And all of this was done right here within Photoshop, not using any stock photo except for our original product. Everything else created completely with Gen AI. Like you saw and heard me talk, though, this isn't a quick thing. This takes time. It takes prompting. Each of these probably took a good 10 to 15 minutes, which is a lot easier than having to take these photos, find stock photos, and the textures and everything else. But it still does take some time. Thank you so much for watching this lesson. I hope it helped you to learn a few new things and tips and tricks. And we will see you in another lesson. Cheers. All right, in this lesson, you can download the downloadable resources. Over on the right-hand side, you'll see underneath this lesson a tab that says resources. Click that and you'll see a number of zip files. I've uploaded each project as a separate zip file so that the download isn't too intensive. Some of these folders are quite large because they contain the Photoshop file and the assets themselves. So go ahead and download each zip file, unzip it, unarchive it, and you'll be using each of those throughout the course. Cheers. Let's dive right into Photoshop. So if you go ahead and open the Photoshop app, you should see something like this. I'm using, at the time of this recording, the latest and newest version of Photoshop CC, which is the 2020 version. You can check out the version of your Photoshop by going to the Photoshop menu at the top, clicking About Photoshop, and then you can see 21.0.1, which is this current release. If you're using an older version of Photoshop or a newer version of Photoshop, that should be perfectly fine. Photoshop and Adobe make some changes over time, and I'll make sure to update this course with any major updates, but the process of using Photoshop has stayed relatively the same over the past 5+ years, and so you should be able to follow along no matter what version you're using. So the first thing you're probably wondering is, how do I get started? There are a few different ways to open up a project in Photoshop. So how do you open up a project or a photo in Photoshop? It's actually really easy. If you go to your documents and download the supplemental resources for this course, you'll have a zip file, and if you open it up, it should have a number of folders just like this. There will probably be some additional ones that I add to it over time as well. But starting out, we're going to work through the projects 1 through 9 and then go beyond that with some additional projects later. If you go under each project folder, you should find the photos that I've used or the assets that I've used for this project, as well as the Photoshop file. So PSD is a Photoshop file. And within each folder, you should find a couple different options. You should find one that is the final version, which is the version that I created myself so that you can have as a reference for what you might be trying to get to, and then also a starter project. So how do you open up a Photoshop file? You can right-click, click Open in Photoshop, or if you only have one version of Photoshop, I have two versions on my computer, CC 2019 and CC 2020, so it gives me the option. But if you just double-click that project, it should open it up. Now, what if you want to just open up an individual photo in Photoshop to work with? You can go to Photos, or any photo that you have on your computer, really. Right-click that photo and choose Open in Photoshop. And that's going to open that photo up in Photoshop. There are other ways to open a file. You can have Photoshop Open, File, Open, and that will open up your documents. And from here, you can find either a Photoshop file or a photo, and it will open it up in Photoshop if you click Open. Lots of different ways to open an existing file. Now, you might be wondering, how do I create a file that is an exact square or a specific size? We're going to be covering that in the next section. Don't worry about that. But now you know how to open up different file types in Photoshop. I know this might look very confusing to you, and don't worry, we are going to be going over the interface and everything like that in the next lessons. But for now, I think you deserve a round of applause because you can now at least open Photoshop, even if you can't do anything yet. If you already are very comfortable with Photoshop, I know this is probably pretty basic for you, but it is a good first step for anyone who's just starting out. So I'll meet you in the next lesson, which is going to be a deeper dive into the interface and the workspace and customizing it so that you can really set it up to be efficient as a Photoshop editor. All right, see you then. To start this lesson, make sure you have Project 1 open. This is in the PSD files folder under Project 1, not the final one, but just the other option, resizing and placing layers. You should see something like this, and this is the basic layout of Photoshop. At the top, we have our menu with drop-down options for all kinds of different things. We're going to be going through a lot of these throughout the course. Basic file menu where you can save your project, create new projects, edit and image menus that allow you to edit the canvas, which is what we call the project itself, or the specific images that are in your project. A layer menu, which is how you can edit the layers, etc., etc. This is, I don't want to dive too deep into what each thing is because that's not how I want to teach this class, and I don't think that's the best way to learn. I think the best way to learn is to learn through practical projects and examples. And through the course, you're going to learn what most of these options are, but it's not a course where I'm going to say, okay, the first thing is file, new. What does new do? The next thing, file, open. What does open do? Because I don't think that's the best way to retain that information. But just knowing that your top menu is a great place to access a lot of options is good to know. Below this, you have your canvas right here. This is your main Photoshop project area where you're going to be doing all of your editing, you're typing out text, adding shapes. That's this main area where you're seeing your actual images. Going to the left, you have your toolbar. So the toolbar is where you have all your tools. You have tools that can crop your images, tools that can paint on your images, you have brushes, text, all kinds of things. Again, we'll be going through these one at a time throughout the course. It's not a course where I'm going to go just start at the top and go one by one, but know that we will be covering these throughout the entire course. If you hover over each tool, you kind of get a pop-up and the name of the tool, and it kind of shows you what it does. And then if you click and hold, you can see that for some of these tools, there's other options. So if you see this little arrow on the bottom right of each tool, if it has that, which I think pretty much everyone does now, except for the zoom tool down here, there are other options that you can get to it that are a related tool to the main tool. On the top, you have your sort of tool adjustment bar or tool settings bar. So depending on the tool that you have open, you'll have different settings up here that you can adjust to change how that tool works. Moving over to the right-hand side, you have several panels. Now, the way that this looks right now is what it should look like if you just open up Photoshop for the very first time. Now, I probably should have mentioned this in the very beginning, but if you have used Photoshop before, your layout might look a little different, and the panels or these windows, which is what we call panels in Photoshop, those might look different for you. What you probably want to do is go either up to Window, Workspace, and then choose Essentials, which is the default view or setup for this. There's different view options or setups depending on what kind of editing you're doing. Now, there's another place to get to this. If you click this drop down right here, it's this little icon that looks like the Photoshop layout itself, and then you can change it. If you're on Essentials and it doesn't look like this, click the Reset Essentials button because you might have moved some panels around or things like that. And by clicking Reset Essentials, it will get back to this basic Essentials view. And that's important as we move forward so that we're all on the same page. Let me just show you though, if I go to Workspace and change it to graphic or photography, for example, it changes what the windows are up here. Or say, let's go to graphic and web. Again, it changes what is up here or the panels that are open. And you can see as I do that, there are different panels for all sorts of things. You've got color, swatches, gradient patterns. These are how you select colors that you're going to be using in your project. Below that, you have libraries and adjustments. Libraries is something that's really cool with Adobe where you can save specific color swatches, even things like photos or brand images like logos that you can always have quick access to in your library. Below that, you have layers, channels, paths. So the layer panel is actually one where we're going to be working a lot in. And if you kind of look down below, you can see some layers already that I've created in this project. We have a bird layer, a kid layer, an elephant layer. We're going to be diving into this in more detail in a future lesson, but you can start to understand how Photoshop works by looking at the layer panel and seeing all the different layers we have. And that's basically how Photoshop works, is we're layering different images and effects and graphics on top of each other to create a brand new piece of art. So these panels can be adjusted and moved around and customized to what you think you're going to need to use for your specific project. There's one other bar right here that has more panels. It's kind of a way to hide or minimize the real estate that it takes up in your window. But there's different ones, and you can actually move panels onto this bar, which we'll be showing you in the next lesson. But just so you see these panels that are open. If you go up to window, you can see which panels are open by seeing which ones have check marks next to them. So for example, if we want to have our character panel open, click character, and now we have our character panel open on this bar. Character is our options for text. And it also opens the paragraph panel as well, which is related to character. And if you've ever, edited pretty much any text in any sort of application, even like Microsoft Word, you'll be familiar with what paragraph options there are. That's a lot. I know this is a lot, and this is kind of a whirlwind. If you feel like, hey, Phil, this is getting a little bit too in-depth right this second, don't worry. We're going to be going over all of these things, and by the end of this course, you're going to be so comfortable with it. Now, if you're like, Phil, this is super basic, I know all this, let's get to the good stuff, well, just be a little bit more patient because we're getting there. But for anyone who's brand new to Photoshop, understanding this stuff is a little bit complicated. I know that. But now you know the basic workspace and also how to change your workspaces here. So in the next lesson, we're going to be diving a little bit deeper into customizing the workspace and panels to get to a view that I think is going to be perfect moving forward with this class. See you then. Here's just a sort of quick add-on lesson to the last one about customizing your workspace. All of these panels and windows can be customized exactly how you want it. So as you saw, there are different tabs that open up other panels. We can close these tabs. For example, you might not need the library tab, so just right-click and choose close. For adjustments, you might not want that as well, so let's just click close there as well. Color, I think, is definitely important. You can also adjust the size of these panels. For example, a lot of times in these projects, you're going to be adding a ton of layers, and you might want this layer panel to be even bigger. You can also drag to the left or right, depending on how much space or size you need there. Maybe you're editing a project that has a lot of text. So instead of having the character panel just be a pop-up here, you can actually click and move any of these panels around and add it to a new sort of window. So you can see as I hover, these different windows or blocks get highlighted. So if I highlight, if you're moving it and it highlights the entire block and you drop it, it adds it to that existing block. Now, it kind of made it small, or the color bigger, because the character panel is only so tall. But if we go back to the layers panel, you can see that it makes this bigger. If we click and hover this over the window again, but we put it just at the top edge or to the left edge, you can see what happens where it actually creates a brand new block or a brand new window. I can then take my paragraph panel and drop it into this block, and you can click and drag them to the left or right, these tabs, to order them to have one in front of the other, and that's kind of your default option. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my paragraph settings and my character panel settings or character settings in this bar because I think that's important. My layers I'm going to have go make it super big like that. For now, we're going to leave our color and swatches, everything like this. And I think that's pretty much good to go. One other thing, just so that you're aware of, if you are working with multiple projects open in Photoshop, you can see that they have tabs up here in the main canvas window right here. So just so you're aware, if you need to open multiple projects, you can do that, and you can just switch from one tab to the next, or one project to the next with this tab. One other thing is if you want your tools to be a little bit more compressed, click this little arrow button, and you can kind of see these arrows over here as well, and that's going to typically expand or contract or compress any of these panels. So I typically work with my tools up and down like this, but if you want to see all of them, which might be a little bit easier, it's like that. Otherwise, you're kind of losing out on some of the tools underneath. It's kind of cropped off. So actually opening it up like that is probably pretty good for us. So hopefully you understand about how to customize your workspace and panels, and the goal now is to do the same. So go to your Photoshop app if you're following along and make it look something like this with these panels open and the tools like so. And we'll see you in the next lesson. Now that you know a little bit more about the Photoshop interface and how to get around to the different elements, I think it's a good idea to back up a little bit and learn how to open up or start a new Photoshop file from scratch. So I'm going to exit out of the projects that I had opened before. You can also, if you have those open, go to File, New, and it's going to bring open this window for a new Photoshop document. Or if you're opening up Photoshop and you have this window, just click Create New. This window has a lot of pre-built templates that you can use, so you can see any recent documents that you've started. For example, if you are always creating a YouTube thumbnail like I do, I have a couple different projects that have those dimensions already so that I don't have to create it from scratch. Or you can go through these tabs up here and you can kind of see some common options. So under print, you have your typical 8.5 by 11 inch paper file. For web, you have different ones for like websites, mobile, film, and video. Again, this is a great one to get straight to the perfect size for a thumbnail, for your YouTube video, or whatever it is, or a graphic for your video, depending on the presets. But if you want to create something completely from scratch, you go over to this panel over in the right-hand side, or you can start with one of these options that you have and then customize it. Either way works. But here we have on our right-hand side, we have the different options. So you have a name. So if you want to call it a certain thing, so we'll call this, maybe we'll call this social, if I could spell, social post. A social post, we might want to make a square. And then below the title you give it, you have your options for the size and the aspect ratio. So you have your width and height, and this is in inches currently, but you can change this. So for example, if you want to work in pixels, which is common for anything that's going to go online, you can use pixels, and say we want something to be a perfect square, we would put the width to be 1000 by 1000. And I'm just tabbing through these and using my keyboard, or you can just click and type in your numbers. Say, so now the orientation for a square doesn't matter if it's portrait or landscape, which you can see here, I can't click. but say it was inches. So say we have, and you can see that when I go back to inches, it converts those pixels to inches for us. But say we have a 5:7 photo, but we want to change it automatically to orientation or to a landscape orientation, you can just click this button and it will kind of swap these numbers to change the orientation. Let's go back to our pixels though. And now let's go 1000 by 1000. The next option is this artboards checkbox. Now, artboards is something that is newer to Photoshop, and if you've used Adobe Illustrator, you are familiar with what artboards are. But we'll be going into depth about this later on in this section. But basically, what this allows you to do is have multiple versions of a project that you're working on up at one time. So before, we would actually have to open up multiple different Photoshop files to have like 2 different projects we're working on. But now with artboards, you can actually have like 2 1000 by 1000 pixel projects or graphics that you're working on in one project. I know that sounds a little confusing, but for now, just leave that unchecked and we'll go into that later on. Resolution. This has to do with the quality of your graphic. So you can see here we have currently it says 300. And then on the right it says pixels per inch. In the US, we're using inches, but in other parts of the world, or depending on what project you're working on, you might want to use pixels per centimeter. But really what this means is it's going to have 300 pixels per inch, which is a lot. Little individual pixels per inch of a graphic or a project. The higher the resolution, obviously means the higher resolution and the higher quality, but you don't really need to go above 300. Typically, that's kind of the upper limit of what you would want for anything, even for print documents. You can go even lower. 72 is kind of a standard lower end resolution. 100 to 150 is kind of your mid-range. And so you can play around with it, but typically staying around 150 is going to be perfectly fine. If you had literally 1 pixel per inch, this would mean that for every inch of your project, it would have 1 pixel, which is an individual color, basically. And if pixels are a little confusing to you, something you might want to refer to is the resolution of like your television. A lot of televisions, you see the 4K resolution or the standard 1080p resolution. So for now, we're just going to leave it at that. The only other thing to note is that if you have a higher resolution, it's going to increase the file size. So sometimes you might not need to go higher and might not want to go higher, even if you could, to kind of minimize that file from getting too big. So let's just leave it at 150 for now. Next, you have your color mode. So typically, you're going to want to work in RGB color. There's different color modes. A couple are popular, RGB and then CMYK. CMYK is popular for print. So if you know you're going to be printing a project out, you might want to work in CMYK because if you go to a printer and your project is in RGB, then the colors might end up a little bit different than what you were expecting. But for any sort of online graphic, use RGB. And of course, like grayscale, that's going to just be black and white. Along with this color mode, you have 8-bit, 16-bit, and 32-bit. I would leave it on 8-bit. The higher the bit means the number of basically shades of color that are available to you in a project or when you're working on a graphic. 8-bit is perfectly fine for pretty much any project that you would need, unless you are more advanced and you know, for example, if you're working on some sort of graphic for 3D animation or for an app or something, and whoever's asks you to create the graphic says, I need it in 16-bit color, just you know where to change that. But for now, just leave it at 8-bit. Under this, you have your background contents. So right now, this is basically what the background of your project will be. So right now it's set to white, and we'll see what that looks like. But you can change this to a specific color, or if you click this drop-down menu, you can choose a transparent color, or lack of color, really, just transparency. So if you're creating something like a logo where you don't want a background, you can have it be transparent. Now, this does more have to do with the background of your canvas that you're working on. You can always change the background color or add a layer with the color to a project to have a different color. And that would be done in your project itself. This is more just in terms of the canvas and how it looks when you're working. And I'll show you this in just a second. And then there are a couple advanced options for color profile and pixel aspect ratio. Again, these are more advanced. You would probably know when you need to change these if you know what these are. Color profiles, this will change depending on what monitor you're using. And for the pixels, again, if you're using or creating something for a specific video project, you might change this. But for you watching this course, I'm going to bet you that you just want to leave it at square pixels and the color profile at whatever it is set to right now for you. All right, you still with me? Because now we're going to click create, and it's going to open up this project. And you can see that it has a white background. Really quickly, I'm just going to click file new. I'm going to change the background to black and click create. And then we're going to go to file new and change the background to transparent and click create. And so you can see if I tab between these, the different options you have for the background being a specific color. And the transparency is this checkerboard pattern. So if you ever see this sort of checkerboard, it means that it's going to be transparent. Like I said, perfect for editing or creating logos or graphics where you don't want a background. That being said, you can still create graphics in these other projects and turn off your background. And I'll just show you really quickly, even though we haven't gone over the layers panel. If you check on this little eyeball option next to the background, first we have to turn off the lock, which this background layer is typically locked in the beginning, and then we turn off that eyeball. You can see that it becomes transparent. So this is sort of just a temporary background that's locked. Same here with this black background. Unlock it, it becomes a layer instead of a background, and you can now turn that on or off. So there's always kind of multiple ways to do things in Photoshop, and you'll realize that as you go through this course. And if you take other courses or watch other tutorials by other people, you'll see that they do things differently in Photoshop, and that's completely fine. I'm showing you the ways that I do different things that makes the most sense to me, and I hope that it works for you. But like I said, there's lots of different ways to do the same thing in Photoshop. It's such an advanced application. But now you know how to open up a project at any sort of specific size or aspect ratio in Photoshop. So congrats to you. That's a big step, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you'll learn how to place photos or graphics into a project that you've created from scratch. So I've gone ahead and closed out those other projects that we started and just have this social post 1000 by 1000 pixel project. There's lots of different ways to add a photo to this project. Probably one of the easiest is if you open up your documents or your Finder and you find a photo, and on a Mac, I can select a photo, for example, and then just tab back over to Photoshop, which for a Mac is Command Tab, and then you can go through. For a PC, it's probably Control Tab, and then I still am clicking and holding that image, and I can just drop it into my project like so. So now that photo is in my project. It's still in sort of a temporary place mode. It's wanting me to actually drop it somewhere, so I can move it around with the move tool. I can resize it. So if I take these corners and move it up and down, it resizes, or in any of these sort of handles on the corners or in the center, click and move it around. Only until I press the return key on my keyboard does it actually place it and kind of like drop it into the project. So you'll see when I press return, there it's now on my project, and I can then go about editing it or adding other layers or photos. Another way you can place an image is going to the File, Place Linked option. Click Place Linked, go to your folder, you can find another photo, and then click Place. And again, it adds it to the project. And you see that it automatically sizes it as close as possible to the project or the canvas that you've started. So you can see that it matches the width and height of this project. If you want it smaller or bigger, again, you can kind of move it around and just press the return key to place it, because now you can see if I'm kind of moving around and I try to go to the bird, for example, it's not going to let me. You see that my mouse turns into this rotate option where I can rotate this image if I want. And this happens when I hover outside of the image. I can press Command Z to undo anything. The other thing you might want to know is there are a couple keyboard shortcuts that are handy. So if you are rotating, if you hold the Shift key down, it kind of locks it to some specific rotations. And you can see the degree of rotation hovering next to my mouse as I do this. See, it's 15, goes back to 0, -15, etc. It locks it to those, it's I guess every 15 degrees instead of just a free-for-all. So that's going to help, especially if you have an image and you want to rotate it exactly 90 degrees. Another keyboard shortcut to note is the Shift button. If you click any of the handles, which are these little blocks around the edge, that you use to resize an image, it allows you to stretch and skew this image. If I'm not holding the Shift button, it locks it to that aspect ratio, and you can see that after I kind of squished it and then I undo the Shift button, it now locks it to that aspect, and you can still resize it, but I'm going to undo that because I don't want to mess with the aspect of this. A couple more are the Option or Alt key. So if you're clicking any of these these handles, and if you hold the Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, see how it scales from the center? That's a super handy one to note. If you hold the Command button on a PC, that would be Control, and you click any of these edges, it warps just that handle or from that corner or whatever. So you can get super funky with this. It does the whole side or top if you click the center handle. But if you do click the corner with the Command button selected, it locks the other handles and allows you just to warp that sort of side or that corner of the image. So again, you can get creative with that. The one that I use the most is the Option key that allows me to scale from the center. And then finally, press Return to put this photo and kind of actually place it into this project. You'll notice as I do that, our layer panel starts to get filled up. There's a complete section coming up on the layers panel and how to use this, but you can kind of start to see what's happening. The bird is below our boy. And a quick sneak peek is you can move these layers up and down. So now we have our bird on top of our boy. Cool, so that's pretty much how you place photos and graphics. This is the same if you're adding any sort of logos or PNG graphics with transparent backgrounds. It's the same process of just placing it in the project. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this video, you'll learn how to move and zoom around a project. Right now, we are at 100% view. And you can see this down here in the bottom left of your main canvas panel. You can zoom in or zoom out by clicking in there and changing the percentage. This percentage might look different depending on what your actual computer screen resolution is. So the higher the resolution allows you to have a higher quality image or a higher resolution image that you're working on. So 100% might look different depending on, one, the size of your actual project you're working on and your computer resolution. So if you're looking at your computer and it's a different percentage, don't worry. Those are the two reasons why that would be. Quick tool that you definitely want to know is the zoom tool. And if you hover over these tools, you can see the keyboard shortcut for the tool. So Z is the keyboard shortcut tool for the zoom tool. V is the keyboard shortcut for the move tool, which is the tool that we've been using this entire time, and probably your default tool that you're going to go back to whenever you're not using any of these other tools. So you can see now that I press Z, I have this magnifying glass. If I click, it zooms into the part of the project that I click towards. So you can see if I click, now it's zooming in 100, 200, 300, 400, 500%. So now you can really get in detail. Another tool that you want to know is the hand tool. So you can press the H button, and now this allows you to move the canvas around, or the project. I'm not actually moving the bird image or the boy image around. I'm just moving around my canvas. You can also do this with these scroll bars on the top and bottom that appear when you're zoomed in past the window. So if we're zoomed out, which is another tool that you want to know, we press Z on our keyboard to go back to our zoom tool. And then a lot of these tools have sort of an alternate option. And if you press the option or alt key, get it? Alternate, alt, or option, you get that other option. So I have zoom out. So the other option for the zoom tool is the zoom out button. So I can zoom out all the way till we get back to 100%. Now you can also see that the zoom tool has the options up here. So you can choose to zoom in, zoom out. You also have some quick buttons up here to zoom to 100%. So say we're zoomed in and you want to go back to 100%, you can do that. You can also fit to screen or fill screen. So fit to screen will basically zoom it so that the entire project is in this screen or in this panel. Fill screen will fill it so that the edges fill the entire frame. But if your project or your window is taller or small, more wide or more narrow, it will actually kind of cut off the top and bottom, so you would have to move around with these sliders. Or remember the hand tool. Now, another cool thing about the hand tool that I want you to know is, as I zoom in here to our bird, there's sort of a shortcut a shortcut for the shortcut. If you press the space bar, you temporarily get the hand or the move tool, and you can move around, and then if you stop pressing the space bar, it goes back to the tool that you were using. So say I was on the select tool, but I want to move over to our boy, just press the space bar and I can move over there. And then it goes back to my move tool when I stop pressing the space bar. Another keyboard shortcut that I like to use is the Command 0, which will zoom out to fit the entire project. So instead of going to your zoom tool and click fit screen, Command 0 will do the same thing basically. So that's how you kind of navigate and move around your project. Again, I go back to my selection tool or move tool, and I can go back to editing as I would. Z for the zoom tool, and H or spacebar for the hand or move tool. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to add using artboards in your workflow in Photoshop. I briefly mentioned them before, and this is going to be familiar to you if you use Adobe Illustrator. Basically, what we can do is have multiple versions of this canvas that we are working on in this one project. It's great for creating multiple versions, or if you're creating a series of graphics or things that just it makes sense to have the photos, the fonts, the style, and just visually be able to see it in the same project as you're working on it. Artboards is the way to go. If you are using an earlier version of Photoshop, this may not be available to you. This was added in the, I believe, CC 2019 version. So how do you create an artboard? The first way is, if you already have a project open, is to click on your Move tool and go down to the Artboard tool. Now you'll see that our cursor is now the Artboard tool. And up at the top, you have your options for the size and the aspect of your artboard. So you can create a custom, or you can use one of these preset options. So say you want to create, this is really good if you're working on like apps. If you're creating an app for the iPad Pro 12.9 inch, for example, or the Apple Watch, we can go ahead and select one of these. Let's say iPhone X. I'm going to press the space bar to get my hand tool. I'm going to move over to this sort of blank space to actually just simply create an artboard that's exactly this size. You click this plus button. This changes our mouse to the create in an artboard tool, and just click. And you'll see there that now we have this artboard that is sort of the size of our actual iPhone. Now, say you want to create sort of a custom size, you can really just choose any of these or just leave it on custom, and then click and drag. Okay, so see, now I have two artboards. Say you want to duplicate one of these artboards so that you have the exact same settings and size. Just click the plus button. You can do it on the top or bottom, and you can see that it adds it above or below, depending on how you want to work. And you also notice that on the right-hand side, you have these artboards, which is now a separate group within your layer panel. Again, we're going to be going over the layer panel in the next section in more depth, but just it's good to know that. And you'll be able to organize your different assets into each artboard. Another way to copy an artboard is to have your artboard tool selected, press the Option key on your keyboard. First, select the artboard itself or the background or the title up at the top, and then just click holding down Option or Alt on a PC, Option on a Mac, and then drag it. And now you can see that it actually copies that artboard with all of the assets in it. So pretty cool sort of workflow. I know it looks kind of messy right now. Typically, you'd want it to stay a little bit more organized. But throughout this course, you're going to see me using artboards. It's also a great way if you are following along with the projects. You can have one of my final project up and also be using your own project or creating your own project. So you'll learn more as you practice, but I just wanted to mention this because it is a cool new feature in the latest versions of Photoshop for your workflow. Thanks a lot for watching. Welcome to this new lesson in the Photoshop course and this new section on the layer panel. We're going to do a quick deep dive into this layer panel, and by the end of this section, you'll be actually working and finishing your own project using these assets. So again, if you have them downloaded, I'm using the Project 1 Resizing and Placing Layers project. If you're using an older version of Photoshop and if you're not able to open this project file for some reason, go to the photos and you can actually just start a new project and import the images. The best way to do that is just opening the background in Photoshop like so. Just right click and open it in Photoshop. And then what we're going to do is just drag and drop all of the PNG layers, which are already selected sort of cutouts of all of these different assets. I'm selecting all of them, tabbing over to Photoshop, and then just placing them in here. So either way, I just want to let you know if you, for some reason, are having trouble opening the original project file, you can start one from scratch yourself. So you've seen this as we've started this layer panel. And this is just all of the different assets that you add or create within Photoshop. They are ordered in the way that they are sort of placed on top of each other. So for example, the bird, if I move it around, is above the boy or this girl, whoever this is, the kid facing away. The elephant is behind these three, and all of these are in front of our background. You can drag these layers up and down to move them around if you want. One other quick thing to note is if you are having trouble selecting a specific layer, depending on the project you're working on, it may be because this is unchecked, auto select, and you want to have it on layer instead of group. And if you're not seeing the sort of boundary box or the bounding box with these handles, it's because of this show transform controls is off as well. So you might be like clicking around and trying to resize, but you don't know how to do that, or it's not showing up. Just click that show transform controls. Got it? So the cool thing about the layer panel is there is so much you can do in here. For each layer, there's a lot of different properties that you can get into. A couple of the main ones are the opacity right here. So let's take our little elephant, and you can adjust these in multiple ways. One is by clicking the drop down and dropping down the opacity. So opacity is how opaque it is, how transparent it is. So the higher the opacity means the less transparent. There's also these blending modes, which we'll dive into in a future lesson, but you can automatically start to see how you can create some cool sort of stylized graphics using these blending modes. It's basically a way to blend multiple images or whatever one you're selecting and changing the blending mode with whatever's in the foreground or really the background. You have these properties for each layer. So for example, if you hover over these, it shows you lock transparent pixels, lock image pixels, lock position, prevent auto nesting into and out of artboards and frames, lock all. So if you click lock all, it means that I can't click or select the elephant at all. I can click everything else. You see this little lock icon appear next to the elephant, and even if I click the elephant layer, I can't do anything to it. And that's good if you're done with a layer or you just don't want to mess with it. Sometimes you're working on a project and there's so many layers that are kind of close to each other, and you have trouble clicking the proper one. It's a good idea to know that you can just quickly lock it. These other ones are more specific to a specific type of locking. For example, you might want to lock the position, but still be able to edit things like the transparency or things like that. So see, we lock the position, but we can still drop the opacity with just the lock position on. A couple of these other ones we'll get into probably later in the course. But for now, it's mostly just knowing that you can lock it is a good idea. And then you can also turn on and off this layer with this little eyeball next to the layer. And that's just making it sort of disappearing it for now or making it invisible. So if for some reason we're working on something in the background, but we don't want to get rid of this layer, we can just turn it off so we can see the background. You see this fill percentage. This has to do more with paths, shapes, or text that you're creating. I'm going to go ahead and jump and really quickly show you what happens if I select our shape tool, which has a number of shapes, but the primary one is the rectangle tool. These options up here will probably look different for you, but you basically have a fill, which is the color inside the shape. You have a stroke, which is the color on the outside. And so if I click and drag and create a rectangle like so, and then we drop our fill, it's going to drop the inside of the opacity of the inside fill color, but the outside stroke color, which is this yellow, and if I boost the size of that a lot more, you can kind of really see it. It's not going to drop the opacity of that.
We're going to dive into shape layers in the future, but I just wanted to show you what that fill percentage is. If you're using an image like a photo without an edge, which is something you can do, you can create a stroke or an edge around these images, and you drop the fill, it's basically just going to be the same as this opacity slider up here. Also notice that when I created a new layer, or that rectangle shape, it created this new layer. Cool, huh? So now you know if you create any sort of new shape, it's going to add it to your layers. To delete a layer, which I'm going to do, is just select that layer, press the delete key on your keyboard. I'm going to undo that, or just click this trash can down at the bottom. I'm going to say don't show again because I don't care. If I click that, I want to delete it without being reminded that I'm deleting it. So that's pretty much a good precursor intro to the layer panel. We're going to dive into some other things like grouping and some of these other options down here. The layer panel is something you're going to be working in a lot, and don't get too, I guess, daunted by it because there's so much going on. It's something that you'll get more and more comfortable with as you work on. And even I feel like there's so many things in Photoshop, and you right click an object and you see all these different options, and some things I still don't even know, and I've been using Photoshop for over a decade. So don't get daunted, keep with it, and we'll just keep going. One of my favorite tools to use, or options, with layers is the alignment options. So if you click one layer, you won't really have these alignment options available. They're sort of faded out. And whenever you see something that's faded out, it means that it's not available for you at this time. But if we select multiple layers, which you can do by shift clicking the next layer, or say you click the bottom one and shift click the top one, it selects all of those in that series that are between the first click and the second click. Or you can select specific ones by clicking one and then command clicking on a Mac, control on a PC, the other layers that you want. So if I want to select all of these, I select all of them, and then you see that we have these alignment tools up here. So these are pretty self-explanatory once you've sort of used them, but I'm going to just go through them really quickly. So if you align left edges, it's going to align the left edge of all of these images on the left side. So see how they've all been bumped to the left side. The reason why the bird is not on the left side is because this is a PNG image where even though it's transparent on the left-hand side, that still is the edge. So the edge isn't specifically the edge of the beak, it's the edge of the file itself. I hope that makes sense. So center align, going to put everything in the center, or the center of it's going to center everything together. Notice that it doesn't center everything to the canvas. I'll show you how to do that in just a second. And then right, we'll put it on the right. I'm going to skip this one right here, distribute vertically, and just show you can align it to the top, align it to the bottom, align it to the center. So that's just a quick way to align multiple layers. This might be a little bit more helpful when you're creating things like logos or using text and you want to align them to, the exact center of an image or things like that. These other ones are pretty interesting too. So distribute vertically or distribute horizontally. I'm going to move these layers apart. And say we have these two layers, the elephant and the bird on the left-hand side, and then the kid on the right-hand side. If we say distribute horizontally, what it's going to do is going to put them equidistantly apart from each other. So it's a little bit harder to see because these aren't like perfect squares. If we want to see it a little bit better, let me just turn these off. We're going to choose our ellipse tool, and we're just going to create a quick circle. So to do that, I'm just going to hold down the shift button when using the ellipse tool, and it creates a perfect circle. Now to create a new version of this or copy it, you can do multiple things. You can press Command C to copy and then Command V to paste, or you can press the Option key with the Move tool and then click and drag to create a new copy. Similar to how we created the new artboard, if you watched that lesson, the Option key allows you to duplicate layers just by clicking a layer and dragging it. So now we have these circles. So let's say we have our circles kind of all over the place, but we want to align them horizontally. What we can do is, and space them out evenly, we can do this. And then also, if we want them in a row, what we would do is this. Does that make sense? Distribute horizontally so they're evenly spaced, left to right, and then we put them in a row. Now let's just move them back again and say we want them in a row vertical in sort of an evenly distributed line. So first I'll do the opposite in the steps. We're going to align horizontal centers and then distribute evenly. So this is going to come in handy when you're creating more intricate graphics, logos, that kind of thing, where you have multiple little icons or infographic type things where you have specific images. I've used this, I've done this when I create sort of grids for photo projects. And let me just show you that really quickly, actually. I have in my pictures, we have our Christmas card from this year. So I used that same technique to create these little squares, and then I used those alignment tools to create this grid. So that's how you would do that without kind of meticulously going through and zooming in and trying to match it up yourself by your eye. You can do that quickly with these alignment tools. Now, before I let you go, there are some more options that I want to show you, and specifically how you can actually align things quickly to the canvas itself and not to just the layers. The easiest way to do this is, say we have one selected. If you click this ... if you don't see more options up here, if you click ... you see there's actually more options. You have more options for distributing the layers. Earlier, it was distributing by the center, but you can also distribute by the top or the bottom or the center of the frame. To distribute or to align to the canvas itself, there's this align to option, so select canvas. And now if we get out of this and we just select one of these layers and click the align, it's going to align everything or that layer to the center. So if we select all of these, for example, and we click align, it's going to align all of them to the center like so. So now everything is aligned to the center of our image, okay? So those are a couple things to note. I know that's something that a lot of people kind of are confused about, is how to align to the center of the canvas. And now there's that quick option by changing the align to from selection to canvas. All right, hope this helps, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this video, I want to go over some basic layer panel organization tips. So if you're working on a project with hundreds of layers, which can be possible, there are going to be times where you are scrolling through your layers and you wish it was more organized. So there's a few different things that you can do to organize. The first is groups. So if you click this little file folder button, it creates a group. And then you can put layers into that group. So say we select all of our little images, except for our background, we can hover over this group, and you see that it kind of becomes a little indented, and that means it's within this folder. We can toggle this down so it kind of collapses that, and now it is all in one group, and it's a lot cleaner. You can copy and paste. So I just press the Command C and Command V to copy that group. You can also drag this group into this plus button, and you can do that either with a group or a layer. So say I take this background layer, we drag it into the plus sign. Now we have two backgrounds. That's just another quick way to duplicate any sort of layer rather than like a copy paste or the option key that I mentioned. So now we have these two groups, and if we move one up, and you'll notice that when I clicked and tried to move the group, it just selected that kid. Do you remember why that is? It's because up here in our move tool, we have auto select set to layer instead of group. So if you're working with a lot of groups, you might want to set that to group. And so now if I click one item, it moves all of them, okay? So that's just a quick thing to note. Another thing you can do is merge layers. So let's say you have edited these three images of the bird and the elephant in this group up here, which we can rename by double clicking and call it group 2, whatever you want. You can give it any name. You can do this with a group, or you could do it with multiple items, but I'm just going to show you with a group. If you right click and then choose convert to smart object, what it's going to do is make this object one layer, one object. Now, there are different types of layers. A smart object is one that you can still resize, and you should have, of course, it's limited to the quality of your image, but if you're using a vector-based graphic, which is one that you can actually scale infinitely without losing quality, with a smart object, you can scale it, and you don't lose quality. There are going to be times where you're trying to do something to a layer, such as painting on it, or different things, where it won't let you do that with a smart object, and you'll need to rasterize it. Now, I'm getting a little bit deep in this, and I don't want to confuse you too much, but right-clicking and then clicking rasterize layer will do that. And now this is an object that if we continue to kind of edit, let's make it really small actually, and then say, let's undo that, and it's still the smart object. Let's make it really small, and then I'm going to right-click and choose rasterize layer. And then if I make it really big, again, see how it has lost the quality? And that's because we made it into a pixel perfect image, meaning those pixels are locked and rasterized. They're locked at that quality, and if you try to increase that size, it's going to lose quality. So anyways, I'm getting a little bit too deep in here because this is about organization, but these things come up as you're working with layers that I want you to know. So as you can see here, though, this is now one layer. We created that smart object, and we merged them into one layer. So if you're working on, it really depends on what your graphic is. You can always sort of merge things down to stay organized. I would definitely recommend that you save one of these as a second version. So say we had this, we made our edits, we think we're good with this photo, with this group, we want to make it as a smart object. What you might want to do is create a copy, so Command C, and then make this one a smart object. And you always have your backup, which is in a group, which is it's organized. And you could always even have like a separate folder of, assets or whatever you want to call it. And you can actually put folders within a folder, so create subfolders and really organize it that way. So you always have the individual assets available, but you also have your smart object that you've created and edited that you'll continue working with. To ungroup items, there's a couple ways to do it. You can just right-click the group and choose Ungroup Layers. That deletes the group. That's probably the quickest. Or if you just want to move things out of the group, you can just click and drag them out of the group, and then you can delete the group if you're done with it. Now, there is one other way of sort of combining layers, and that's through merging. So say you have a layer or multiple layers, you can right-click and choose Merge Layers. This doesn't create a smart object. This just keeps that keeps the layers as they were, whatever type of layer they were. And now you have this layer with multiple, or with these two objects. In that right-click menu, you probably saw, I'm going to undo, there's a Merge Down. And so we can merge down. And what that does is it merges the top layer that you had selected with the layer below it. So if we merge down this layer now, it's going to merge into the elephant layer, and now all three of these are one layer. You can also right click and choose merge visible, and that's going to merge all of the files that are visible into one layer. I'm going to undo that. And then lastly, you have flatten image, and that's going to actually take out all of the assets that are in your canvas and actually merge it into one layer and make it the background. Now, it's a locked background. They call it a background. You can unlock this and it becomes a layer itself, but you can see that it actually adds that white background because it basically saves it as a JPEG, not really a JPEG, but saves it as an image, and it adds a background depending on what your canvas background color settings are. And that's pretty much it where I want to leave off with organization for the layer panel. I know I went down a couple rabbit holes in this one, but I hope you follow it along, and I hope that it was beneficial to you. I know moving forward there's going to be future lessons like this, so if there's things that are a little bit too advanced or it's not exactly what you're looking for at the time, you are always free to skip ahead. Wherever you're watching this, there should be an option to speed up the playback so you can watch it faster, just so you can get through some of these longer lessons in a decent amount of time. Thanks so much for watching. See you in another lesson. Here's a quick lesson. It's another sort of organizational technique, but also has to do with actually how you are editing your images. It's called linking. So you can actually link multiple layers to each other. It's different than a group because it's not actually organized as a group, but it allows you to then control those multiple layers with one sort of click or movement. So say we were actually moving these images around, making our background bigger to fill our frame. We want to press return to lock that in place or set it in place. We make our bird a little bit smaller. We put our bird on top of our elephant. And then say we want to move our elephant. We realize, oh, our elephant isn't in the right spot. But when we move that, we're going to have to move our bird too. There's an easier way to do this by linking the bird and elephant layers. So I'm going to select both of those and then click this link button. And you see this little chain link icon appears. And now if I click one of these layers, it moves the other. We can resize so we know, okay, well, the bird is proportionate to the elephant now. Maybe it's a little bit too big still, but the elephant is a little bit too small. So say we want to make our elephant a little bit bigger, something like this. It's still going to maintain the proportions and the position to the elephant for that bird. You can unlink by just clicking these multiple ones and then clicking the link button again. You can select them and then right click and go down to unlink layers. And so linking is just another quick tool for organizing, but also you actually designing in Photoshop. Cheers. Moving along these sort of bottom options, let's unlink those layers. There are a few different things down here that we're going to check out. One is this effects option. So you don't see it because the bottom of my screen is a little bit cut off, but if I scroll down or if you open it, you can see these different sort of effects. We'll go into these in more depth in a future section, but just know that this is an option to get to these effects. You can also double click a layer, and this opens up this layer style panel, and you have these effects as well. So say we want to add a drop shadow to our elephant. It's kind of hard for you to see, but if we make this move this over to the side, you can kind of see that our elephant now has a shadow behind it. If we turn this on and off, you can see it a little bit more. And you can adjust all the settings here as well by clicking on that option and then adjusting the settings. Now, we're going to go into these in more detail later on, but that effects button is where you get access to those. We're going to skip over this layer mask button right there to the create new fill or adjustment layer button, which is the circle one. And again, if you scroll down, we used the solid color layer before, but you have all sorts of different adjustments. For example, if we go to brightness and contrast, you'll see that it adds this layer on top of the elephant layer. And so depending on what layer you had selected originally, if you create an adjustment layer, it will go above that layer. You could always move these up or down though. And then you have your options pop open for the adjustment layers. So see, we can now increase the contrast, decrease the brightness, and that's just affecting what's underneath it. So if we move this up, you can see that it's now affecting everything underneath it, depending on where it is. I often like to put the layer properties up here in this little window right here. If you have enough space, it just makes it a little bit easier to open up rather than opening up over your actual canvas. We can put it up here in front or in this tab with color, and we'll still have room for our layer panel to be a little bit bigger down here. Now, I do want to show you that you can add these layer adjustments from the layer menu. So if you go layer, new adjustment layer, you'll see these options up here. It's just another way to get to them. So like always, I keep saying we're going to dive into these things later on, but I just wanted to make you aware of what these options are down here. In the next lesson, we're going to be diving into this vector mask or layer mask button, and I'll show you what that's all about. Cheers. In this lesson, I'm going to show you what this layer mask or vector mask button does. So first off, I'm going to turn off or make invisible our 3 layers in the top, and we're just going to be working on this background image. So to add a layer mask, you can select that image or layer and click the layer mask, or you can just drag one of the layers into that layer mask button. Nothing happened, except we have this white sort of mask or this white box down here. So what this is saying basically is that this is a representation of this image or this canvas or layer. And wherever there's white, you will see this image. Wherever there's black, it will be transparent or disappear. So how do we turn this black? We're going to use a tool called the brush tool. So you can press B on your keyboard or click this brush tool and click brush. If you hover over your canvas, you can see it turns into this little circle. You can change the size of your brush up here and also the hardness, which means like the edge, if you want it to be a sort of a sharp edge or a softer feathered edge, you can do that. We'll go into this in more depth in the future, but we also have the color selected down here of our brush. So right now it's black. And so remember what I said, if we paint on black to this layer mask, make sure the layer mask is selected and not the image itself, it's going to actually make the background transparent or the layer transparent. If we paint on white, which you can easily do by clicking this little arrow, double arrow button right here for our color selector, and now we have a white brush. And if we paint on here, it paints back. Now make sure this mode is set to normal. For me, it was set to darken, which wasn't allowing me to paint the white on. So make sure that's set to normal when you get started with this. But you can see that now I can paint on. So this is one way to kind of mask out or paint off parts of an image. The benefit of this, doing it this way, is that you can always undo this by painting back on, right? A keyboard shortcut to remember is X on your keyboard, just X itself, and that swaps between these two colors right here, black and white. Now, there might be times where you're painting on and it doesn't look right. That might be because the color is like a gray or a blue or something. And you can see if we're at gray, it's kind of a transparent. You can still kind of see it in the background. And that's because I had it about halfway between pure white and pure black. And that's going to show in the vector mask or the layer mask as about half transparent. There's other brush things up here. We can turn the smoothing up or down. Smoothing will try to make your brush strokes a little bit smoother. Flow and opacity uphill here will also decrease sort of the opacity. So if you want to have like a lighter, in some sort of sense, brush stroke where you're brushing on multiple times instead of just one fell swoop of white, but just you want to paint it on or off, that's what this opacity and flow will do as well. So typically though, I'll just leave it at 100% opacity and 100% flow. So this, as I mentioned, is good because there's other ways to get rid of parts of an image. So say, let's actually just duplicate this layer. Right-click duplicate, or you can just drag it into this new item button. I'm going to right-click the layer mask and choose this delete layer mask, so I just have my object. What a lot of beginners do is take our eraser button. So if you press E on your keyboard or you go to this eraser tool, you say, oh, I'm just going to erase. And here's an example where your layer isn't editable because it's a smart object and not a rasterized object, if you remember me talking about that in a previous lesson. So we're going to right-click that layer and choose rasterize layer. And now it's editable with our eraser. So we're going to make this bigger. And let's turn off our background so that we can see what we're erasing. So say we're erasing this. Okay, so we're erasing the sky. This is a very bad erasing of the sky. Ooh, that's way too big. Something like this. So now that's erased, but how do we get it back? We can undo all that, but it completely undoes everything. So using layer masks is a great way to just get rid of parts of an image while also having the ability to bring it back. We'll be using this feature in future lessons, more practical lessons, but now you know where it is. It's that button down here, layer mask. All right, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. All right, I think it's time to put what you've learned into practice. And it's your first actual project. So the final project is going to be something that looks somewhat like this. You can, of course, adjust the size and the position of the elements as you see fit. Now, I will give you a couple hints here, which you can see actually that these animals actually have, and the people, the kid here and the elephant and the bird, they actually have a shadow. So you can see this shadow down below. Now, if you're watching this, you can kind of see in the layer panel what might be happening. We haven't really gone over these things yet. So super kudos to you if you could figure it out. It does have to do with something we've briefly touched upon, but I haven't actually dived into that yet. That being said, I'll be following up this video with my own sort of practice demo, showing you exactly how I got to this point so you can follow along. And if you missed any part of it, I'll show you how I did it. Cool. Thanks so much for watching. And as always, if you have the project files, it's this one right here, the resizing and placing layers PSD file that you should use. And if you have messed up this project while practicing in the previous lessons, or if you just want to start from scratch, you can always go the other route of starting from scratch with the background and then importing these other layers, the PNG layers. Cheers. See you in the next video for the solution to this project. Here's the solution video for project 1, at least my version of it. Throughout this course, you're going to be working on all kinds of projects. And just like I've said in the past, in Photoshop, there's a number of ways to do pretty much anything. I'm going to show you one way, my way, that I think is the easiest. Of course, there's probably other ways that sometimes may be easier that you might find out. And the final result is also sort of up to you as the artist, as the creator, to determine what you think looks best. But I'm going to try to create something like this that I thought looked good. So the first thing first is I'm going to resize this background. So just clicking in the top right handle, holding the Option key down on my Mac, Alt on a PC. To resize this, I'm going to increase the size, move it over to the left. Now, the reason why I'm increasing the size so much is because I like seeing that tree in the background. So see that tree in the background? But we've also got our elephants that I don't necessarily want to block the view of that tree. So that's why I had to resize it big enough to not have the elephants completely cover it. Now, figuring out how big the elephants are, this is actually a little bit tough for me, but I think something like that looks pretty good. Now, compared to the elephants, I think our kid is going to be pretty small, smaller than the baby elephant. Something like this is pretty good, and I'm going to put our kid right about there. It looks like where he's looking at the elephant. Now, remember, if these transform controls, the bounding box, are confusing or kind of getting in your way, you can always just untick this box so you can kind of have a better view of what you're looking at. Now, one thing I haven't mentioned is, see these little pink lines that are popping up? Photoshop is looking at your other layers and it's trying to help you align. So if we go up here, we can kind of see here's the center of the document. So that pink line, and then if we want to go down, it's kind of tough. It depends. Sometimes if there's other layers visible, it's kind of hard to get that center document. Remember, we can always go to Align to Canvas and vertically align. Oh, it looks like we're right there. Maybe that's why we didn't see it. So anyways, I just wanted to mention that those pink lines that you're seeing, it's to help you align your layers with other layers and also with the canvas itself. Now our bird, definitely a little bit too big. Let's turn on our transform controls. We're gonna put this bird riding on our elephant like so. Should we put it on the baby elephant this time? Maybe we'll put it on the baby elephant. I think on my original I had it up above. I can already see that my elephants are a little bit bigger than last time, and that's fine. Sometimes looking at projects a second time helps you get a better view. I actually like that. I like how the bird shows up there. Now, the lighting of these images doesn't completely match, and that's why this photo doesn't look completely natural. You can see, looking at this elephant and the bird, that the light would actually be coming from our direction, where you're looking from. So like on the not the back side where the sun is, but the front side where you are looking at the bird. And so that's why this doesn't look completely natural. And that's just something to keep in mind when you are creating these photo composites, which is what this is. So if you hear that term photo composite or Photoshop compositing, that's what this is, creating a new image out of multiple images. But just as I was mentioning, lighting plays a big part in a composite image looking more natural. So this might be a case for picking a different background, actually. I already did a little bit of editing to the colors to make the colors, tone, and the lighting of these layers a little bit warmer to match the sunset that's happening in this background image, but that was something that I just did myself, which you'll learn how to do in a future lesson. So this is looking pretty good, but one thing that I do think would make it look even more natural is a shadow. So there are different ways to do this, but one of the easiest ways is just to create a copy of our main sort of layer, or the person we want to have shadow for, and turn that into like a black shadow, basically. So how do we do that? You can, if you remember how you duplicate a layer, you can just copy and paste it, but to copy it in its place, we want to drag it into the new layer bin or button. If I went copy and then paste, see how it pastes it in a new area? Or you can also right click and say duplicate layer, and it'll save right there as well. But either way, duplicate this layer. We're going to take the top layer, and we kind of saw this before, but this effects, and we're actually going to do color overlay. Or if you don't do that effects button, you can just double click. Remember we saw this? And when you do this, it has a color selected, and we're going to make it black, okay? Next, what we're going to do is actually bend it or warp it so that the shadow is on the front side of the elephant. So how do we do that? We can press the Command key on a Mac or Control key on a PC and grab that handle that's in the middle of the top bounding box and just drag it down. So we're going to drag it down, something like this, to where you think the shadow would be. Actually, to match the background, I see the tree. See how this tree is creating the shadow kind of to the left? We're going to do it like that. And then we just want to move it up just a little bit so that it is touching the feet of the elephant. And we're going to drag this layer below the elephant copy. Now, because this doesn't look so good, we're going to actually drop the opacity of this to, let's say, something like 25. That's looking pretty good. Maybe boost it up to like 35. Now, a shadow, though, isn't going to have these hard edges. So what do we need to do to this? Add some sort of blurry edge. So how would we actually blur this? I'm going to be jumping ahead to something that we haven't touched upon, but Photoshop has a ton of cool filters. So if you have a layer selected and go up to the filter menu, you have these different menus, sub-menus for different types of filters. And one is a blur menu. I'm going to use the Gaussian blur, which is kind of a nice, kind of typical blur that blurs things evenly in sort of a natural type of blur. And you can kind of see a preview if you have the preview button checked on the screen to see what it looks like by increasing the pixels. So something like 47 or so, for me at least, looks pretty good. So that's something that we haven't touched upon, but a quick trick that hopefully will help you out in any future projects. Now let's do that really quickly for the kid. So we drag it into a new layer. We can actually go ahead and drop this layer beneath the kid. We're going to double click it, give it a color overlay, and this actually will match the previous color overlay you did. So it's already on black now instead of white how it was. Now we can't see it because it's behind the kid layer, but if we press Command and we drag that top bounding box down, match sort of the angle, and you can see there's a specific degree that we are angling it at, and I don't remember what the other one was, but if you want to be perfectly precise, you can kind of make a note of that. So there we have that. We're going to drop the opacity to the same. It was 35%, and then filter, blur, Gaussian blur. It's going to remember the same settings that we previously used, and you want to use the same just to make it match, and that looks pretty good. Now, just to organize this, what I'm going to do is double click the shadow or the second copy and call it kid shadow, elephant copy, elephant shadow. I'm also going to link these layers. I'm going to link the elephant layers. I'm going to link the kid layer. And I'm going to put the bird above the elephant, but also link the layer to that main elephant. So now if we move our elephant, our shadow, and our bird move, we can also resize it and everything's going to move with it. Our kid will move as well. And you kind of, I don't know if you noticed what I did, but I resized this, and then when I tried to click off of it, I can't until you place it. And I just did that naturally, but you'll notice that if you're like, oh, wow, I have this selected now, and I can't click off of it to another layer unless I click in the layer panel, you actually have to replace it using the return key on your keyboard, just like when you're replacing an image in a project for the very first time. And again, that happens when you resize a layer. So return, now I can go ahead and click my kid. And I think that looks pretty good. Our background, maybe we'll move it over just slightly. I love that tree, and I don't want it to be too covered up. Now this looks a little bit different than our other final version. Yeah, actually pretty different, but I still like it. So what do you think? Where did you get? I would love to see your photos posted to the course and just shared with me on social media. You can post it, tag me in it at Phil Ebener or at our Video School Online Instagram channel. And you can find all those links at our website, videoschoolonline.com. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed following along, and we'll see you in another lesson. Cheers. Welcome to this brand new section of the Photoshop course. This is a really exciting one. In this section, you're going to learn how to make selections and basically cut them out from the background, which is sort of the first step in creating photo composites. Remember in the last project, we talked about photo composites, and basically it's a way of combining different images into one. Well, one of the main things you're going to be doing in Photoshop is cutting out images and layering them on top of each other, removing images from the background, or like the typical, how do I remove a white background from an image? This is probably one of the top searched queries for new Photoshop users, and you're going to learn how to do it in this lesson. Luckily, there are some pretty powerful tools for doing this in Photoshop that make it super easy. And in the latest CC 2020 and newer versions, there are some even more incredible tools that kind of automatically do this for you. So go down to this tool that looks like a little paintbrush with a dotted circle. This is your magic wand tool or your object selection tool. So if you hold this down, there's different ones under there. The one you want to use right now is just the quick selection tool. And up at the top, you have these different options. One is just select subject. And if we click that, Photoshop is going to do its best to make a selection of the subject. And this photo, if you're wondering where to get this, is in your folder under Project 2 under Photos. So this is not in the PSD file. You're going to have to open this photo up in a Photoshop project or just open it up in Photoshop. So now what do we do with this selection? There's a couple sort of steps or options. One is to copy and paste this into a new layer. So if I have this selection and we have this layer selected in our layer panel and then just press Command C, Command V, we now have this new layer. And if I zoom in here, pressing Z on my keyboard, zooming in, you can see that it's not perfect. There's a lot of background that was selected. There's probably some hair that was not picked up. And that was sort of a quick attempt at making a selection. And to be honest, it does a pretty good job. And this is a difficult subject to make a selection because of her hair having so many wisps and smaller details that are difficult. There's ways that we're going to improve this though. But the other way to sort of move forward, I'm going to undo this until we're at the step where we have the selection. And if you undo too far, you can always redo by pressing Command Shift Z instead of just Command Z, or that would be Control Shift Z. And you can also find this under your edit menu, Control if you're on a PC. So now we have that selection just from clicking the select subject. Another option is by clicking our layer mask tool. So now what happens is it makes this layer into a layer mask as we've used before. And the cool thing about this is we can, as we saw before, take our brush. And remember, if we want to paint on, we paint with white. So we press X on our keyboard to toggle between white and black, and we can paint on, right? So that's pretty cool because it's an editable option for you to move forward with. But still, it's the same selection. The edge isn't perfect. Now let's go to our project 2 file, and I just want to show you another option for making a selection. So we have this floating man. This is going to be cool. We can do all kinds of stuff with this guy. If we take our quick selection tool and we use the quick selection, what we want to do is select that layer. We can adjust the size of this brush up here. We can adjust the hardness and the spacing. Basically, I tend to have my hardness down low. That allows the edges of things to be a little bit more forgiving. And same with the spacing. The spacing will also kind of select more or less. You notice that we have a couple options up here. One is sort of your standard selection. One is your plus and one is your minus. So what we're doing is adding or subtracting to our selection. So what we can do is click and drag, or just click somewhere, and you can see that Photoshop does a decent job selecting similar colors, similar exposures to make that selection. Now, it didn't select the hands, part of the hair, but we can continue kind of going in there, adding more area like so. Now, using my hand tool, it did actually a pretty good job. I'm zooming in here. It didn't select the background. But if we have our selection tool and for some reason we accidentally touch that background and now that is part of our selection, we can subtract that. Now, a keyboard shortcut that you definitely want to know is the Control Option keyboard shortcut. This is one that will allow you to adjust your brush size. So that should be Command Alt on a PC. I'm 90% sure. But on a Mac, it's Control Option. And then if you drag left or right, this is going to increase the size of the brush. And then if you drag up or down, it's going to increase the hardness or decrease the hardness. So we need our brush to be pretty small to get in there. And now we can just click in there. And sometimes once you make a selection, it takes a little bit of extra effort for it to know what to deselect, because it's like, wait a second, you selected this before. Why are you deselecting it now? So that's why this is taking a little bit more. And see, look at, we got part of the leg. So we can go back to the plus and select the pant leg. And the other thing you can do is just press the Option key when you have the plus selection on, and that's going to change to the minus selection. Same with his hair. We can try to add a little bit of hair here. We got this wisps. We don't want to get rid of any of that. Part of his neck, if you zoom in here really close, you can kind of see that part of that background was selected. You can see this is a lot of work, but you can get pretty particular with it. And then again, just like we did last time, we can click the Layer Mask button, and we have this selection. And now this selection is pretty darn good. You also may have noticed that, let's undo this to our selection, and if we have our quick selection brush up, we have Auto Enhance checked right here. And so that will actually do some automatic enhancements. In the next lesson, we're going to go into it a little bit deeper in the select and mask, and that's how we can refine this mask even more. But typically, I'll just leave Auto Enhance on. And the other thing you might note is the Sample All Layers option is unchecked. The reason for that is because, say we had this background on, which you can't see, but let's move this image over here. So we have this background selection on, and if this is checked off, Photoshop is ignoring that background. And so let's increase the size of our brush. And so if I'm hovering over and clicking over here, it's not going to really matter. It doesn't know what to select over here at all. But if we have this selected on, and maybe we want to select those little bokeh balls, these little balls of light right here, with all layers on, you can see that now it is kind of intelligently, or trying to intelligently select these balls. Now, or bokeh, I don't know why I call it balls, but it's not doing that good of a job. But I just wanted you to know that If you are having an issue with the selection, if it's like selecting something kind of funky, it might be because this sample all layers button is on, because it's basically looking at all layers and trying to find or choose and select what it thinks you are selecting. But really, you're just like, I want this layer, not the background layer, right? So typically, I'm just going to leave that off. So that's how you use the selection tool. That's how you remove something from the background. It's kind of the same thing if you want to just remove the background. It's just the opposite. So let me just click off of this. And one way to do this is, say you have this selection, but you're like, oh, I don't want this selected anymore. A quick way to deselect everything is just go to the rectangle marquee tool and just click somewhere. And that's a good way just to deselect. But say we want to select everything except for the subject, you can do that too. With our selection tool, I'm just clicking and dragging around my subject. Whoops, it got his head, so I'm going to select his face. And we're going to subtract, actually. Add to this background. And so to delete this, you would think, oh, let me just press the delete button. You can't delete it because it's not a smart object. So remember, if we get that error, we have to rasterize. So we're going to rasterize the layer and now delete. Now, the problem with this, again, going to my rectangle marquee tool, clicking off so we don't have the selection, is what? What is our problem? We don't have that image anymore. It's not a layer mask. We can't undo this and like paint back on the side of his face, which is now kind of ghosting in the air. We don't have that information anymore unless we just completely undo it. Undo, Control Z. But that's not what we want to do. You always want to be working in editable layers if you can with layer masks. So if you're trying to remove the background, the best way to do it is by selecting the subject itself and removing the background, unless you want to keep the background there. Now, a quick trick for that is, say we select our subject here. And I know this lesson is getting a little long, but I think this is important for you to understand. So quick selection. I haven't fixed the edges or anything, but typically what you would do is click layer mask, and now the layer mask has removed the background. But what if we want to remove our subject? What we can do is make sure we have the layer mask selected and press Command I. And that inverts the layer mask. Quick way to invert the layer mask. Now we can actually move our background images around, and that's kind of cool. We can create these little cutout or stencil cutouts. We can put our paint texture behind, and now we have this floating man silhouette kind of style. So lots of cool stuff, but I hope you are starting to get a grasp for what the selection tool allows you to do and where you would go next with it. But as always, there's more detail. There's ways to make this even better. So we're going to be going over that in the next lesson. Before we actually move on to improving our selections, I want to show you a couple other tools that are in this menu, the Magic Wand tool and the Object Selection tool. All right, let's do what we were doing last time, but a little bit better, okay? So here we have this image of this lady, hair.jpg. So say we want to remove her from the background, but we want it to look a little bit better. Remember, we can take our quick selection tool. I also want to mention there are a couple other tools here, the Magic Wand tool and the Object Selection tool. The Magic Wand tool is sort of an older tool, and what it does is very similar. You click and it tries to select everything similar to it. So in this instance, if I select the background color, it does a pretty good job at selecting that background, which I can then delete. And the way I deleted that was because this layer, I opened it up in Photoshop, I unlocked it, it becomes a regular layer, and then I just press delete because it's not a smart object actually. So that's the Magic Wand tool, but if I go over to this project, let's just have this paint texture. Say I'm trying to select, or let's just do the floating man. Say I'm trying to select the man himself. If I use the wand tool, you can see, man, it doesn't do that good of a job at making the selection of the subject. You can change the tolerance and things. Say the tolerance is a little bit lower, it's going to select even lower similar colors. We can make it a lot higher, and it's going to do even make more selections, but it's not a great tool for selecting a specific subject like a person. It's better for selecting like one similar color. Now, the object selection tool is another option, which I think is a little bit better. What you actually do is select that tool, and then you just click and drag around the object that you want it to select. And this way, Photoshop kind of knows exactly what you're wanting to select, and then it does an intelligent job making that selection. You could change how you make those selections. You can just use a rectangle. For example, I can take this rectangle, hover over this guy, and it does basically the same thing. Maybe I want to select this rock. We can hover over this rock and see it does a pretty good job. I can take that rock, copy it, and put in a new layer and make it a lot bigger. Crazy, huh? Pretty cool. So those are just the magic wand and the object selection tool, two other ways to make selections that I thought you should know about. Let's get to refining those edges. So back here with this hair image, if we have our quick selection tool and we just click select subject, it's going to do a decent job selecting our subject because our background is so clean. To take it to the next level though, because we saw that this wasn't perfect, we're going to click the select and mask tool. Here we have a few different options for improving this mask, and also these view modes that are going to help us really understand what is being selected or not. If you unclick this or click the drop down for view, you can see these different view modes to kind of see exactly what our selection is. Onion skin just has that transparent background. The typical, this is the view we saw before with what they call the marching ants selection. Overlay is the standard look, which I think is pretty good, and you can actually increase or decrease the size or the opacity and change the color of the overlay. And then there are a couple other options down over here on the right hand side, like high quality JPEG, show original. These are things that you don't see any difference because we haven't made any other adjustments yet. So if we continue moving down this properties panel, you see some options. Edge detection. So if we click on Smart Radius, you should start to see that it's going to improve the edge even more if we increase this radius. So let's zoom in here. So you have the zoom tool over here, and you can see as I increase the radius pixels, it does a better job making that selection of the edge. Now, it's not going to be perfect though, and so this only goes so far. And depending on how high quality the image is that you're working with, the higher the pixel radius you're going to have to do. The other options down here, global refinements, these aren't really going to help make the selection better. It's just going to change how the edge looks. First, you have your smooth, which is going to kind of like smooth out the selection. So let's actually change our view to this black and white view. So you can kind of see now what that smoothing does. If we take it from 79, make it 0, you see how at 0, you get sort of these edges that aren't perfect. Feathering is going to do exactly what it says, feathers the edge. Sometimes this might help it look better depending on what the background is, but I think that's also one of those things that can look a little bit amateurish if your selections are super feathered. Contrast is going to try to look at the contrast in terms of color and light to help make the selection even better. So you can see here that it's starting to make it even sharper, a sharper edge if you increase that contrast. And then shift edge is just going to shrink your selection or make it bigger. Now it takes a minute for it to process. If I drop the feathering and the smoothing, it'll probably work faster. But see how if we go from 100% shift to negative 100% shift, come on, Photoshop. it's going to increase or decrease that edge. Now, if we look at this, it's kind of hard to tell, but by decreasing that, you're just kind of getting rid of parts of your selection that you want, right? There are other tools that are going to help us though. So I don't know why I'm scrolling over here, because what I want to do is actually just take my mouse over here to these tools over here. So in this view, you have a typical quick selection tool, which is pretty much exactly what we used before to make selections. You can change the size of the brush. Remember, with any of these brushes, Control Option on a Mac, Command Alt on a PC to increase or decrease the size of that brush. This is going to be a lightsaber. Star Wars is coming out next week. Gotta see that, lightsaber. And so you could go in here, we could kind of subtract this area. Yeah, this is gonna take a lot of time. So that's not really exactly what you wanna do. The next option though is the Refine Edge brush tool. This is exactly what you want if you are editing a photo like this. So see how this is brushing on and removing that white background, but even here where the selection wasn't completely made, before you see the hair that's not selected, we can brush over that and it does a really good job knowing that that is hair that we should select. Remember, spacebar to use our hand tool so that we can quickly move around this. It even knows in here, if we're painting in here, that that white background is what we want to be getting rid of, right? And this works really good on hair, but it can also work good on any other sort of detailed edge. So I've increased the brush size because this does a pretty good job if you're moving pretty quickly around our edge, just to show you. Pretty incredible what Photoshop can do. And this is a semi-recent addition to Photoshop. It's just gotten better and better over the years. So that's pretty darn good. And now again, if we have our edge detection on, or if we want to show edge, now we can choose show the edge, and that's really what you want to do, just paint over the edge. And then with our edge detection and smart radius on, it's going to improve that selection even more. Okay, so let's zoom out here. So now we have a really good selection of the subject and the background. Now, I don't really think I need to go over these other tools at this moment, but I want to just mention them in case there is a case study where you're going to be using them. But we also have a object selection tool within this view. So this might be something where you have a photo of, say, like multiple buildings or something, where you made a selection or multiple people even, and it completely forgot to make a selection that you wanted it to. The object selection tool might do good at selecting a completely new object in this view. It's not going to help improve the edges of things though. And this paintbrush tool, it's kind of a weird tool, but it's just kind of a paintbrush where you can paint on or off. So if I paint, it's basically adding that to my selection, right? Or I could subtract that. You could come up with some kind of cool selections, but this is basically what our selection is going to be, everything that's white, right? And so that doesn't make sense. But in some case studies, maybe you want just a thick paintbrush that's not doing anything intelligently. It's just painting on or off, just like so. To undo anything you do in here, you can also press this undo button right here. All right, so now we have the selection. What do we do? Well, first, let's go back over to the right-hand side and choose Output Settings. What we can do is output to a selection, which basically what that means is we'll go back to the main Photoshop view and this will be selected. And then we can go from there. We can create a new copy, we can create a layer mask out of it, or you can have this already selected here. Layer mask, new layer. You can create a completely new document, or a new layer with layer mask. So let's do that actually. So you see, you can check remember settings so that it will always do that in the future, which will make your workflow even better. You also see this decontaminate colors. This is if you have like some color, depending on your lighting situation, maybe you're using like a green screen or something, and the edge of your subject has like a greenish glow because it's just reflecting off the green screen. Checking on that decontaminate colors button will help with that and make the edges or the colors of your subject better. But since this wasn't on a green screen and the colors actually look nice, I'm not going to select that. So now I'm going to make sure we're on new layer and with layer mask and click OK. So now we have this new layer with the layer mask. We can always go back and make adjustments to the layer mask. We could add a solid color background. Say we want to make the background a different color. Put this in the background. Now we have our lady on a completely different background. The edge, her hair looks pretty darn good. You could probably go in and do a little bit more to make it look even better, but to me this looks pretty darn amazing, and that's just using that refined edge tool and the select and mask tools in Photoshop. Cool, so I hope this helps you when you're making your selections, and we'll see you in the next lesson. There are a couple other ways to remove a specific selection or to select a specific selection, such as by color. So for example, a lot of times you might be editing photos of a model or someone in front of a solid white backdrop. This is so common, and you want to remove that white backdrop. What you can do is go up to Select, Color Range. And now what you can do is actually it turns the mouse into this little eyedropper, and you want to click on the color you want to select. So see how I clicked on this white background, and it in here you can kind of see the preview of what's selected. If I drag this around, you can kind of see that if I select another area, it makes a different selection. If I select her hair, it's something completely different. You can also add to this selection by clicking this plus button. So I can click over here, click up here to get that highlight up here, make sure it's all selected. You can do a preview over a black mat, white mat, quick mask, just to see what it looks like in your actual window. Now you will see though that her eye is selected because her eye, the whites of her eye are white as well. So what you would do is click OK. So what this now has selected is the background white, and what you would do is drag this into the layer mask option and then press the delete key, and that's going to actually remove the background. But what you would want to then do is go with your brush and make sure you're brushing on. Let's actually get rid of that selection. And if we add a backdrop, whoops, we want to add that solid color, make that cool magenta pink. And you would probably want to go in here and brush on using the layer mask white brush on over her face, because you can kind of see that there were little spots where that kind of came through. Now, this isn't the best way to do this. I just wanted to show you that there are other ways of making selections. Maybe there are instances where you just want to select a specific color. If it's more of like a graphic or an image where the colors are more specific, you might want to do that. For subjects, people, this isn't really what you want to do. You can also go up here and click focus area. But for subjects like people, that's not necessarily the tool you want to use. I just wanted to show you that as a quick option to select a specific color. Cheers! With Adobe Photoshop CC 2022's new object selection improvements, you can now automatically select different objects in your frame. You can see here in Photoshop with the object selection tool selected, and this photo, it's highlighting these different objects that it's automatically noticing. You can click one, and from there you can do anything you want with that selection as if you were making the selection on your own. You can select and mask it to improve that mask. The other thing you can do is select multiple objects by shift clicking on a Mac. And from there, again, like I said, you can copy and paste to create a new layer. You can create a mask. You can choose the select and mask feature to improve that selection, feather it, contrast, all those things that are known by now by most people who make selections in Premiere Pro. So what makes this tool awesome? Well, it's just a better way, easier way, next level way to select objects in an image and have it automatically done so. A lot of this is automatically seen, and you got to make sure that the object finder option is selected. If you don't have an object that you want selected automatically appearing, which you can see all of them by holding down the N key on your keyboard, you can just click and drag over that object. You can see that it did a decent job, not perfect with this little flower. Let's try this one right here. That one did a better job. Or if you want, that was the rectangle mode, you could change it to lasso mode. Let's try this. I'm not using a pen, I'm just using my mouse, but let's see. Yep, that did a better job. Once you've done that, you can also change the mode to select more or less of an object. So let's go to my rectangle. Say I want to select this entire bowl. So it's selected the bowl, but maybe I want to get that fork in there as well. I can go into the Add Object option here with the rectangle or the lasso. Let's see if the rectangle works. I can hover over the fork and it does a decent job. You could change this to subtract or intersect, and that's going to adjust it accordingly. Now, the object selection tool is good for selecting individual objects in your frame. Now, you'll notice that if I want to just select this entire bowl with all of the contents, this doesn't do a great job at doing that. If I click and drag, it's trying to find individual objects within this selection. So that's where you might want to just take your quick selection tool from there and just select everything. Now, the quick selection tool from the beginning might be a better tool to use if you're just selecting this bowl with all of the contents inside, but the object selection tool is just that, to select individual objects. You have all your other options here, like select sampling all layers, or if you want to change it from or look for hard edges or not. And so if you have multiple layers, you can do that similar to using the selection tool for in the past. But say I want to create layer masks for all of the objects in the frame. With that layer selected, I can just go up to Layer, Mask All Objects. And from here, it's going to create layer masks for all of the objects, which can then be used to adjust the individual objects with different styles or properties. I'll show you in a second. This image is a little hard because there's so many objects, but if you're just taking a photo with like a car in it or the Eiffel Tower or like just 2 or 3 clearly defined objects, it's much easier. Now I kind of have to pinpoint and see, okay, well, which one is this right here? And then from here, I can go in, add any sort of adjustments I want. And here I'm adjusting that individual object of my photo. So practically, there's lots of different reasons why you would use this object selection tool, but technically, how you use it is pretty simple. Object selection tool, hover over the object, click it to select it, shift click to select multiple objects, and then go from there. Cheers, and I hope you enjoyed this Photoshop CC 2022 update tutorial. Check out my other tutorials for more updates from Adobe. Do you want to easily make objects in your photos disappear like this? With a couple clicks, you can do the same. So there's lots of ways to remove objects. The clone stamp tool is one that we'll cover in another lesson, and that's one semi-precise way to do so, but it's more of a manual, time-intensive one. There is a new, or relatively new, content-aware fill option, where basically what we're doing is making a selection, and then Photoshop is magically doing the rest and replacing what our selection is with a new background, or basically making it disappear. So to do this, you have to make a selection. Now, we know that there's lots of different ways to make a selection. You have your marquee tools. We also have our lasso here. So if you haven't used the lasso, you can click the lasso and then just click and drag around your object. So say we're trying to get rid of this guy right here. We're just going to click and drag. You want to make sure you're not touching the edges of your object. And once you complete your sort of shape, you see these marching ants. That's what these little black and white lines, you can call them. The next thing you do once you have a selection is go up to the Edit menu and choose Content Aware Fill. This will bring up a new window. You can see a preview of what's already happening. And there's lots of adjustments you can make. But basically what's happening is on the left, you see this green highlighted area. This is your sampling area. This is what you're telling Photoshop. This is the area I want you to sample from and replace what's inside my selection. So if for some reason this sampling area is selecting something like, see how it's selecting these bushes or trees in the background down here, and we know like we don't want Photoshop to use that selection at all to create this content aware fill, then let's erase that. So we already have this brush with the plus and minus that is on the minus automatically, so we can brush off of this. Say there's something that you do want it to sample from that's not selected, just click over to the plus sign and add that. You also have your lasso tool, so you can adjust your selection, and of course your move and your zoom tool. Over on the right hand side, you have your preview area, and here you have a couple different options for one, your sampling area overlay. This is just how this green overlay looks. You can adjust the color and opacity. You also have the sampling area options. So for example, it automatically created that sample area. You could choose a rectangle or custom shape if you want to just do it completely custom. But as we saw earlier, the auto worked pretty good except for this bottom of it, which we erased. Then you have your fill settings. You have different options for that will kind of make this a little bit more precise depending on what you're trying to remove. Color adaptation and rotation adaptation. You can adjust these to high or very high just to see if it helps. For example, if you see something and if you do this and it doesn't look that great, adjust these, try the scale, try the mirror just to see what works for you, because every picture is going to be different. Lastly, we have the output settings. I like to work in a non-destructive way, so I like having it output to a new layer that we can work with. You could also output it to the current layer, so it just kind of saves over the existing layer, and that becomes one layer, or create a duplicate layer, and that's a second layer, but it's still sort of attached to the original image, and you can't just edit that specific part, which you might not need to do, but I'll show you now. If I click OK, see how it creates this new background copy layer? Boop. And if I turn off the background, you can see that it's just this little layer right here. So that's pretty nice to work with. So this was a very easy one though, and that's because the background was really clean. The object was cleanly over the background. So let's try to make it a little bit harder. So in the Project 3 folder, you'll find this photo, and I just wanted to choose this one because it is a little bit more difficult. Let's say we want to remove these water towers from this hill. Like I said, you can use any of these selection tools. One of them that you might want to try is the object selection tool, where you literally go in, similar to the lasso tool, you click and drag around the object, but then Photoshop is going to intelligently select the object that it thinks you want to select. So we can go in here and see that it's selected the water towers. Now it's selected part of the hill down here, and we can actually go in and adjust those things. And you'll want to do that because I want to show you, if we go ahead and go straight to the content aware fill option, if you zoom in here, you can kind of see this sort of like ghosting thing where the edges aren't really you see the edges of your object. And you can adjust these settings and it can help, but what you'll want to do first though is actually go back to the select and mask option. I'm actually going to get rid of this part of the selection down here. Let's make our brush a little bit bigger because I don't want that. And over here is fine too. But then also I'm shifting my edge up 100%. And the reason I'm doing that is because that will help with the edges of the content aware fill being seen or not. So if we go back and we selected OK for that selection, and now we go back to our content aware fill, you'll see that it does a better job. You don't see the edges as much. Now you might want to play around with this. You might want to go in and make a more precise adjustment, and sometimes that object selection tool isn't the best one. Maybe just using the lasso tool would be better. But here we can set our color adaptation to very high, and it starts to do an even better option, a better job. And let's zoom out. I know we're selecting some of this buildings down here, which I don't want. So I'm going to definitely get rid of the buildings because we don't want Photoshop to be using those buildings as part of the selection or the replacement. And then we're going to add some of the other trees and hills over here. Just giving Photoshop more information to work with will generally make this look better. And as I do that, you can probably see here on the right-hand side, the preview looking better and better. Now, of course, this isn't going to be perfect for everything, and I would probably go in here and make a better selection of these towers for the next time. But for a quick edit, for something you're posting social media, this does a decent job. If I'm printing this out or something like that, I'd probably be a little bit more picky. But then you could also do things like go in and adjust, use the clone stamp tool later on to fix some of the adjustments. So say we go in here now and we see, okay, some of the edges look a little wonky. I did mention that we will go over the clone stamp tool in a future lesson, but basically what this does is it allows you to set your selection and then use it kind of as a paintbrush. So we option click over what we want to use as like our fill basically. So I'm option clicking this hill right here. Now, if I take it over here to this area of the photo, and I actually want to do this, now this is where we get tricky. We want to make the selection, we're actually going to make a new layer with both of these. We're just going to select both of these, turn them into a new layer, and merge them really quickly. So now we can actually make our selection with the clone stamp tool, because before, I was trying to make a selection of somewhere over here, but obviously for this layer right here, background copy, there's nothing there. So with this layer selected, background copy 3 now, we can make our selection over here, and then you can see as I hover over here on the left-hand side where our towers were, I can click and sort of paint on. So again, we have this like very skinny tower thing right here that would have been hard for the content aware fill tool or option to remove. So here's where selecting our option with our stamp tool and then painting over is a better option. Over here you can see there's a couple things that we might want to get rid of. I'm just option clicking to select my selection, and then unclicking option, and then just clicking and dragging and painting. So that does a pretty good job at fixing some of those little issues if you might have them after the fact. All right, so this is a quick and easy, but also a pretty thorough way of removing objects from your photos in Photoshop. I hope this helps, and we'll see you in another lesson. It's time for another project. So here is project 2, abstract art. You have the project file. It's this project number 2, abstract art. I would suggest using just the non-final version, but you can always open up the final one just to see how I did it myself. You can kind of get a preview. teaser of what this looks like over on the right hand side, but basically making some selections using layer masks and also using the ellipse tool, which we briefly touched on the shape tool in a previous lesson to create this cool abstract art. So in the next lesson, I'm going to be showing you exactly how I get there using these 3 layers right here. All right, get to work and have some fun. All right, how do we get from this to this? Really, it's just a step-by-step process. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make this paint texture a lot bigger to fill the whole screen and put it in the background, okay? And I'm going to turn off this bokeh texture. Bokeh is that blurry background. It's a Japanese term for how lights appear back here, the bokeh. So we're going to turn that off. And what we're first going to do is make a selection for our floating man. So let's go in here. I actually liked using that object selection tool with the lasso that I showed you before. And we're just going to click and drag around our dude. And I can't see down there, but hopefully that was a good selection. Photoshop knows what we're doing. And yeah, it does a pretty good job. I'm going to go into our select and mask. You can see that it selected in between the legs. So we're going to go in there. We're going to just delete that. Whoops, I was a little lazy. So let's zoom in there, really get our brush pretty small. And there we go. It's smaller. There we go. If you touch the edge of something, it can have the opposite effect of what you want. Let's click the plus button. There we go. And get that sock in there. I keep using the Z tool to get to the zoom, but you can't use that when you're in this mode. So this is looking pretty good. Let's make sure that we have our smart radius is on, so that's good. Let's go in here and clean up his hair. So if we take our edge brush tool, our refined edge brush tool, and we just go over the edge like this. It's gonna do a pretty good job refining that hair. It looks like his shirt there was not selected, so we're gonna use our regular selection tool, quick selection tool, to color over there. Okay, his hands. This is another area where the edge selection might be a good tool to just brush over there, like so. Yep, that looks pretty good. Let's go over to his other hand. There we go, pretty good. Let's go back to our selection, make sure that his palm right here is selected. It's tough because you're kind of doing opposite things. You're telling Photoshop, you know, I want this part of the image, but not this part. And Photoshop doesn't really know consciously that this is a hand. It just knows that there are specific colors and exposures that you're looking to get. So let's go here, use our edge brush, make sure we paint over our shoelace there, maybe right here in the middle. Let's make sure this pant leg is selected. A little too much. Undo that. Get a sock. Now edge selection. So it's kind of this back and forth selection and making sure it looks pretty good. Oh, part of his pants got there. Oops, a little bit too much. I hope you're enjoying these tutorials and especially these projects. I know as when I was learning Photoshop and when I learn any app, I like to watch tutorials like this, full-length tutorials. Let's go in here and make sure his hair is selected. Great. Sometimes when you're using the edge selection or edge brush, it removes things that you don't want to be removed. All right, so now we have our selection. Let's go in and we're just going to turn this into a layer mask and click OK. So now we have our dude right here floating in space. We're going to make him a little bit bigger though. floating in the middle of our image. All right, the next thing we're going to do is play with this bokeh texture. What I want to do is increase the size of this so that the edges overlap the edges of our canvas. Then what I'm actually going to do is drop this into a layer mask and kind of erase parts of it. So with our brush, I'm going to make it super big, make sure the hardness is at 0, and then just with the black brush, so press X or these, make sure your brush is on black, right there, with our selection over there. You can brush on like so. And if you got too much, if you erase too much, I can switch to white, select on, X, brush off, that kind of thing. So getting kind of a texture like that. And I want to duplicate this layer, so I'm just going to drag it down and actually rotate it. So there's different ways you can rotate. Woo! Let's undo that. There's different ways you can rotate. Let's zoom out. One way is just with your move tool and then hovering over the edge. We saw this. You can actually rotate, and I'm holding the shift key to lock it to the sort of every 15 degrees. Another way to do sort of a rotation or to flip it is to go up to Edit, Transform, and you can either do rotation, or if you scroll down, it's hard for you to, I know you can't see it on here, but down below there's an option for flip vertical. And what it does is it flips completely vertical. It mirrors the image. So what you would actually have to do then is go transform, flip horizontal as well. But either way, you can kind of get the same result. But I just wanted to show you under the Edit Transform tools, you can get these options here as well. So I'm just going to rotate 90 degrees up here, and I'm going to put this one behind his head. So he's kind of floating in space in between these different bokeh layers. I'm also going to erase a little bit more of this one on top, just so it's not a complete sort of match of what's on the bottom. Now pressing Command 0 to full match this to the screen size, I think the bokeh texture is a little bit too opaque. I'm going to drop the opacity to 75 for both of these. I think that's pretty good. Now, I also think we need to add a couple just abstract ellipses. So if we take our ellipse tool down here, if you don't see it, it probably looks like a rectangle tool. Just click and hover over this and go down to ellipse. And before we do anything, it might be best to choose our settings. You can also change these after. But first off, I'm going to turn off my stroke. So again, I know we haven't dived into the shape layers, but you have a fill, which is the inside of a shape, and the stroke, which is the edge. By clicking on the color block next to that text, you can actually choose colors, or you can turn it basically off. And that's what this white box with the slash through it is. So that's just not going to appear. And then for our fill, what I want to do is select some colors from our image to make these ellipses. So to do that, we can open up our color picker. So click this color picker right here. And now if we can either choose a color over here in our color picker by dragging around this box. We can drag up this slider to get to a completely different hue or color. Or to pick a color from our frame or from our canvas, we have this eyedropper that we can just click on the frame and it selects those colors. So I want one ellipse to be this sort of light bluish purple. And so if I click OK, turn off that box, and now if we just click and drag, it's going to create an ellipse. Okay? So it created that ellipse. It's a perfect circle because I was holding the shift button down. If you don't hold the shift button, it's going to create more of like an oval. So we can move this around. We can copy and paste it. Whoops. This is a case where I might want to lock this top bokeh texture as well as the floating man, so I can select the layers behind it more easily. We can resize it, And to change the color of a shape, you can either go back to the shape tool and go up to this fill color up here, or you can double click this box next to the ellipse, and that's going to open up our color picker. And with our eyedropper, we can make a selection, and say you like this, but you want it to be a little bit different, you can go back in our color picker window and adjust the color here. But clicking a color on in your image is a good place to start. And this is just a good graphic design practice and color theory practice to be using colors from your images. It just creates a nice, more cohesive graphic if you're doing that, rather than kind of coming up with completely new colors to use from scratch. So what I'm doing with these ellipses is basically creating like a fake bokeh effect. Now I'm going to make this sort of yellow. Now let's drag this down to yellow so it is more of that yellow, and that's looking pretty good. Now our dude right here, he's not exactly centered, so let's unlock him. And the reason why I can't just center him to our canvas with these align tools is because the whole selection of this photo is going to be centered, not our guy right here. So what we can do, though, I haven't dived into this, but this is a good trick, is use what are called rulers. So if we go up to view and turn on rulers, well, you'll see our rulers on the top and left of our graphic. And these are pixels. So it goes from 0 to 2000, and that's how big our project is. And it's a square, so it's 2000 tall, 2000 wide. Now, if you click in this ruler and then drag to the right, you have these bars that pop up, and you can kind of drag them to wherever you want to use as a guide. These aren't actually showing up in your image, they're just guides. And so you'll notice that if you do that, and you can move them around, and if you want to get rid of one, just drag it to the edge, it kind of locks it to the center of the frame, which for us is 1000 pixels. And you'll see that if you're doing this yourself, you'll kind of you won't feel it, but you'll see that when you get to close to 1000, it kind of locks in frame. And that's good because it helps you adjust exactly where the center of the frame is. So now we can make sure that our subject right here is right in the center. We're putting his nose right on that line in the center using our keyboard up and down arrows, which help you nudge layers left or right or up or down. So if you have a layer selected and press the right key or left key, it moves it up or down, left, right. And you can also hold the shift key while pressing the left, right, up or down key to move it at a greater sort of distance. So just one nudge down versus shift nudge, which moves it even more. So now we know that our dude right here, our floating man, is centered in our frame. And we can go back to view, we can turn off our rulers, or we could also turn off our guides, which are those rulers that we created. So we're going to clear guides. Now this is looking pretty good, but it's not what this looks like. You can see that I have a little bit more contrast. The colors, the exposure of this image is a little bit different than here, which is a little bit dull. And you can probably see here in the final project, I have this curves layer. So let's go ahead and at the very top, which we can do by selecting the top layer and then choosing this new adjustment layer button, and then curves. Curves is a way of adjusting the exposure. Now, if you're a photographer, you've probably seen this RGB curve before, but basically it is this graph, and on the right hand side are the highlights or the bright parts of your image, on the left hand side are the darks, and you have this line that you can create points in and move up or down to adjust that exposure. So say I just put a point in the middle and drag up, it's going to make the exposure of everything brighter. See there? So only the darkest parts of the image are still visible because everything else is becoming completely overexposed. To create contrast, you create what's called a contrast curve. So what we do is we increase the brights and we decrease the darks just a little bit. You can kind of see how this starts to create sort of an S-shaped look. So that adds contrast to our image. Another thing you'll see though in our project too is that our guy actually has like a similar color to the background. And that's just a filter that I've added to this guy. Now there's different ways to do this, and in the next sections we're going to be looking deeper into editing images. One way is by adding a layer adjustment like this. Another is by just editing this specific layer itself, kind of burning in an edit. And we can do that by going up to Image, Adjustments, and you have all of these adjustments, but the one that I want to use is called Photo Filter. And the reason I want to do that is because we can click a specific color. So say we click this pink right here in the frame, and let's make it even more pink purple, and we can increase this density so that it's actually adding that filter, that color, as sort of like a filter to our guy. Now I'm going to just go a little bit stronger in color and pink, and that looks pretty good. But there's a ton of preset filters here. You have sort of different warming, cooling filters, and then specific colors as well. Now if I click OK, what happens, whoops, let's go back to our pink, something like that. Drop our density, something like that. That adds this as a smart filter to this specific layer, okay? So this is also an update in Photoshop. What this used to do was actually burn in this edit to this photo, and you couldn't undo it really, but now you can actually undo these layers because they are smart layers, which is pretty cool. So now we have a more cohesive image with our guy, with the colors, super abstract as I mentioned, but I think pretty darn cool. And to know that you could create this early on in this course, I think is pretty darn awesome. So I think big congrats to you, props for coming this far. To know that you could do this early on in this course, I think is pretty darn awesome. As I've mentioned, we're going to dive deeper into a lot of these other things that I've done, like shapes and these filters. But that being said, I think you should be proud of yourself where you've gotten so far, and the skill set that you're building is increasingly becoming bigger, and you're going to be able to do more and more stuff in Photoshop throughout this course. So I would love to see your projects, see how they turned out. As always, you can post them on social media, tag me in them at Phil Ebener or at Video School Online. You can find links to all my social profiles on my website, videoschoolonline.com. All right, see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this new section of the Photoshop course. In this one, we're going to be looking at editing photos. So this is something that I haven't really touched upon that much, but it's a major reason why someone would actually use Photoshop to actually edit photos and not just for graphic design purposes, which is kind of what we've been looking at up until now. I will say that in later on in the course, there are going to be more in-depth sections on editing photos, such as editing raw photos, photo retouching, which is more like beauty kind of editing. But I wanted to add this section here now in the course because I think it's important for you to start to understand the workflow and the different options for editing a photo, because there are so many different options. Like I've said before, there's 1,000 ways to do the same thing in Photoshop, and here are the ways that I suggest you do it. Now, to follow along, I suggest going to Project 3 and opening up this San Dimas Towers photo. Now, I would start out with the JPEG image. We're going to look at this .raf file in just a minute in another lesson, and that is a raw camera file. And the way you edit those photos in Photoshop or can edit those photos in Photoshop is a little different. So just right click and open up this photo in Photoshop. Now this is a photo I shot. It was actually a recent photo at the time of recording this. I live in sunny Southern California, but once a year or so we get this nice snow on the mountains behind us. And in San Dimas, where I live, we have these water towers, and this was kind of a bucket list shot that I've been wanting to get for a long time of these water towers with the snowy background. So first things first, in this video, I just want to show you the different options for editing a photo. One is with adjustment layers. So if you click on this little half circle icon, you have all of these different adjustments. And we kind of saw these before, but you have basic ones like your exposure or curves or levels, which all basically do the same thing in terms of adjusting the exposure or the brightness or the darkness of your photo. What this does is it adds this layer on top of your photo layer, and it actually becomes just an adjustment, and it applies to anything underneath this layer at this time anyways. So if we have another photo between this adjustment and this background layer, it's also going to affect that layer. So you can like layer these adjustments on top of each other. You know, you want to bring up the saturation of an image, you can do that, and you can see that you can turn them on and off. And this is a non-destructive way of editing. In Photoshop, there used to be ways to actually burn in these edits to your photo and not be able to kind of undo them. And I would always suggest doing some sort of non-destructive editing where you can undo an edit without having to undo a bunch of steps that you've already done. So that's non-destructive editing. There are ways to edit your image in Photoshop that are destructive in the sense that it's actually burned in. And I don't really suggest using these unless it's like a quick edit for a project that you know you're never going to have to change. But those are under this image menu. So if you go up to the image menu and then under adjustment, change, and then you choose, it's the same sort of effects, say exposure, we decrease the exposure, click OK. That is burned into that image because now say we go into that and we want to add some saturation, we increase the saturation. But then we say, oh, it's a little bit dark, so let's brighten it back up. Let's go back to our adjustments, exposure, bring up the exposure. What's actually happening is it's like adding multiple effects, multiple layers on top of each other, and you can't undo it. And if you did that back and forth a bunch of times, it would start to look super distorted. Now, this might look different. I'm just undoing all that. If I right-click this and say Convert to Smart Object. A smart object is a Photoshop layer that has and includes additional data in it that allows you to do like non-destructive editing. So if this layer is a smart object, I can go up to my image, adjustments, exposure, increase my exposure, select OK, and that becomes a smart filter that we can turn on or off. And we can add another adjustment. Say we have our saturation, and we can increase our saturation, and this photo looks terrible. But you can always get back to these different filters down here and adjust them just by double clicking them, and it'll bring that filter settings up. You can turn them on or off. And that's a better way of editing a photo. So I would suggest either doing the adjustment layer route or converting your photo to a smart object before editing your photo so you're not doing destructive editing. So those are a couple of different workflows for editing photos. I'll leave it up to you to decide which one you want to do. I find myself using the adjustment layers is better in the long run a lot of times, but if you want to kind of keep your layer panel a little bit more organized, using the smart filters is also a great option. So in the next lessons, we're going to be going over sort of these specific layers that I think are most important to understand so you know how to fix a photo and make it look even better. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you then. In this lesson, I just want to show you how to adjust the exposure of your photo and the adjustment option that I would recommend first. So as I mentioned, I like using these adjustment layers. You have a few different options up here for exposure. All these four in this sort of category are for exposure. Down below, you have more color options. And then down below, those are just more sort of some creative options. Brightness and contrast and exposure are two that I would really kind of stay away with. They're pretty basic and they don't leave you much room for editing specific parts of your image. I much would rather use levels or curves. I like using levels a lot because I find it just a little bit more natural as a photographer to use this. When you have the levels property panel open, you see what's called a histogram. A histogram is a visual representation of the dark parts and the bright parts of your image. On the left-hand side, you have your darks. On the right-hand side, you have your brights. So you can see that there's a lot in this photo that are in this dark part of the histogram. And there's these peaks over here on the right-hand side. You can click auto and it will automatically try to balance out your image, but when I did it for this photo, it doesn't really look that great. You can also take these little points at the bottom of this histogram and move them right to left. So moving this left one to the right will make the darks darker actually, because it's in essence moving all of the histogram, the darks on this histogram more to the left, because this is kind of the edge. You can imagine it as the edge of your histogram that we're moving to the right. And same with this right point. This is your white point, and so if we move this to the left, it's going to make everything brighter. This middle one is really where a lot of magic can happen, and the combination of these, dragging it to the left will make things brighter, dragging to the right will make things darker. So depending on where you want to go, I'm going to actually drag this to the left so that the darks get a little bit brighter. But then I'm also going to drag this left one to the right to bring back some of that contrast. And it's all kind of a balance. So I'm taking the mids again, moving a little bit to the right again, which brings back down some of the highlights as well. And you can actually layer these on top of each other too. For example, say we liked what the levels did here, we can then add a curves adjustment. So curves is another one that I like, and we've seen this before. It's this graph where you click on a point and you can actually bring down or up the exposure of a specific part of your image. For example, if I just want to bring down some of the highlights, I can make a point right here on this line and then bring down my highlights just a little bit, just like so, and everything else stays basically how it was, but then we're bringing down our highlights so we get a little bit more information back in the parts of the image in the background that are a little bit blown out, right? Blown out meaning a little overexposed. So those are the tools that I would recommend, or the set effects that I would recommend for adjusting exposure. We'll dive into another tool called Dodge and Burn later on that allows you to adjust just specific parts of your image. But for now, I would just stick to these tools for that kind of stuff. See you in the next lesson. How do you make a photo more vibrant? Typically with color adjustments. So there are color adjustments like saturation and vibrance that can do this. Vibrance is going to intelligently sort of increase the saturation of an image. So saturation is like how colorful colors are. And when you add this vibrance adjustment layer, you actually have sliders for vibrance and saturation. So if we bring up the vibrance, you can see that it makes things more saturated, but it's doing so more for the greens and the blues of an image. Whereas, let's set this back to 0, and if we bring up saturation, It's bringing up all of the colors, saturation for all of the colors. Now, for a landscape photo like this, bringing up saturation is a good option because we might want to bring up all of the colors, or maybe black and white's cool too. But when you start to edit portraits or pictures of people, if you bring up the saturation too much, it starts to look a little unnatural because you're bringing out a lot of like the orange and yellow and reds in people's skin tones. And that's where you would much rather use the vibrant slider because it will bring up all of the other colors and not so much the reds and yellows and oranges. So skin tones will stay more natural. So I definitely recommend using the vibrance adjustment instead of saturation. That being said, there is a hue saturation adjustment which has saturation, but it has a couple other sliders as well. One is this hue, which actually changes the colors of the hue of a color. So the hue of a color is what you actually perceive the color to look like, and so adjusting the slider can give your photo kind of a style if you want. You also have this lightness, which is kind of a quick adjustment for exposure. It's not one I would recommend, but one maybe more for a stylistic approach rather than actually affecting the exposure. If you want it to look a little bit faded, you can use this lightness slider. So this hue saturation adjustment is better for giving more of a style to your photo. We saw the photo filter before. That's just a quick way to give your photo sort of a filter. A couple of these warming filters are nice for giving it more of like a sepia tone if that's for what you're going for. And the last one I want to show you is this color balance slider or adjustment layer. This is where you can really get funky with colors. You can do it specifically for shadows, midtones, or highlights. So say we want to just play with the highlights, which are going to be mostly the mountains in the background. We can adjust the cyan to red slider, the magenta to green slider, and the yellow to blue slider. So say we want this to be a little bit more blue, magenta. You can really come up with more of a stylistic look using this color balance adjustment. So obviously this doesn't look natural, but it's just another way of making your photos pop and getting creative with your colors. The one that I would stick to though for really quickly making your photos pop is the vibrance adjustment. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this video, I want to show you how you crop an image. We've been talking a lot about how to change what your photo looks like, but what about a basic edit like cropping? Well, the first thing you can do is if you like the aspect of this photo and you just want to kind of zoom in, what you can do is just unlock your background layer, your photo, and of course you can just zoom in this way and move your photo around. But if you don't want to do that and you want to actually change the crop and make it more panoramic or something like that, make it square, you have a crop tool. See on your keyboard or clicking this tool, it brings up your crop edges to this photo. We can then go and adjust this. So we're going to make this super skinny, something like this, more of like a panoramic. Make sure, at least for me, I like having this delete crop pixels off, unchecked, because if you have this on, it's sort of a destructive edit in the sense that you can't undo the crop once you've made that. So I like having that off because now if I press return on my keyboard to lock this crop, but then I say, oh, wait just a second, I need to kind of pan down or make this a little wider, I can still do this. If I have my delete cropped pixels on and say I do this, and then I go back and I want to crop out again, whoopsies, that photo isn't there anymore. Okay, so I think it's a good idea to definitely have this unchecked, okay? Now, say you have a specific aspect ratio you're going for, you can click this drop down menu. Say we have a square, we're making this for Instagram or whatever. It now has a square aspect ratio that you're working with for this photo, okay? So say we have a square like this, we're gonna frame up our water towers in sort of that lower third on that intersection, and again, press return on our keyboard, and that locks it in place. I wanna actually zoom this in a little bit, so I'm just going to actually press V on my keyboard, which selects this layer and zooms in. Now I undid that really quickly to show you the straighten option. So say you have your crop tool on and you want to straighten a horizon, for example. You can click this straighten tool. It's like a level. And then what you literally do is click and drag across whatever line or horizon you want to be perfectly level. And then when it does that, it actually will rotate this image so that that's perfectly level. Now, that was such a minor adjustment. Let me just show you something crazy. Say we want this hill to be level. See how it rotates our image for us? That's what that straighten tool does. There are a couple other options up here that you can see. Here's like the grid that you can change what it looks like. You can use things like the golden ratio or the golden spiral, which are photography terms and things to kind of help enhance the composition of your photo. I typically leave it on this rule of thirds overlay. And that's how you crop your photos or just adjust the aspect ratio of your photo. In this lesson, I want to show you the dodge and burn tools. These are tools that allow you to adjust the exposure of specific parts of your image using a brush. So let me just take off all of these adjustments that I've made so far. And the dodge and burn tools are right here. The problem with the dodge and burn tool is that it's a destructive edit. So dodging is going to make your photo brighter, burning is going to make it darker. So say I take my dodge tool and you have settings up here like the brush size, the range, which is where this is going to actually affect your photo. If you want it just to affect the shadows, just the midtones, or just the highlights. And then the exposure is sort of how powerful the adjustment is. So what's going to look pretty dramatic is if we use the dodge tool to increase the exposure of some of the darker parts of our image, the shadows down here in our trees. Okay, so you can see that I did that once, and with the exposure set to 100%, it makes it pretty bright. Say you want to maybe do this a little bit more carefully, I might decrease the exposure down. And now, as you do this, you can kind of paint over it multiple times. Now, the problem with this is as you do this, it's actually burned into this layer, and you can't really undo it. You can't change a dodge that you made 5 steps before without undoing all of the other steps that you took. So what I like to do is before we even start doing any dodging and burning is create a new layer or new version of this photo and call it dodge burn. Some people go as far as doing one layer, creating a copy and dodging, and then creating another, and then burning, and then creating another for every step that you take. But for me, I'm just going to leave this one layer as dodge burn, and I'll show you kind of quickly what I might do to this photo. So as I was doing, I probably would bring up the exposure of these shadows just a little bit in the trees, something like that. I would definitely burn the highlights up here in the mountain. So I'm going to first do the highlights. I'm going to make my brush pretty big. See what that does. Actually, I don't want to do the highlights. That kind of makes it look a little bit like faded. But I'm going to do the midtones. Brush over there. And then also the shadows. One big brush. And then I'm going to go down a little bit smaller and then just enhance some of these shadows that are already on the mountain. So see where the sunlight is? I'm actually playing with the shadows and burning the shadows even more. And what I'll actually then do is take our dodge tool and enhance, brighten up the highlights. But instead of the shadows, I'm going to do the midtones. See how that starts to build up that contrast there? I'm going to burn the shadows of this water tower right here. That was a little too much. I'm going to bring down my exposure quite a bit. Something like that. And that's starting to look pretty good. You can create sort of a custom vignette this way. So if we want to make a really big sort of sweep around here, and that's starting to look pretty good. We're drawing the viewer's eyes to our water towers and this mountain behind us. So turning this on and off, you can see the before and after, what you can start to do with the dodge and burn tool just to affect a specific area of your photo. But remember, make sure you're doing this on a copy of your photo because it is burned in literally. It can't really be undone. We'll be using this tool a little bit more in the retouching section of the course as well for more practical applications. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this new lesson. It's a quick note about editing raw images in photo. First off, what is a raw image? In your project folders, you'll see under the photos next to the San Dimas Towers JPEG image, a .raf image. This is a raw file coming from my Fujifilm camera. You'll notice that it's a lot larger, 50 megabytes compared to 13.8. 13.8 is still a pretty high quality JPEG, and you can do a lot with a higher quality JPEG for most instances. But there are a lot of times when a raw image is going to give you more information, more room to play with in terms of editing your photo. You can edit specific parts such as just the highlights, just the shadows, bring back a lot of missed photos where it's too dark or too bright. You can fix that a lot easier when you have the full raw image. So when you are shooting photos, that's if you don't know anything about photography, that's just one thing to note. With most cameras, you can shoot in RAW mode, which is going to give you the full uncompressed image that it's all the information that your camera's sensor is capturing, compared to a JPEG image, which your camera is actually compressing. And whenever you compress something, you're losing data, you're losing information. So what happens when we try to open this in Photoshop? You'll notice that a brand new window opens up with it, called Camera Raw. You should have Camera Raw installed if you installed Photoshop from Adobe. If not, if you should be able to install for free through Adobe Creative Cloud, your desktop app. It's kind of a sidecar application that I would say is definitely necessary for Photoshop because you'll want to be able to use this. You'll notice that there are a ton of options. This is super intimidating for someone who looks at this for the first time. You've got a toolbar at the top. Over here you have panels with a bunch of tabs. You could basically do anything you want to edit this photo. It's very similar to the options you have in Adobe Lightroom if you've used that. And in this video, I'm not going to go through all of these different options. I have a full section later on that goes through all of these options for editing photos in Camera Raw. But for now, I just kind of wanted to show you what happens when you edit a raw photo and a proper workflow for doing so. But really quickly, I just want to show you these cool options. Now we have not only an overall exposure slider, which you can just adjust by clicking and dragging. To undo that, you can just double click the slider and it resets. But we also have these individual sliders for editing parts of your image. So just the highlights, just the shadows, just the whites, which are the brightest parts of your image, or just the blacks, which are the darkest. So instead of using the dodge and burn brushes to try to fix the exposure of highlights or shadows, this is probably a better way to do it, a more cleaner way to do it. And then you could use the dodge and burn brushes to add detail and contrast to specific areas, but I would definitely recommend using these overall sliders to fix your overall exposure first. And you'll see if you compare, I know it's hard to see on video, but comparing the sliders here for the raw image versus a JPEG image, you have a ton more room to play with. You have a ton more detail. If I bring up the shadows all the way, there's a lot more detail in the trees that you can see with this raw image compared to the JPEG image. You can really have something that's like almost completely black and bring back that exposure. So what's the workflow though? Once you have made all of your edits in here, you have two options or a couple options. One is to click Open Image. That's going to open up this image as a new layer in a new project. And that's great if you're completely done with editing this raw photo, but that is a destructible way of editing your photo, meaning that we can't come back to Camera Raw and make any adjustments. Say later down the road, you're like, oh wait, the contrast or the exposure is a little off. You won't be able to get back here unless when opening your image, you hold the Shift button down and choose Open Object, which makes this a smart object, which if you remember, smart objects hold more information. It's a better way to edit layers and photos because now we can, in our layer panel, double click the photo itself, not the title, but the photo right here, and it's going to open up Camera Raw again. It saves all of the adjustments we've made, and we can continue editing or tweaking them. So that's the proper workflow I would use for editing your photos in your raw photos in Photoshop. Again, a later section in this course, it goes deeper into actually editing photos with Camera Raw, but I included that later on because not everyone is going to be interested in that section. If you are though, feel free to jump to that. Learn how to do that and then come back to where you left off in the course. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this lesson and we'll see you in the next one. Cheers. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you the sky replacement feature in Photoshop. This was added in late 2020, so anyone that has that version or newer will have this. I'm going to include this sky replacement JPEG image for you to use if you want. All you have to do with this layer selected is go up to Edit, Sky Replacement, and it's going to go ahead and pick one of a number of skies that it has to replace your sky with. There's lots of options to make this look good or better or as good as it can get. But first, let's go through top to bottom. At the beginning, you have this sky option where you can actually pick and choose the sky that you want to use. So something like this might be a little bit better than what it automatically picked, which was sort of a sunset photo. This looks a little bit more natural, but also a little bit more dynamic than what I had previously. So if I turn off the preview, you can see the clouds there. Actually, not bad, but this one a little bit more dynamic. The next is Shift Edge. So it automatically finds the edge of your horizon, and shifting this down will actually sort of fade it in a little bit more so your horizon appears more or less. So going all the way up creates a more harsh line. And then this fade edge is sort of like a feathering effect. So if you decrease that, it becomes more of a harsh line. So you can play around with that, see what works good for your photo. Next, you can adjust the sky and the foreground. The sky adjustments are things like brightness. So this photo, you're just trying to match what your actual photo is. And so this photo I took is very bright. So I would say the sky replacement should be a little bit brighter. You can adjust the temperature. So that one might be a little bit warmer than I want. Maybe you like the warmth of it actually. Actually, that looks pretty good. It also sort of applies to your foreground as well. So if you're adding warmth, it has this overlay that is automatically adding warmth too. But you still have to balance it out and try to match what the temperature actually is. And then scale, you could scale it up. And while I do that, I can also move it around. So see how I can just click and move it around. Okay. You can flip it. And then the foreground adjustments, it's already set to multiply, which sort of layers on this adjustment. You can change this to see what your liking is. But I think multiply will work for most people that are using a bright image. And it just depends on what your subject is or the foreground is. The lighting adjustment, similar. You can make it brighter, darker. Color adjustment, same thing. A little cooler, a little warmer, a little green versus magenta. The last thing I want to mention, these are just some other tools that you have. Just the zoom tool to literally just zoom in with the Option key or Alt. If you're on a PC, you could zoom out. The hand tool just moves around your canvas. And then this brush tool. This sky brush tool extends or reduces the sky area. So if I press plus, actually, let's undo that. You see up here in mode, it's on overlay. If I go to normal, you'll really see what's happening. If I just press the plus button, it's painting on the sky background image, just completely painting it on. If I hold the Option key to subtract, it's erasing it. You can drop the opacity of the brush if you want to brush it on a little bit more gently, like layering it. Or you can keep it on the overlay option that it was on originally. Now you'll want to use this if there's things in your foreground that the sky or that Photoshop didn't detect, and say it covered up my subject here with the sky, you can go in and brush that on or off. The last thing I want to show you is you can upload your own photos. So if you go open your sky menu, click the plus button, and then if you have another image, say this one of the sky that I took, we can choose that, and you can see what that looks like here. Okay, so that one doesn't look as good. The sky, the overcast sky, I think clashes with the shadow of this photo. So for me, I'm trying to match the sky replacement, make it look natural. And once you're done, you just click OK, and it adds all of these adjustments that we've just made plus the image to this sky replacement group. You can turn it on or off to see what it looks like. You can go in and see every single individual adjustment. And it's all grouped in there, easy to access. Pretty cool, huh? Sky replacement in Photoshop. I would say this is definitely something to use for more artistic work and something to consider to make your photos look more dynamic. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Welcome to this new section of the Photoshop course. This section is about creating shapes. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into the shape tools that we've seen before, and we're also going to learn about creating custom shapes with the pen tool and the curvature tool, and a lot of cool stuff coming up in this section. So just a brief overview of how to create a shape in Photoshop. You probably saw this in a previous lesson, but you have your shape tool down here. So if you click and hover over it, you have a rectangle, rounded rectangle, which is a rectangle with rounded corners, an ellipse, a polygon, and a line tool, and then also this custom shape tool. Let's go ahead and take the rounded rectangle tool for fun. And we've got our color up here of the fill, which is the inside. Our stroke is turned off. Let's actually go ahead and turn on our stroke. And you can see, as we saw before, we have different views for our colors. So you have previously used up here, recent colors, and also you can click in this color picker box to open up the color picker window, and you can pick a specific color. So say we want a black stroke, we can check that. Also notice there are a couple other options for the type of color at the top. We saw this white with a red slash through it. That means it's no color, meaning that it's going to be transparent or not there. And you can choose that for the fill or the stroke. This next one is a solid color. So that's if you want to color it. This next one is a gradient. So we'll look into that in just a minute. And then this last one is a pattern. There are some pre-built patterns that you can use here, but you can also download or create them yourself. So let's just choose our solid color, our black. These settings for the width and height, so if you have a specific width and height in mind, say 100 pixels by 50 pixels, then you can actually create a shape that's exactly that shape. So if you just go down into your canvas and then click OK, it's going to create that shape for you. Of course, you can also just go ahead and, all right, so let me undo that. And you can also create a shape just by clicking and dragging to any sort of custom size or width that you want. You'll see the aspect up here in width and height as well. The next buttons are more options. So this next one is what will happen when you create a new shape. So will there be a new layer? Will it combine with the previous shape that you've created? You can subtract, intersect, exclude. So let me show you those really quick. So if we create a new shape, just like so, you can see that it created this new layer. If we have it on combine shapes, you can see that it actually combines these shapes and the stroke goes around the edge. So you can create some custom shapes that way. So say we go to subtract, and if you have a shape layer selected, it's going to automatically actually subtract from that layer. Let's undo that. And say we want to subtract from the inside, you can just click from the inside of a shape and it will subtract from there. We can also show you intersect. So if we have two shapes that are intersecting, it will create a shape within the intersection of the lines or the shapes that you are creating. So you can create something pretty interesting there. Or exclude, which is kind of the opposite of the intersection. So play around with these. You can see that you can create some super custom shapes that way. There's a couple more advanced options I'm going to skip right now. Radius, though, is important, especially if you're using the rounded rectangle tool. This is going to adjust the radius or the curve of your edges. So a higher radius in pixels will have a more curved edge. As you can see, if I zoom in here, you can see that this top shape has a more curved edge with that 50 pixels radius, whereas the bottom one has the I believe it was a 10 pixel radius. All of these things can be changed once you create a shape by going back to the shape tool, and you can adjust them. So say we want a thicker stroke, we can do that. You have to have the shape selected in your layer panel to do that. If you want to change the shape style to dashes, for example, you can do that. If you want dashes, but you want more dashes, note that you need to decrease the number or the size. You can also adjust with more options how it looks. So say you want a larger gap between the dashes or a smaller gap. You can create a dash width. You can create sort of a multiple style gap. So let's actually create a higher gap. So now let's do a dash, a 2 dash, then a 1 dash, a 2 dash, then a 1 dash. So you can kind of really go crazy with how custom this is. And then also these options above, align caps and corners. This will make more sense if you're drawing just a line in terms of the caps, but for a line, right now it's on the inside edge of the shape. You can see here, if we zoom in, see how these dots are on the inside of the shape? If we go back to our stroke setting, which you can get to right here, you can put it on the line itself or outside the line. So again, if you want to create some sort of, like this would be a cool little marquee sign if we change the stroke color to something like a yellowish. And then we have the inside of the stroke or the shape be maybe like a white. And then we can type in some text. Let's add a dark background to this. So let's just add a black background. And there you have our marquee sign in the works. We'd have to add some text and stuff. But see, you can get pretty creative with these shapes. Now let's go over the different shape fill options really quickly, but let's choose a different type of shape. So we've seen the rectangle and ellipse tool. I want to show you the polygon tool, which is a cool way to create a perfectly symmetrical polygon with however many sides you want. So you have all the same sort of options up here at the top that we saw before, but we also have this sides option. So if you want a polygon with 3 sides, what's that? That's a triangle. So if you create that shape right there, you have a 3-sided polygon. Say we want a hexagon, we can create that just like so. And so that's a cool way to quickly create a custom shape or whatever shape you want with equal sides. Let's look at the fill options for these shapes really quick. So let's go to this triangle right here. And in the fill options, you saw that we have a gradient option. So by clicking that, let me move this over to the side so you can see it. You see that we now have this gradient going from dark to light, so black to white from the bottom to the top of this shape. To change the color of the gradient, double click this little box at the bottom left of the gradient and then choose a different color. So now we have red. And then to change the top one, you can double click that white little box, or it was white for me, and change it to something else. You can even create a new color point wherever you want in this line, and this will actually make a 3-color gradient, right? So it goes from red to blue to purple. You also have some presets up here that you can choose. Underneath these folders, you have even more presets. I mean, gradients are actually kind of popular now. It's funny, up until the past year or so, I would say gradients were seen as something of the past, something from like the 90s. But now a lot of people are using gradients in their graphic design. Now, note there's these other boxes at the top of this gradient bar. If you double click these, you'll see, or just click them, you'll see that it's the opacity, 100%. And so if we set this to 0, for example, what happens? It makes it white. And so kind of like we've seen in our layer masks, the white is when this is set to white, actually, it's set to 0% opacity. And when it's set to black, or 100%, it's 100% opacity. I accidentally created another point, and to get rid of a point, just drag it off to the side. So you can actually change the opacity. Now, when would that actually come in handy? So say we have some sort of social media graphic. I'm going to delete these shapes. We're going to take our rectangle tool, create a rectangle at the bottom of our canvas. We're going to change the fill to a gradient. And for the top part of the gradient, we want this to actually be opaque. Or transparent rather. So we're going to change the opacity to 0. So now we see that this actually fades, and let's turn off the, first let's turn off the stroke for this layer. We don't want a stroke. And now you can see that without the background on, we have this transparent gradient from the bottom to the top. So say we had some text. We're going to look at text in the next section, but say we have some text here for our name, for example, and you're putting this over a video card or something like that. You're creating some sort of video graphic. It might be nice to have some sort of gradient transparency at the bottom that fades into the video, so the top is completely transparent, but the bottom has a little bit of opaqueness so you can see the title card better. So that is a more practical demonstration of why you would use that sort of transparent gradient. Really quickly, just if we go back to our fill colors and let's set this back to 100, you could change the direction of the gradient. by changing this, turning this dial right here. Think of it as 360 degrees, and it's the angle. So if you want something diagonal, you can change it. You could also change it from a linear gradient that goes from one side to the other to a radial, which goes from the inside to the out. Angle, which kind of is like a clock. It goes from, it's like a circle, and it goes from one point all around the clock all the way to the other. Reflected, diamond, they just do different styles. Now, also say you have, let's go to this radial one. But say that this circle is too small, you want it to be bigger, you can adjust the scale. So see how we have the scale drop down right here. You can increase or decrease the scale, and you could do this for any of these. So for linear or radial, and this can help you blend the gradient, make it a little bit smoother. Depending on the color choices, I would say like a harsh gradient, something like this doesn't look that good, but maybe if you have the scale up a little bit, it'll look even better. So that's the option for that. Let me just show you really quick. If we select our pattern, this is pretty cool. You can create patterns or add patterns. If there's patterns that you often use, you can actually import patterns by clicking this gear icon right here, clicking import patterns, and then finding a pattern from, or really just like an image file from your computer, and it will actually save it and create a pattern for you that you can use. And this is great if you're constantly using a similar kind of style or pattern for your graphic designs. All right, so this is a lot with shapes, but we're going to dive a little bit deeper into creating more custom shapes in the next lesson. And then, of course, at the end of this section, you'll have a fun project to create a social media graphic using shapes. All right, see you in the next lesson. Circles and rectangles and triangles are cool, but what if you want to create a more custom shape? Well, luckily, we have a bunch of tools that give us that option. So if you go to this tool, it might look like this convert point tool for you, but if you click on it, you have a few different options. You have a pen tool, a freeform pen tool, and a curvature tool, and plus a couple other ones that will help us with these tools. Let me just quickly show you what you can do with these. So we're going to turn our fill to blue. Our stroke is still black. Now with the pen tool, what you can do is click, 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 and now we have created a closed shape. And that's typically what you'll want to do with when creating a shape is close it, create a closed shape. So this is a quick custom triangle. Let me delete that. Let me show you what else you can do. By just clicking once, you create a sharp corner. But if you click and drag, it creates a rounded corner. Now we can close that shape. Now, what you can do with the pen tool is if you hover over these points, these anchor points that you've created, if you click on it, it looks, if you see the mouse, it looks like a minus point. If you click on it, it's going to subtract that one. Subtract that one. So that's how you can quickly get rid of them, or you can add more back. Now, say you add these two, but you want to move it around. The easiest way to do that is just to hold the command key down, or control if you're on a PC, and now you can move this around. So it kind of changes your selection tool or your pen tool to a direct selection tool where you can actually move these anchor points around. You can actually select multiple anchor points. So I'm holding the command button down and then holding shift as well to select these 2 points. And then just with the command button down, held down, I can now move these points and move them around. Now you'll notice that if I click on one of these points that is a curve, you see these little handles that are protruding from it. This helps us create or adjust the curve. So you can extend it, you can rotate it. So see, if I extend and rotate, that creates a pretty incredible shape right there. You also have these specific add anchor point or delete anchor point tools if for some reason you just want to have a tool that does those things specifically. You also have this convert anchor point tool, which allows you to click and drag on a sharp edged corner and turn it into a curved anchor point. Cool, huh? And with this tool, you can also do the reverse. So let's go back to our pen tool. So that's the pen tool. So you can imagine creating some cool sort of wave effect or waves like so. And then you'd have to go in here and adjust the angle of these. Whoops. So holding down the Option key actually makes sure your mouse the convert anchor point tool. So if you're on here, you don't have to go change it in this menu. You can just hold the Option key, and that's going to change that into a sharp or a curved edge. So just playing around here really quick, trying to get some cool waves. All right, so you'd see this, you'd have to mess around with this a little bit more to get this to look like actually waves. But anyways, I'm going to show you another tool that's going to make this even easier. So there's our waves, our weird waves. It looks like bunny ears kind of too. The next tool I want to show you is the freeform pen tool. So this allows you to literally just draw, and it will create a shape for you. It will add anchor points wherever it thinks you want anchor points. And so that's a quick way to actually custom draw something. This would probably come out a lot better if you had a stylus and not using a mouse. And then the last tool I want to show you is the curvature pen tool. And this is my favorite custom tool to use, and it comes from Adobe Illustrator. Now what it does is it kind of intelligently creates curves for you depending on where you put your anchor points. So you can actually create some pretty custom shapes, and you can see here that depending on where I put the points, it will actually create a pretty good wave or custom shape for us, and it's just better than what I could do freehand or even with the pen tool. Now, a couple things to note. If you're just clicking once, it's going to automatically create a curve. But if you click twice or double click, that point becomes a sharp edged point, okay? So that way, let's go undo that. And then you could also double click points after the fact to make them sharp or curved. So this way you can actually create a pretty dang good wave. So let's actually start from scratch, and I'll show you. So if we know this point's going to be sharp edge, then we're going to put a point at sort of the apex of the curve, and then this is going to be the tip of the wave, so we double click to make that a sharp edge. Again, we put it sort of at the inside apex. I don't know if that's the actual correct term for it. Again, curve, 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 apex, or not the apex, but the point of the wave, and double click there. And that one's double click, double click, double click. So again, this was super, super quick, but out of the three of them, I would say that that bottom one with the curvature tool was a lot easier to use and was way better at creating waves. You know, we can now delete these top ones because those ones kind of sucked. And we can now duplicate these ones and create sort of a cool graphic with these waves going on. Let's put the biggest one in the background. This one over here. And maybe even if we take the stroke off, that might look kind of cool. If we take the stroke off, let's take all of these, take off our stroke. We could change the color of some of these, just make them subtly different shades of blue so that it separates them. Now we're starting to get kind of a really cool wave graphic. Maybe this goes at the bottom of our frame, and at the top of the frame, you add your text, your graphics, or whatever. But those are a few different options for creating custom shapes. And really, that's the best way to learn, is just to practice. Just click around, literally just take a tool, click around, see what happens, hold the option buttons down, hold the command buttons down, see what's different, and play around with it. Awesome. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this tutorial, I'm going to go over the updates to shape and shape editing in Photoshop CC 2021 or newer versions. So here you can see some cool funky shapes we're going to learn how to make, but a couple of the more basic adjustments or changes you'll notice. If you go to your shape tool, hold down to see your options, we now have a triangle tool. So let me bring that up, and just like any tool, you can click to drag and create it. One thing you'll notice right on our canvas are these sort of apex adjusters. So you can click that little point on on this top one, and it drag it down or up or in or out, and it rounds and smooths those corners or those edges. You can also get to this adjustment over in the right hand side in your properties panel. If you don't see that, just go up to Window, Properties, and you have all of your shape properties here, and that's what this rounded corners adjustment is doing. So really easy, easily rotate, adjust your shapes in this panel now, or right in the canvas rather. All right, so that's one thing. The next thing is, you'll notice that if you are just starting out or just updated, if you go to your custom shape tool, you're not going to have all of your legacy shapes that we have all come to know and love and maybe rarely use. If you are looking for those, just go up to Window, Shapes, open up that, and what you'll want to do is click this little Align hamburger button right there and choose Legacy Shapes and More, and it will populate your shapes option here, and you can go in here and find all of your lovely shapes, and they should appear up here in this shape menu as well. So just something to note. The last thing is, there's this polygon tool that has some pretty neat adjustments now. So say we take this tool, we click and drag, we now have a polygon. Now this polygon looks like a 5-pointed star, and that's because in our properties menu, that's what we have set it to. Yours might look different, and if it does, you can adjust it. So here we have the number of points. So say we want an 8-pointed star, you can change it to that. You can adjust the point, or you could just drag and drop it there if you want. You could increase or decrease the points on the inside to make the sort of arms of the star wider or more narrow. And you can also, if you don't see the smooth star indents, click this dot button, and click the smooth star indents to get pretty cool funky shapes right here in this shapes panel. So there's you can do your fill, your stroke, all of that here as well. But for making custom star shapes, if you don't have those shapes already in your custom shape menu, you do it with the polygon tool. And you can also get to your colors and things up here as well. So that's, if we want to quickly change it to yellow, we can. But yeah, those are just a few of the updates in the CC 2021 version of Photoshop. Some changes to take note of. And if you're watching the Photoshop course, you'll probably realize that these are different. So hopefully you got to this lesson and now it all makes sense. Cool. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to a new project. In this project, I want you to create a social media graphic, something like this. It's something that you could use for like an Instagram live story or something like that, where you're promoting a video that you posted, something like that. So go ahead and open up the project number 4, which is a simple project. It's got the aspect ratio of a device, like a smartphone, and it's got these 2 photos in it. Aside from that, you're going to be creating everything from scratch using shapes and come up with something like this, or you can do something completely different. In the next video, I'm going to be showing you how I created this graphic using shapes and turn these two photos into that. And I'll see you in that next lesson. Good luck. All right, let's go ahead and design our social media graphic. This one shouldn't be too difficult. We're going to drag this rock texture down to the bottom and increase the size. So I'm holding the Option button down so it increases in scale from the center of the image. Next, I'm going to take our man on the bridge photo. I'm going to scale that down like this. Again, it's still in the center of our frame. I might bump it up a little bit in just a minute. Next, I want to create that sort of corner graphic over here that are actually gradients. So let's go ahead and zoom in here. And there's lots of different ways you can do this. The easiest way is just to take a rectangle or a square like so. We're going to play with all of our different colors and everything later, but we're just going to rotate it and scale it until it's going the direction that we want. Something like so. Now let's play with the colors. We're going to turn off our stroke, selecting our stroke, turn that off. And for our fill, we're going to use a gradient. Now we can't really see what we're working on, so let's move it over there. We're going to start with some sort of blue, darker blue like this, and then go to a lighter blue. What I often like to do with our gradients is actually have this color be our starting point for our next gradient color. Now, I haven't really dived into colors that deeply, but this number right here is what you call a hex code, and it's the hex code for this specific color. So if I copy this and then I go to this next gradient point and paste it, it's going to pick that exact color that we chose. You'll also see that all of these numbers here are also filled out, and that's another way you can pick a color. If you know, for example, the specific RGB numbers are right here, RGB, then that's another way you can plug in those numbers and it will pick that color. But the hex code down here is probably the easiest. And then from here, I'm just going to increase, go something lighter like that. Now, in terms of the angle, I actually think that angle is good because it's going from this edge of the shape to this top edge of the shape. The scale, I might increase just a little bit. And I might actually make this top color a little bit brighter, something like that. So that's pretty cool. That's our top corner. Now we want to add another corner to the bottom right. So the easiest way to do that is just hold the Option key and click and drag this to the bottom right. And you can see actually as we drag it, there are these guides that are kind of helping us align it and also space it out so it's the same sort of spacing as this one up here. You kind of can see that it kind of locks it into place at that point so that the corners are exactly the right position. All right, so those are our corners. Next, what we're going to do is create that play button. So if I take my ellipse tool and create a perfect circle, holding down the Shift button, you'll see what happens is that I've actually created a shape using the original shape settings for fill and stroke. To easily copy these settings from another shape to another, from one to another, is what you can literally do is right click the shape you want to copy from, go to Copy Shape Attributes, and then on the shape you want to paste them to, just right click and choose Paste Shape Attributes. And you see now we have this play button that has the gradient. And I think this looks good in terms of graphic design, doing something like this where you're matching the style. You might want to just switch it up and maybe rotate this 100 degrees or 90 degrees or 180 degrees, just so that it's a little bit different. And for the play button, I'm going to drop the opacity to like 75 just to make it a little bit more interesting. And I think for this one, I actually am going to add a stroke, just like a white stroke, super thin. something like so. And instead of my overall opacity at 75, I'm going to change the fill opacity to that. And our stroke is still going to be 100% opacity. And there we have it. That stands out a little bit more than what I had created before. Now let's create the rectangle for our play buttons. So to do that, we're going to use the polygon tool. We're going to change the sides to 3. We're just going to go ahead and turn off our stroke. The fill is going to be white, and I'm just going to create a triangle. Now, to get it to be perfectly aligned so that the left side is perpendicular, I'm holding the shift button down. And now what I'm going to do is use our line options to align the polygon to triangle to our ellipse. Selecting both of those with my move tool, I can horizontally and vertically align them. Now I realize I'm doing that to the canvas, so let's do to the selection. And let's do that same thing, which it actually looks the same because it's already, if it's aligning to the canvas center, then it's going to align to each other center. But this doesn't look just right, actually, because I realize that the center of our triangle is not exactly where we want it to be centered on the circle. So I'm going to scale this down, and just using my keyboard left and right arrows, I'm just going to move it over to the right just a little bit. And here's another option or example of where I'm going to link these layers, and that becomes our play button. Now I do want to align this to our canvas center vertically, or horizontally rather. So I'm going to do that. And let's just zoom out so we see our entire project. I am going to just bump up our picture there. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. And that's looking pretty good. Now the last thing is to create that little rectangle border for our image right here. There's, again, a couple ways we can do it. We can create a stroke just for this image itself, but I'm going to do it with a shape. So taking our rounded rectangle tool, no stroke, fill, we'll change that in a second. We're going to create this shape. Now I realize that this is the edges are a little bit too round. So once you do this, you actually have this properties panel. If you don't see that, just go to Window, Properties. And this is sort of a live look at your shape settings. And you can see here that it has the 100 pixel corners. And if we change this to 25, it will change the pixel or the radius of our shape. The option up here only applies to whatever new shapes you create. So if you're trying to change the settings for the rounded corners of an existing shape, then you'll have to do that in this properties panel. So that's just another quick tip. So we already have the color settings for this triangle copied. So if we just right click on our rounded rectangle and choose paste shape attributes, it should paste them, which it does. And if we put this underneath our man on a bridge, and let's just go ahead and align these to each other. So selecting both of them, we're going to center them. And now I'm just going to take my rounded rectangle and make it a little bit smaller. I'm just holding the Option key down so it reduces the size from the center, so it still stays centered on this photo. I'm going to link these now, so if I move one of them, I move both of them. And the last thing though is the gradient isn't exactly what I want it to look, because these other layers or these other shapes are actually rotated. The gradient is at a diagonal. And so for our rounded rectangle, I am going to go to our gradient settings. A quick way to get to that is just double clicking in the shape layer right there. And we're just going to change the angle, something like so. And that looks pretty good. So here we have what I've just created compared to our original. Looks pretty good. I actually like the play button with the stroke. and it looks just a little bit better in my mind. I might just bump that triangle. Let's unlink this and then just bump that triangle over to the right just a little bit. Right there is pretty good. All right, so hopefully you learned a lot through this project. A couple new things like copying shape attributes to another, adjusting the rounded corners of a rectangle after the fact, playing with the fill and stroke opacity separately with our play button, and lots more. So hopefully you enjoyed this project. I can't wait to see what you've come up with. And as always, you are free to tag me on social media at Phil Ebner or at Video School Online. You can find our links at our websites, videoschoolonline.com, or a new one that I haven't really mentioned, photographyandfriends.com. If you're into photography, that's a good website to learn even more. Cheers and have a good day. The new pattern preview option allows us to easily create patterns in Photoshop. So to check it out, go and open up a new project and go up to View, Pattern Preview. Click OK, and it creates this little box. Now, whatever you create in this box will be turned into a pattern. So say you have your shape tool, ellipse, and if you draw a circle, whoa, we don't just draw one, we see three. And if we take our zoom tool with Z on the keyboard, press Option or Alt, click and drag to zoom out or in, and you can see what your pattern looks like. So let's zoom out just a little bit. Now I'm just going to duplicate this this layer by option clicking it to the right. We can change the size, and so you can easily see how you can create pretty cool patterns, right? So let's start from scratch. Let's do something different. Say we take our brush tool, B for brush. So let's take our brush tool. Let's make it a little bit bigger. We've got our flow and opacity all the way up, smoothing all the way up. So I'm not using, let's pick a color actually. We'll just use black. I'm not actually using a stylus or anything. I'm just using my mouse. So this isn't going to look perfect. But as I draw, we can create pretty intricate patterns that would be a lot harder to create and know what they're going to look like if we didn't have this preview on. So now we can take this and we can actually make some connections, something like this. Let's kind of loop back. And you can start to see what the pattern would actually look like connected if you were to repeat your patterns. Okay, now that's a pretty crazy pattern, but now you can zoom out and you can see that it actually looks kind of cool when you're zoomed out. And we wouldn't know how to do this or where to make connections or anything like that without this preview. The top line has to meet the bottom line. So this is a really cool option to use when you are trying to create a pattern. Now, if we go out and we say turn off pattern preview, so now what do you do if you've created this pattern? What you have to do is select it. So press Command A to select it all, or Control A if you're on a PC. Edit, define pattern. So now we have this pattern. We'll call it pattern 1. And so now if we create a new layer on any new project and you select pattern, then we go down and we choose the pattern that we've created. We can go in there and now we have this pattern. So you can scale it up, down, however you want. And we have this connected pattern that we've created using that pattern preview. Click OK. Now that's filled in as that pattern. Of course, you could take this and use it however you want. You could print it out, create a pattern. You could put it on a t-shirt and use it as a pattern. But using this pattern fill option is probably the easiest way to duplicate it and to adjust the size and scale however you see fit. So again, this is another one that I created using the custom shape tool, using the lightning bolt, changing some colors. If I press select A, And we're going to do edit, define pattern. Okay. So now if we go here and we want to adjust this, we can just double click it, or you can go back to the layer menu, pattern, and now we have our lightning bolt. You change the angle, zoom in, zoom out, however you want. And that's pretty darn cool. So that's how you create a pattern, and that's how you use the pattern preview window to make it easier. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to this new lesson on editing and adding text to your Photoshop projects. So I've gone ahead and created a new document, just 2000 by 2000 pixels with a white background. To get to your text editor or text tool, just go to this T or press the T on your keyboard for that shortcut. Up above, you'll see your basic options for text, including your font style, your points or the font size. You got your basic paragraph settings and color, and a couple other ones we'll look at in just a minute. You might not have these fonts that I'm using, so feel free to follow along with any font that you have. Open Sans is one of my favorite fonts. You can download it online for free. It's a nice clean font, so I'm going to need to go ahead and use that and use bold. So what happens when you use the text tool, if you click, Photoshop is going to add some temporary text, which is white on our white background, which we can't see. So I'm going to change my font color or my text color to black, which is that button right there. Lorem ipsum is just a sort of temporary text that you'll see all over the place, as sort of a temporary, like I said, temporary text to add. So what you'll want to do is select that, which I did by pressing Command A, Control A on a PC, and then typing in. Here is some text. So you'll notice that this text is now centered to where I clicked, and that's because the paragraph settings up here are set to center. You have more options, which we saw earlier in the class, character and paragraph panels. So in your character panel, you have all of your different options. Now, what happens when I try to change this? Nothing, and that's because this text is not selected. So if we select part of this text, some of this text, and then we adjust it, it's just going to adjust what is highlighted. So if you're trying to adjust all of your text, you're going to want to select all of it. We can type in a new font size. We can now adjust it. You can adjust the size. You can adjust the line spacing. So let's go ahead and add another line. Here is another line. Now to move your text, the best thing to do is either hold the Command button down just to be able to briefly move it around, or you can go back to your Move tool and move it around. If you're in the text tool though and you press the Command button, that's nice because it's kind of like that spacebar button for switching over to the hand move tool. It's just temporary, and you'll get back to your text tool as soon as you let go of Command. Again, Control on a PC. So now we can have this text and we can adjust it. So if we select all of it, we can adjust the line spacing, the leading, the kerning, which is the space between the letters. All of that is here. So if we want to add some space in between our letters, we can make our text increase the scale of our font. So this is kind of creating a custom font with the width or the height. Set that back to 100. You can change the baseline shift, meaning where the bottom of the text lies with this option here. And then you have your sort of faux styles here. So you have bold, italics. I'm already on all caps. That's why you see that my text is in all caps right here. You have small caps, which will make it all caps, but the actual letters that you capitalize on your keyboard using the Shift button will be a larger capitalization compared to the rest. You have a superscript, subscript, underlining, strike through, all of these kinds of things. Now, you'll notice though that I have a faux bold, and then in our font settings, we have multiple versions of this font. So I actually have an extra bold, a light style here, which will give you more options for this text than this just simple bolding right here. This is kind of a quick, easy way to add bolding to your text, but I would definitely recommend using the font style over here if you want to make your font bold or italics, if you have that option, because some fonts don't have multiple versions like this one does. Now, you'll also notice something that is happening if I'm in my Move tool. If I have the Move tool and I just select this entire text layer, then if I make adjustments to any of these properties, it will actually make a change to the text layer. And even if I go back to my text tool and I just have my entire layer selected, it will still make changes to our text entire layer. But if we click onto our text and we're just clicked somewhere and we're trying to make a change, it doesn't affect it. So if you're kind of like editing your text and you're like, oh, I'm trying to adjust these settings, but it's not working, just understand that if you are in your text tool and you're actually clicked into your text layer, these won't affect it unless you click out and you click the layer over here, or go to your Move tool and then make your adjustments. We also have our paragraph settings. So under this paragraph tab, you have more options than if you're just in the text layer up here. So you can left align, center, right align. You can indent. With all these, you can indent just the first line of a paragraph. Now, this brings up another kind of thing that is good to know. How do you create a block of text? So let me just delete this layer. To create a block of text, what you want to do is with your text tool, click and drag and create a box. So now this is going to create a box of text, and you can see it inserts this temporary text, and now you have all of these options for different paragraph styles. We can make this smaller. It'll continue to fill in with more text. So here, let's make this a little bit more easy to see. So now you can see that there's a lot more options here. You can indent the first line here with this option. If you have multiple paragraphs, you can indent the first paragraph or the last paragraph down here with these settings. You can hyphenate words with this hyphenate button. So a lot of options for editing your paragraphs here. To adjust the size of the box after the fact, you have to be in the text tool. So say I'm in my Move tool and I'm like, oh, I want to make this bigger. Nope, that's not going to happen. It's going to actually make the entire text bigger, but not the text box. So go into your text tool, click in your text box, and now you have the bounding box edges, the handles that you can adjust. So that's a good introduction to the text tool. In the next lessons, we'll be diving deeper into some specific types of text you might want to create and different options you have, like curving your text and aligning text to different shapes and things like that. Awesome. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this new lesson on how to warp text. So a quick tip, though, that I haven't mentioned before is if you're in your zoom tool and you want to zoom in to a specific sort of size, you can click and drag to the left or right. And so you can really kind of get specific with how zoomed in you are, rather than kind of like clicking and then using your hand tool to move around. Just simply clicking and dragging to the left or right might help you. All right, so warping text. So with our text layer selected and our text tool, you'll notice this warp button over here. This brings up a little dialog box with some options for the style you want to choose. There's lots of them. Arc, bulge, fisheye, all kinds of styles that you can play with. But basically the way it works is you have your basic style and then you can adjust how strong it is. So pretty basic. You can warp the horizontal and vertical distortion and get pretty creative with this kind of stuff. But I just wanted to show you this is a quick and easy way to create sort of a predetermined style. In the next lesson, we are going to see how to align text to a specific line. For example, if you want it to go around a circle or things like that. This is great for creating those kind of badge style graphics, which we'll be actually diving into a project later on in this course. So I just wanted to show you that's the warp tool. The last thing I want to mention while I am going through some of these other options up at the top is this drop down, which we skipped. These are your anti-aliasing options. Sometimes, depending on your font, the edges of your text and letters can look a little bit distorted. So these give you sort of options to make it sharper or crisper. Sharpening and crisp options are going to look better for fonts that are smaller, whereas smooth and strong are going to look better if your text is really large. And again, it depends on the font that you're using. Sometimes fonts that have serifs, which are those little edges to your letters. Let's just show you a serif font really quick. Rockwell, see how this has like those little details at the edge, or like Times is a classic one that has serifs. These things might look a little weird in your graphics, and if that ever is the case, you're saving your photos and you're looking at it closely or zoomed in and you're like, oh, it looks a little distorted, go back to this anti-aliasing effect or option and see if that makes any difference. So that's how you warp text and a couple other tricks. I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and we'll see you in the next one. Welcome to this new lesson where you're going to learn how to make your text follow a line that you've created customly or any shape. So let me actually delete all of this, and we're going to start from scratch. So first we have to create our line or our shape. So we learned how to do that with the pen tool before. So you can use any of the pen tool, the freeform pen tool, or the curvature pen tool. Let's have our line, or create a line, something like this, which is what we originally created. And then take our text tool. Hover over this text with this layer selected, or this line rather, and when you see that the text tool changes to the little text tool with the wavy line, click. And you'll see that it adds text to the line. Now, this text is super big, so we're going to decrease the size to something that is a little bit easier to work with, or really to whatever you want. And now we can add our text. Now you might be wondering though, how do I change it so that the text starts not in the center of this line, but at the beginning? We have a tool for that. It's called the path selection tool. So if you click here, it looks like a regular mouse. And then if we click on our path, you'll see that it has this little X mark that now we can adjust and move forward or backward around our path. We can also, if you click and drag underneath our path, it actually makes the text go on the bottom side of the path. So now, and you can literally just click on the path where you want instead of dragging as well. So now we can go back to our text tool and adjust the size of our text so that it follows our path or our shape. Now our shape layer is still there, so we want to actually delete that shape layer. So if we save it, it's not there. Now it was white, so it kind of just blended into our background. But let me show you. So with our ellipse tool now, let's change the fill to black, just to show you what happens. So say we create a circle. We're going to then take our text tool, and again, with this ellipse tool selected in the layer panel, you'll see that there are two options. One is if we click on the line, we have that sort of wavy text option. And if we click there, it's going to create text that goes around our circle. Let me undo that, delete that. Now, if I take my text tool, and you'll see that if I hover inside of this text or inside of the circle, it looks different. And if I click, let me turn off our ellipse, you'll see that now we have this text that's inside the circle. So you can actually kind of create custom sized paragraph shapes to fit a paragraph of text in a custom shape. And then you can play with your paragraph settings or whatever to get it centered to however you want it. So that might be something you do. You can get pretty creative with creating a custom shape and then making this text really small and filling in this shape with more text, that kind of thing, right? Now you'll see though that I turned off our ellipse, and that's because it was black. But just to show you how you make it go around really quickly, it's the same thing as we saw before. Take our text, hover over the edge of our shape. Let's turn off our ellipse. And now we have this text and smaller because that's what we had chosen before. But we can put this text around our circle. You can take your path selection tool and make sure you're hovering over the line itself and then clicking and dragging to rotate it. And again, you can put it on the inside or outside of the line depending on where you are clicking and hovering your mouse. It's again one of those things that will feel natural and you'll get the hang of it once you start practicing. But you can do this with pretty much any shape or line or path that you create. Just clicking the text tool, selecting your layer, and then hovering over it and adding text to that line. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to this new lesson, which is actually a project. What I want you to do is create a poster or a graphic using just text and the different styles of text. So you can see this one that I created for a fake rock concert, trying to get creative and using layering, different font choices. And so go ahead, get creative with it, and I would love to see what you do. Now, a quick note, just because in the next lesson I will be just walking through this project as I always do, but you might not have all of the fonts that I'm using to follow along specifically. And when you try to open up these project files, you might not have the fonts. Here you can search through different styles of fonts from sans serif to calligraphy, handwritten, and if you scroll down you can see the actual font, and then you could test out what the font looks like. So say I want to see what my name looks like in these different fonts, you can see it. Now make sure though that when you look at it, you check and see what the commercial uses are for, or the rights for. This one is, for example, just free for personal use. So you can't create a graphic and then sell it. You can also filter this. So if you choose 100% free, public domain, and then click submit, these fonts are basically free to use for whatever purpose. So that's just something to be aware of. Just be honest with yourself and be fair with the creators of these fonts, and only use the ones that are free for commercial use if you're going to be using it for a commercial use. If you're just doing it for like a personal project, then have at it and download whatever fonts you want. You can also find a number of fonts through the Adobe website. And if you have the Creative Cloud app open, you can click this fonts button or just go to fonts.adobe.com. And you can also you can search through different fonts and see, for example, this Luxus Brute is pretty cool. So you view it, and then if you want to activate this font in your Adobe Creative Cloud apps, such as Photoshop, you just click Activate. And you're going to have to sign into your account, and depending on your actual Creative Cloud plan, I believe there's options for getting fonts versus not. So you might not have access to these fonts if you don't have one of the plans. So now if we go back to our Photoshop, we can see that we should have that Luxus Brute font available to us. There we go, Luxus Brute. And you can actually filter by Adobe fonts by clicking this Adobe button right here. So here's all the ones that I've downloaded from Adobe. So lots of different ways to get fonts, but have fun with it, and I can't wait to see your own project. You don't have to make it a rock concert flyer. You can do anything you want. And as always, share it with me on social media at Phil Ebner or at Video School Online. Thanks so much. Welcome to this new lesson. This is the solution video for this rock concert poster, so I'm going to be recreating this. So I've created a new project, just a square image with right now a white background. I'm going to add a new solid color black background to this, so I'm just going to lock that layer in place. Next, I'm going to add some text. I have my font as Bungee, so you might not have this font, but you can, if you're following along and want to do the same kind of poster, you can find that online or just use a different sort of bold font. Now, I'm going to make this bigger. You'll notice, though, a couple things that I want to mention. So let me first put this on 2 different lines, like so. Now, there's a couple different ways to increase the size of font, and I'll show you the difference. So if I just take my Move tool, you can actually resize text this way. So I'm taking my Move tool, selecting the outer handle, and I'm increasing the size. And that's going to take your font, and it will actually increase the font size. So you can see here 219, and if I make this bigger, it becomes 251. When I'm doing this, though, it's doing everything proportionately. Say I go in here and I select my font with my text tool, and then I increase the size this way, you'll start to notice that the font, the text starts to become layered on top of each other. And that's because my leading, or the space between lines, is set to 185. And when adjusting the font size this way, just with this font points, it's not adjusting the leading as well. And so what you might want to do is if you're doing more of a graphic design project like this, is set the leading to what you want it to be. I like how it's touching just a little bit like so. And then using your Move tool, you can resize it to be the size that you want. So I like having it kind of over the edges just a little bit, something like that. We'll start from there. We can always change this later. I'm also going to change the color of this to that sort of blue, or some sort of blue that we can start out with. Cool. All right. You'll notice that in my original project, I sort of created this 3D style that makes the text look sort of 3D. I simply did that by duplicating this layer and then moving the bottom layer actually. So let's take this bottom layer. Let's change the color and make it a little bit darker so we can see it. And then I just moved it down and to the right, just a little bit. And I'm going to make this even darker. Something like so. So I think that's a pretty cool, quick trick to make your text look a little bit 3D. You can also go in here and add a drop shadow effect and adjust those settings. So let me turn off this rock text, and if we double click our top rock text layer, you can get your layer styles. We've seen this before, and this is a good point to show you drop shadow. Now, because we're on a dark background, we're going to want to change our color to something else. So when we click that color picker, we have our eyedropper, as we typically do when this color picker window pops up. So I can click our color of our text right here to start from there, and then drop this down to something like that. You're going to want to change the blend mode to something like normal. And then you play with the distance and spread and also the opacity. So I'm going to increase the opacity up here. And depending on if you want it to be blurred, you can adjust the size and spread settings. And then also the angle to put this, let's make this a little bit further, bigger. So I'm doing something very similar to what I did with the multiple layers using just this layer style. And this is a cool option because it keeps your layer panel rather clean. So see, now this is an effect that is applied to this layer rather than having a separate layer itself. Two ways to get a similar effect, right? So either way you want to do that. With this one, I am going to leave that drop shadow effect on and do it that way. Next, we have this concert text that's kind of floating up. So remember how we were able to create a text on a path? We're going to use our curvature pen tool and create a line like so. See how it goes up? Take our text tool, hover over that line. Whoops. Let's go back to let's turn off the rock text really quickly. Take our text tool, hover over that line. It was kind of hard to see. Now we'll say concert. We'll change this font to, it was bakery. Let's get out of that Creative Cloud and then type in bakery. This is another font you might not have. Change the color to white and then make it a lot bigger. And then let's change the path where it starts. So using our path selection tool, let's move it a little bit forward on this path, something like that. And now if we turn back our rock text and put this concert text on top, we can use the move tool to move it around, resize it. And again, using the move tool to resize the text now also will increase the path size itself. So once you're happy with how the text is laid out on the path, it might be a better idea to adjust the size of your text with the move tool rather than going in here and adjusting the font, because that's going to adjust the text based off of where it is on the path, and it might change actually the shaping of the text. Hopefully that makes a little sense. So I'm going to delete that shape down below that we created because we don't need it. Next, I just added these details for where it's at, when it is, and this is using a font called Gil Sans. So let's just add another text layer. Now you'll notice that when I clicked to add a new text layer, it selected this rock text. So what I might want to do is lock this in place so I can go ahead and click somewhere else. And it's being tricky with me. It's thinking I want to select that text. I don't want to. So what I want to do is let me just turn that off really quick. Type in there in the blank space. Let's change the font to Gil Sans. We're going to make it white. I added these little slashes just as sort of a graphic design flourish. Town Square. Let's just make this caps. Let's add a little bit of space between these letters. So this kerning. Now let's put this over our rock concert text. Put it within the R, like so. I think light is a little bit too thin. So let's make it regular. That looks pretty good. And to just copy this, just holding Option, I'm going to click and drag this down here. And I forget when, I think it was January 1999. 1999. And I think that looks pretty cool. Now I'm just going to take our font. Oops, you'll notice that if you click the tab button, it kind of gives you a cleaner view of your project. So I accidentally clicked that, but that's just something to note, is if you want to kind of view your project without all the toolbars and panels, click that tab button. Now I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger. Something like that. It's a little bit different than my original one, but I think that's pretty pretty close, pretty neat. Let's move this down. Let's then move our other font layers down just a little bit. Something like that's kind of cool. So that's how I created my rock concert graphic design poster. You learned a couple new tricks here, that tab button. You also learned about adjusting font sizes and things like that. So hopefully this was very beneficial to you, and I can't wait to see your graphics. Share them with me. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this new lesson on adding layer styles to your text, graphics, images. This is a pretty quick and easy section of the course because once you understand how to do one layer style, you kind of can understand how to do the rest. But we will be going through a couple options and just showing you case studies of when you would use those. First off, though, what is a layer style? Well, as it says, it's basically a stylistic effect that you apply to a layer. And as I mentioned, it could be text, image, graphics. So a quick and easy one is adding a stroke or a line to the outside of text. We know that if you're using a shape, you have that option for stroke right within it. But if we are adding text to our project, say we have some text, it's white text, which we can't see right now. So let's just go ahead and change the font color just so we can kind of see it. But say we want to add a line outside of this text, you do that with a layer style. You can either double click the layer to bring up your layer style window, or click this effects button down here and then add a layer style from there, which will basically open up this window. So it's the same thing. Stroke is the option, which it automatically added that because I had previously added that layer style to this text down here just to show you what it looks like. But if you don't have that on, you would basically click on the stroke checkbox, and then you would actually click on the stroke text to get to the option. So here with the stroke options, we've seen this before with our drop shadow. You can change the size and the color of the stroke. So say we want the stroke to be a little bit darker than the sort of pink that we selected. I just took my eyedropper, selected that pink, dropped the color just a little bit. I think this is just a little bit too big. With stroke, you have the option for putting it on the inside, the outside, or the center of the text line. So it's that line that's actually on the outside of the text. Typically, you're going to put a stroke on the outside. And then you have options for blend mode and opacity if you want the opacity of the stroke to be not completely opaque but more transparent. You can also add gradients or patterns as the stroke as well. So that's how you add a layer style. Say you want to copy this to another text. So say we add more text. Let's make this a little bit bigger. And you want to copy that effect. Just right click your layer with the effect. Scroll down to copy layer style and then right click the text that you want or the layer you want to apply it to and choose paste layer style. Now when you do this, it looks a little bit funky on this one because the text is a little bit smaller. So we're going to actually decrease the size of the stroke to make it a little bit more proportional to the font size. Kind of cool, right? Awesome. So that's how you add a layer style. In the next lessons, we're going to be going through some more of the popular options and showing you more how you would add this to a different type of layer and not just text. See you then. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to add a glow effect around an object. So I have this woman here jumping that you can find under the Project 6 folder in the photos. This is actually going to be used for a project later on in the blending modes section. But it's this woman jumping file, and you know how to make selections by now. So if you want to follow along, go ahead and make this selection and mask her out. So to add a glow effect, just double click your layer and go down to outer glow. Now this is going to add the default glow, which is a white glow. Let me click OK and then add a black background to our project so we can see what this glow is actually doing. You're starting to see a little bit of a glow. Let me zoom in here so you can kind of get a better idea. Let's change that glow to more of like a gold. So we're going to change that color. So just going into the outer glow effects, you could change the blend mode, opacity. Now we haven't covered blend modes yet, but this is basically how it appears in combination to the background. So play around with those, or just wait until we go over that in the blend modes section so you can actually understand a little bit better. The size, the spread. So the size is really going to increase sort of the blurriness of this, and then the spread makes it sort of a bigger or smaller glow. Size, you can think of more of like how far the glow kind of shines, versus the spread is the actual size of the bulb or the glow behind it. Just play around with these and hopefully you can kind of start to see what that looks like. So you also have this option for technique, which softer or precise. Precise is going to follow every single edge a little bit more precisely. And then softer is more of just like a general glow, a little bit smoother, and that might look a little bit better. So there you have a pretty cool glow right there. And then you can kind of add this style. Say you're creating this sort of poster for, some sort of sports athletic equipment company. We're going to add this text, jump. Cool, right? And then we're going to copy this outer glow, copy layer style from the woman jumping to our jump text, paste. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty cool. So now we have this sort of matching style for this graphic. So that's how you add an outer glow to any image or text layer. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. A quick way to make your text look a little bit more like 3D with nice shading is the bevel and emboss layer style. So this is just another one. So it's pretty easy to create, but say we just add some text here, new text. I'll show you the steps to do it and some of the options. So we have this new text here. We'll put it on the bottom so we can see it a little bit better. And then double click that text layer. And this very first style is bevel and emboss. Now under bevel and emboss, you have different styles. So this emboss will kind of add a shadow behind it. If we go just to inner bevel, it kind of it's just using shading, but it makes the text look like a little round and bulging. You also have outer bevel, pillow emboss, stroke emboss. These are just different options. So this pillow emboss is kind of cool. This almost looks like it's being stitched onto a pillow or a piece of fabric. And then you have the settings for this. So depth is going to make this sort of deeper or a bigger, more pronounced bevel or embossed. And then same with the size and the softening. This is going to allow you to change how that looks. Shading, depending on what option you have. If you have emboss on, it's going to allow you to change the direction, the opacity, and all of your different settings for the shading or the different texture that it's adding. So let me actually make this a little bit more practical. I'm going to find a texture that we can create sort of a look and a design that looks like something's sewed onto a pillow. I've gone ahead and added this fabric texture to your folder, which you'll see already in the photos under project 6. I'm going to drag this into our project like so, and just make it bigger, fill this entire frame. So now let's just zoom out just a little bit. Let's put this underneath our text. We're going to delete the bevel and emboss text and just have this new text. And we're going to put this here. We'll call this fabric. Let's make it a little bit bigger. And let's also change the color, the original color. We might change this later on just to make it look a little bit better, but let's make it white. Now let's double click this, choose bevel and emboss. For style, we're going to choose pillow emboss. Now that looks already pretty good, but I think the color of this text is what's actually not looking too good right now. We're going to go ahead and change the blend mode. Now, I know I haven't shown you this yet. We're going to look at this in a different section and go through these in more depth, but you can see as I scroll through these different blend modes, it starts to blend with the background. So a couple of these do a very similar thing. You've got this darken or multiply. Now, if we do this multiply, that starts to look like this is actually etched in, but I also want to change the color. So let me change the color, make it something like this red, something like this. And now if we go through our blend modes, it looks a little bit different than if we had the text as white. Now, like an overlay or something like that looks pretty good. And then we could go into our bevel and emboss and change the size and settings until it looks like we want it to. Kind of like that chisel hard look. So now it almost looks like if you look at it quickly, it looks like some sort of patch or letters that are actually sewed into this fabric. And that's just using a layer style called bevel and emboss. So hopefully this gives you a good idea for how you can practically add and use these layer styles for your projects moving forward. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. All right, in this lesson, I just want to go through and run through some of the other layer styles just so you know what they do really quickly. So I just have this text right here, and if I double click this layer style, we have some that we haven't seen before. So we saw bevel and emboss, we saw stroke. Inner shadow, this is something that's kind of interesting. So if we do inner shadow, and we increase the distance so you can see it a little bit more. And this is going to depend on the size of your text and the font point itself. So you might need to increase this or decrease this. But you can see that it kind of creates this sort of cutout look. So it kind of looks like there is a red paper behind a white sheet, and there's letters that are actually cut out, and it's creating this inner shadow, which I think is pretty cool. Inner glow does what outer glow does, but to the inside of a layer. So again, we're going to have to increase the size of this to see what it does, but let's also change the color. Let's just make it super gaudy. I don't like that at all, but if you do that green, you can really see what this is doing. So it's adding to the inside of a layer. You can always reset these to the default by clicking Reset to Default. Or if for some reason you're always changing something such as the stroke color or size or the drop shadow size or direction, you can make a new default by clicking Make Default down there. Let's unclick those. Satin, it just gives this sort of satin style look to your text. So that sort of fabric-y, nice, flowy, glowy kind of style. Color overlay. This is one that I often use, especially if I am kind of creating that sort of silhouette look. So we did this very early on in the course when we created the shadows for the elephant and the kid in that first project, but you can also do it to text, to pretty much any layer. Now, there's no reason to do this for text really, because you can just change the color of text in the color settings or the character panel. But for other shapes or graphics or pictures, that's where you would do that. Gradient overlay does a very similar thing. And this is one that you might want to use for text to make it easy to add that gradient. Pattern, this is pretty cool to add a pattern to your text. It kind of creates this cutout look, which is, I think, is pretty cool. And then we saw outer glow, and we've seen the drop shadow in the past. Let's reset to default for that drop shadow. Drop shadow is another one of those styles that I would be careful with. It's a style that I think a lot of amateurs add a drop shadow to make it look what they think better, but sometimes it can look a little amateurish. But I think this sort of shadow, just something subtle like this, can look pretty cool. It makes this text pop out from the background. Layer styles. So those are just some of the other layer styles you have available to you. Just play around with them. Go in, play with the effects. Again, this isn't a course where I'm going to go through each individual option and tell you exactly what it does. I think it's up to you to kind of go in, play around with it, and see what it does for yourself, and you'll learn better by doing that. But of course, if you have questions, feel free to post them to the course about any specific option or layer style you're trying to do, and I'll help you out. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this new section of the course on blend modes. Go ahead and open up this project number 6, blend modes, not the final one, but just the other one, so that you can play around with the different blend modes and see how they work. We have seen these before in the class, and when you have a layer selected, you can see the blend mode up here next to opacity. And basically what it is how different layers interact. So it's going to basically make the top layer interact with whatever's beneath it, or whatever layer you choose to change the blend mode to, it will interact with whatever's beneath it. So we have these different layers. You can see we have water texture. Let's leave this water texture on, and then also our woman jumping. And I'm going to zoom in here and just show you with the woman jumping, if we change the blend mode to something like darken, you'll see what happens. It starts to blend these layers together. Now, these blend modes are organized into different categories, and you can hover over these blend modes when you open up that menu, and it will give you a preview of what it's going to look like. This first section is the darken blend modes, and they all make the image darker. Lighten will make things lighter. This next section is the contrast. So this is basically going to make it brighter and darker depending on what part of the image is bright or dark initially. You have this next section, which is a comparative blend mode. This has difference, exclusion, subtract, divide. So this kind of combines and really changes the colors as well as plays around with the exposure of the image as well. And then underneath this comparison, there is a composite mode. So this, you can't see it on the screen. It's just being cut off, but you got hue, saturation, color, and luminosity. These have to do with the colors as well and how the colors interact with each other. Another way to scroll through these, which I kind of like doing, is if you have a layer selected and you press the Shift button on your keyboard and then the plus or minus buttons, which are on my keyboard next to the delete key, should be to the right of the number 0 on your keyboard. You can kind of just scroll through and see what this looks like. Now, notice though, if I have one selected and I have this woman jumping layer on top of another layer, it's still going to work. Now, if this one is visible though, it's going to change how it looks. Or if this one's visible and this layer is on one half of the image and then this water, let's move this water texture to the left-hand side of the image. That's starting to look pretty funky, pretty weird. But you'll notice that the blend mode is only affecting this top image and where it is over this bottom image. So as I said in the beginning, it affects this layer that you're changing the blend mode to over any other layer that is visible. So that's what blend modes are, and that's how you change blend modes. In the next lessons, we're going to be looking at some specific case uses for choosing a particular blend mode. Here's a fun one. So say you have an image like this where it's a black logo on a white background. A really quick way to remove that white background is through the multiply effect or the darken effect. You can see that automatically that white disappears, and that's how basically the multiply effect works. Is anything that's white is transparent, and then anything that is lighter becomes less transparent, going all the way down to the darker parts of your image that aren't transparent at all. And that's kind of how you can understand what these blend modes do. And the other ones like screen and lighten do the opposite. The white parts stay opaque and the black parts become more transparent. This will only work for a completely black logo though. If you have something that isn't black, let me find my Video School Online logo. So here's my VSO logo. And I just found this camera icon on a website called iconfinder.com. So if I change this to multiply or darken, you'll see that it doesn't quite work because the color of the logo is not black. It's this teal, which is not completely going to be transparent then. So there's other ways you can get rid of a white background for this object. We've seen that in the past with our selection tools. You can just use the magic wand tool to select the white and then just delete it. But it can't be deleted because it's a smart object, so we have to convert this or rasterize this rather, and then we can delete that. So that's a quick way to get rid of a white backdrop on a logo that has another color. Now, let me just show you a quick trick too. So say you have this image and you use that darken option to get rid of the white backdrop, but say you want this camera to be white instead of black. You can do that by inverting this layer. To invert the colors of a layer, select it and press Command I. And now, since this has actually inverted the colors, instead of multiply, we will use screen. So if you ever have a layer that you want to change from black to white, you can invert it with just simply Command I. But if it does have a background that you're removing via a blend mode, make sure that you change the blend mode from multiply to screen so that that now black background gets removed. All right, hope you enjoyed this lesson, and we'll see you in another one. Here's a cool trick. So what if we want to make this coffee cup and turn it into something like an ocean cup? Deep, right? All right, so let's open this coffee cup in Photoshop. And we want to add this water texture that is from this other project to this new one that we've opened. We can either go back into our Finder and find that file and add it as we know how to do, or you can simply copy it from this project to another one. So just select that layer, copy it, and then go over to your new project and paste it, Command C, Command V. So you can see now if we scroll through our blend modes, like so, just holding the shift button and then pressing the plus or minus keys, we can see how we can turn this coffee mug into sort of an interesting water mug, but still have some of that texture of the coffee behind, right? But we just want the center part, obviously, to be the selection for this coffee mug. So there's multiple ways to do that to create a circle cutout. One of the easiest is to go to our elliptical marquee tool. We haven't really looked at the marquee tool, but it's basically a way of making a selection for a layer that you can then copy into a new layer or delete or all kinds of stuff. Kind of similar to our selection tools down here, like our quick selection tool, but it's for a specific shape. So with the ellipse tool on, there are options up here. Your standard one might be set to this option right here, new selection, rather than add to selection or these options here. And your feathering might be down at 0. I'm actually going to leave it at like 10 right now. But with our water layer selected, I'm going to actually turn off the view of that layer so that I can better see this cup. And starting from the middle of the cup I'm just going to click and drag out. Then I'm going to hold the Option key so that this ellipse is growing from where I clicked, and also hold the Shift key down because I know this is probably going to be pretty much a perfect circle. And so I'm going to get it to be about the exact size of the circle inside the mug, and then using my Shift and arrow keys, I'm just going to move it right over the center of this coffee mug. Now, with our water texture layer selected, I'm going to copy and paste. So let's say copy, paste. Now, if we turn off our water texture, you can see that the edges do blend a little bit because we have feathering. And let's change our blend mode to, let's just scroll through them now, see what we like. Ooh, screen. That's pretty cool, actually. Looks like you're drinking a cup of pool water with some coffee bubbles. Also, linear dodge. That looks a little bit more natural. That looks a little funky. Looks like you're drinking some sort of bacteria. And that's looking pretty cool, too. So you can play around with this, but again, just trying to get creative using your blend modes and also these other tools and skills that you know how to use now, like the marquee tool. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Here's a cool example of using blend modes to enhance an image and create this sort of spotlight effect. So first, you need to find an image of like this spotlight style or texture like this. You can find these online. Search for light leaks or spotlights or lens flare, that kind of thing. I've added one to the photos folder for Project 6. So go ahead and bring this into the Project 6 project, and I put it on top of the woman jumping layer. So say we want to create sort of effect where this spotlight is shining on her. Well, we can go through our blend modes with this selected, and you can kind of start to see what might happen. First, though, let me change the size of this. So I'm going to make it bigger. I'm going to make it the full size of the frame so that it's covering everything and really shining on her. But then I'm also going to squeeze it. Now, to squeeze this image, if I take this right handle and bring it in, it's going to decrease the size of everything. So I have to hold the Shift button down and squeeze this in like this, making that spotlight a little bit more narrow. And even if we make it a little bit taller like this and move it up, that's kind of cool like that. So now we can play with our blend modes and see like the different effects that this will have. You can either do like a shining light like this with one of the lighten blend modes, or with one of the contrast ones. Should look pretty cool, like overlay or hard light, vivid light, linear light. I actually really like that linear light. And maybe you want this to be an angle. Maybe you want it to look like she's kind of like jumping out of this spotlight, like something like that. She's jumping up. Or maybe it's shining this way. Ooh, that's kind of cool. So I kind of like that, and maybe make it a little bit wider. Like so that she is completely covered. And this also helps because the very edges of the frame are covered by this image as well. If those edges aren't covered, then you can add sort of like a black shape on the edges to cover them. Let me just fix the rotation, something like that. It's pretty cool. All right, I could keep tweaking this, but the thing I actually want to show you is you can actually now make some adjustments to the color of this layer, and it will change how not only the blend mode looks, but also the overall image. And so to make an adjustment, we know we can go to the adjustment layer button down here. And for this one, I'm going to choose hue saturation, and I want it to be more of a warmer yellow light. So I'm going to take my hue, drag it to the left, something like so. That's looking pretty good. And then saturation, maybe just go down a little bit on the saturation so it's not as colorful. Now this hue saturation effect is being applied to everything below the layer, right? That's what we've learned before. So both the spotlight, if we turn this off, it's also adjusting the hue of this woman jumping. But I don't want it to affect this layer of the woman jumping. I just want it to apply to the layer beneath it. There's an option for that. So with this adjustment layer selected, you have this option at the bottom of the properties panel to create a clipping mask, basically. So this basically means that this adjustment will only be applied to the spotlight layer. So if I click that, you can see that now it's not affecting anything except for the spotlight. And that makes the colors a little bit more natural. And I think for this image, it looks better. There's a quicker way to automatically make sure that your adjustment layer only applies to the layer beneath it. I don't know if it's much quicker, but instead of going to the adjustment button down here and going that route, you can just go up to layer, new adjustment layer, and then if you choose one of these, say hue saturation, just make sure that this is checked on, use previous layer to create clipping mask, and that's automatically going to basically do the same thing. And you see here, this little arrow on the left-hand side of this layer, that means that has a clipping mask and it's only going to be applied to what's beneath it. Now, after looking at this, I kind of think like I want to rotate it back this way, just coming straight down from the heavens above. It's pretty cool. So just another case study of how I would personally use blend modes to create a really cool graphic sort of spotlight look. And you can do kind of the similar thing with other light leaks or camera flares like I mentioned. I think this color dodge, that was another one that was cool. And the last thing I'll mention too is if it's coming on a little strong, you can always drop the opacity of this layer itself. So of the spotlight layer, and that helps a little bit too. Okay? Awesome. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to this new project. This is a really, really cool one. This is the project that I came up with for using blend modes. It also combines a lot of other techniques, including some brushes that we haven't looked at yet. So make sure you check out the solution video to learn how to start using brushes in your projects. But super, super cool and amazing what you can do with the skills that you've learned so far. You can do pretty much 99% of this with what you've learned in the class so far. It's just all about layering your skills on top of each other and literally layering different layers on top of each other in Photoshop. So go ahead, get creative with it. Use the Project 6 Blend Modes PSD file, and of course you have the final project to see what I did with this project, and we'll just go from here. Awesome, I'll see you in the solution video, and I can't wait to see your work too. Welcome to the solution video for this project. Awesome, so I just want to really kind of go over, do a brief overview of kind of the layers that I'm using here so you can kind of see what's going on, and then I'll walk through it. So starting from the front, and you can do that by going from top bottom in your layers, we have this little water puddle in the bottom that I kind of did to thematically look like this lady is jumping out of or into the water. We have the woman in the middle who's flying up. We have our splash text. Below that, we actually have some detail. We got a little woman, the same woman in the background, just adding some more detail. We have these little brush strokes here that look like they're coming out of her hands and feet to add a little bit of motion. We have a couple texture layers, just giving some texture to the background. And then, of course, we have the background layer itself, which is the image of this lady jumping. All right, so hopping to our project 6, let's just start working on these layers. So we're going to make this layer of her jumping bigger. So holding the Option key down, I'm just going to put it so that she's pretty much centered in frame. The next thing we're going to do before we actually add any texture is make sure we have the selection of her. And we are going to have that to work with later on. So I'm actually going to duplicate this layer. I'm going to put one in the background on the bottom. And then for this top layer, we're just going to make our selection. So there's different ways you can do this. I'm just going to do it with our quick selection brush. So I'm just going to paint over, make sure you have the layer of her selected so that Photoshop knows where to make your selections. This is just kind of a quick rough selection because I am going to go into our select and mask tool, window, panel, whatever you want to call it, and improve this. This one is a little bit more difficult than some of the other ones we've worked on in the past because the colors of the background of her hair, of her hands, of her shoes are a little bit more similar. Something like that looks pretty good though. Yeah, the hair is pretty difficult. So let's just go in and start selecting and masking. Wow, see, it selected this whole piece of the wall over here. So first off, we do have our smart radius on, radius up. That was a little bit too high. 8 pixels looks pretty good. So now with our quick selection tool, I'm going to subtract, holding the Option key down, subtract that part of the wall, subtract this part in front of her face. And that looks pretty good. Now we're going to zoom in, get these details. Quick selection. Let's make sure we get her shoe. So the more you do this, the more Photoshop's going to know, like, oh, you want this specific color of beige, not this other very similar specific color of beige. Let's go up to her hand, same thing. Her arm right here. And when you have a person in motion like this, it does get a little harder depending on the photo because there can be photo blur in it, and that kind of is hard for Photoshop to know where is the edge of this. We are going to be using our Edge Refine tool. So let's go ahead, use our Edge Refine tool, and with this we're just going to paint over our edge, the edge of our hand. That did an okay job, but we're going to go back in here, make sure we select our hand. Let's undo that, actually. Sometimes you just got to mess around with it until it works. Let's start out with our hair. So if we're painting over our hair, if you're painting on, you're like, whoa, this is getting too much, but it's when you unclick that Photoshop actually finishes the job and actually makes that selection. So that's pretty good. Let's go down to her feet. We have these shoelaces. That does a pretty good job too. These ones too down here. Switching between our Refine Edge tool and our Quick Selection tool. And you can also do this using a layer mask after we've made this main selection to get super specific and super fine. So, if we were actually doing this for like the cover of a magazine or a print advertisement, you would want to be perfect with this, right? We're just doing this for fun. So I think that's pretty good for now. We might just smooth out just a little bit, add a little bit of feathering. And then for our output settings, we will choose Layer Mask and click OK. All right, so that's pretty darn good. And so let's actually hide these layers right here. So now this lady is directly over this background. And for now, I am going to link these two because if I move the background at all, I want this top layer to move as well. All right, so now let's start adding some texture. So we have this grunge texture. Let's make this the full color or full size of this image. And that's pretty cool, right? Just simply like that is cool. You could do a lot just with that background texture. But we want to use a blend mode. So I'm going to go... I'm forgetting what I used for the original project, and I don't necessarily have to match it exactly. I used hard light at 75%. Hey, I was on hard light. That looked good to me, but it was a little bit too much, so we're going to decrease the opacity to 75. We're also going to turn on our water layer. And I think I did multiply. And again, let's drop this down to like 50% or something. So that's pretty cool right now, having that texture to it. The next thing we're going to do, let's just go ahead and add this other layer of her in the background. So we're just going to copy and paste this layer. And that one that moved from the top, we're going to actually move up and put it in the background. Now, the reason I did that instead of just moving this background one is, and we can actually lock these grunge textures in the background, is because if I move this one that I had copied from that's underneath, it's linked to this bottom one, and I don't want to move that. So we're going to move this top one, make it bigger, and we're going to just put it behind our woman jumping, and let's just change our blend mode. Screen is pretty cool. Color dodge. Again, I can't remember exactly what I had chosen in our original project. Just trying to find something cool, actually. I use color dodge. That's kind of cool. So just, again, adding these little details, right? So again, you can kind of just keep working at it. Let's add our text, splash. Okay, so it's super small, you can't see it, but I did type in the word splash. Let's change the color to white. We have to place it by pressing the return key before we can change the color. So that's something you might run into is if you're moving or resizing your text and then you're like, oh, I want to change the color. Oh, it's not letting me. It's because you have to place your item, kind of like we've seen before with our different images. Now, the font that I'm using is called Franchise, and I'm pretty sure this is not one that is available on most computers. So you're going to have to find it online just for personal use, or just pick another cool font that you like. And I'm going to put this right behind our person jumping. And this is the kind of cool stuff that you'll get better at as you create more and more graphics. But you don't know, you can't see exactly what this says, but it says splash, right? Because she's jumping, but maybe you don't know quite enough. So to make it more obvious, we're going to add a little puddle down at the bottom, right? I realized in our other option, it's not the water texture that is this layer right here. It's this water layer right here. So we're going to make this a little bit bigger. And then put this above the grunge texture. Put it to multiply at 50%. And then this water texture layer is what we're going to create the sort of puddle at the bottom with. So how are we going to create this sort of circular bit down here? Again, there's lots of ways, but we're going to use the elliptical marquee tool again, but I'm going to show you a different option. So say we make this selection at the bottom like so. Let's put it down just a little bit. Instead of doing that whole copy paste thing we did with the coffee cup, which ends up not being the best way to do it, because then that new layer becomes non-editable in the sense that we can't get back the rest of the image. We want to use a layer mask. And so with the selection made, we can just click the layer mask button. And now we have this puddle down at the bottom using that ellipse mask that we had created. Now what I did with this puddle down here, you can see there's this kind of texture at the top of the layer. And if I change this from hard light to normal, you can really see what it looks like. See how it has this texture? We did that with a brush. And so we've seen this before when we've edited layer masks. We've used the brush to add white or black. So down here, you see if we add white, we will add back this water. Black will get rid of it. But we could actually change what the brush looks like. So to get to the brush settings, you can go up to Window, Brushes, or click this little folder button with the brushes on it. And now there are a ton of different options for brushes. I can't remember exactly which brush I used, but you can just pick any of them. Here you can download brushes from online. You kind of get a preview of what the brush looks like down below. So I want one with like a lot of texture. Something like that looks pretty cool. And now with this brush set to white or black, it doesn't really matter. I can either erase with it or add with it. I'm just going to brush over like this. Now that looks a little bit different than my original one. I think I used a different brush. Let me try one of these other ones. Maybe this one's pretty cool. That one's pretty cool. Okay, so if we use that one, and again, you can use the black brush to add or to subtract, or the white brush to add. So let's do the white brush. Let's add some to the top edge, and it just gives a little bit of a texture to the top of this puddle. I actually think I like the one from before that I used. All right, I think I found the right one actually. I think it's this 306 brush. So let's get out of here. Let's make it a little bit smaller. And again, with your brushes, you can hold the Control Option key down on your Mac to make it bigger or smaller. That would be Command Alt on a PC. So now we can add some texture. I don't know if that's the right one, but it's just adding to it, adding some texture, making it a little bit more unique and different. Now let's turn this to hard light. Now we had it. And I think I want to move up our girl. So we're going to move all of this up like so. We'll move our text up as well. You might as well link the girl, splash text to the girl. That's pretty good. And then lastly, we want to add some brush strokes to her hands and feet to really accentuate the motion. So unlike what we've done before with the brush in terms of editing a layer mask, we want to use a brush to actually brush on something completely new, to actually like paint on our project. To do that, we need to do it on a new layer. You can brush on an existing layer, but it can't be a smart object. But for this case, we want it to be on a new layer. So just click this new layer button down at the bottom right next to the trash can. You can see a layer was created, and this is just a completely blank layer at this point, but we can brush on it. So let's change our brush to something a little bit softer. Something like that's pretty cool. You could change the size, spacing, all kinds of stuff here with these settings as well. Something like that looks kind of cool. And there's all sorts of different options here in your settings down here that can adjust your brushes as well. Okay. So now let's make sure that our color is set to white. So we have white selected, and we're just going to add some brush strokes. It doesn't have to be perfect. If you're using a tablet with a stylus, this would probably come out even better. Something like that. It's kind of cool. All right, so that looks pretty cool. All right, so now let's put this underneath our text layer. That's the layer we want it under. And then let's change the blend mode. Something like overlay or soft light is pretty good. I think overlay looks good. And now if we just compare to this one, we can see our brush strokes were a little bit different in this one, coming from different angles. But you get the point. These are all the different layers we're adding on top of each other to make this a dynamic image. I think that the lady herself could use a quick adjustment layer for contrast and brightness. So I'm going to use the curves adjustment. So with curves, we're going to add just a little bit more exposure, and we want this just to apply to her. So we choose this clipping mask option. And now that's just going to apply to her instead of the entire any other layers. Creating some more dynamic contrast. Something like that is actually pretty cool. Awesome. So that is my project. I would love to see what you do with this project. And as always, tag me in your post on social media. Share it on Instagram or Facebook. Tag me at Phil Ebener or at Video School Online. Cool. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to this new section and lesson of the Photoshop course. In this section, we're going to learn about filters and the filter gallery. So I have this Valley Road photo open. This is going to be under your project A in the photos. So this is used for a completely different project later on. But I want to show you using this photo what the filter gallery does. So if you go up to filter, we've seen the blur options before, and you have all these other filters. But if you click filter gallery, you'll see something completely different. So let's zoom out from this photo. These are more artistic filters to apply, and these are super old school in the sense that these have been around in Photoshop for a long time. But you can make any of your photos look like a cutout. So it takes a little bit of time for it to create this effect, but you can see that there's all sorts of different effects down here. And then with each effect, you'll also get options for how to adjust this effect. So if you want more color levels, if you want the edges to be a little more simple or more detailed, that's specifically for the cutout effect. This is going to look different for other effects, okay? So that's a cool way to create that cool look. We have a set of brush strokes, so you can kind of make your photo look like it was painted with brush strokes. Pretty cool. And under here, you can find all kinds of other ones as well. Patchwork. Super cool stuff. And again, you got all your filters over here on the right-hand side. Now, when you're done with this, you click OK, and it will apply to your image. So when I did it that method where I just opened a photo in Photoshop, then applied a filter to the image, which is the background layer, it's destructive. I can't go back and undo that after I've done a bunch of other things. So a better way to apply filters to a photo is to add our photo as a new layer, or just copy our background layer and create a new layer and make sure it's a smart object. So you can right click and convert it to a smart object. Now if we go up to the filter gallery, we apply another filter to it. Let's do the stained glass effect, which is kind of cool. Let's make our cell size a little bit bigger. Cool. Click OK. Now this filter option is sort of like an effect that we've applied to this, and we can turn this on or off. So that's a better way to do it than just applying it to opening a photo and then applying it to that layer. So we can now do a bunch of things, and we could always turn on or off this filter. The other thing to note is you can actually add multiple filters to an image. So if we go ahead and open the filter gallery by double clicking this filter gallery text, or going back up to filter gallery, let's zoom out so you can kind of see. You can actually click the plus button when you have a new layer or new style selected. So let's say we want it to be sort of like a brushed. Actually, let's undo that. Whoops. Stained glass. So let's actually click plus down here to create a new layer, and then change that layer to angled brush strokes. So now we have an angled brush stroke mosaic. Trippy, huh? Pretty wild. So now we can click OK. It's going to apply both of those as two different effects to the same image. Again, though, we can turn this on or off down here with this little eyeball. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Say you add a filter, but it's a little bit too powerful and you want to adjust the strength of it. You can actually adjust the opacity and the blending mode of filters themselves. When you add a filter to a smart object, you have this option down here. See this little button on the bottom right? Double click that. That will open up a new window which has the opacity, so you can just simply drop down the opacity. So it's more of a combination of the filtered image plus the original, or you could also go through and change the blend mode, which can kind of create a super cool effect as well. So this is going to dramatically change what it looks like and what each specific filter looks like. So this is one of those things where you're just going to have to go through, spend some time, play around with it. But I just wanted you to know about this so that you know that you can kind of adjust the look and strength of your filters. The other thing you could do is you can just layer your images on top of each other. So say we undo this. So let's change our blend mode and opacity from vivid light back to 100% opacity and normal. And then if we change this layer itself to vivid light and then 50% opacity, that's completely different. So I just wanted to show you this because it's a great way to control not only the strength, but also the look of your filters themselves. Cheers. In this lesson, in this Photoshop tutorial, I want to show you the new Neural Filters gallery. I'm using this image from Dave Goudreau from Unsplash. So thank you, Dave, for providing this. I'll attach it to the lesson so you can play around with this image or use any image. Portrait is a good one. So with an image selected in Photoshop, go to Filter, Neural Filters. These are basically AI-based filters that Photoshop is currently developing. So when you watch this, there will likely be more options for you. There are only 3 initial ones that were launched with CC 2021 when it was released: skin smoothing, JPEG artifacts removal, and style transfer. So you can see that 2 of these I actually haven't even downloaded yet. I'm just playing around with these for the first time myself. They're pretty self-explanatory, so there's not much to them. But the first thing you'll have to do is download them. And you will have to use an internet connection for this edit because it does some of this in the cloud. So with skin smoothing, let's turn that on. That's one that I do have downloaded, and it automatically applies that. So let's zoom in here so you can really see what's going on. Let's turn it on and off. You can also preview it on and off down here. And then you can make any adjustments you want. So blurring, increasing the blur and the smoothness will increase this effect. So you can turn it on and off. It does a pretty good job. Now, if you're taking the Photoshop course, you will see in the next section of the course a lesson all about doing skin smoothing in a manual way. So this automatically does it for you. So it's good to learn that, but these new neural filters kind of takes a lot of the pain out of doing all of these things manually. Before we move on to output, I'll just show you this next tab, which is beta filters. So these are filters that they're currently working on right now, or ones that are going to be coming up in the future. Smart Portrait is one of the ones that I've been playing around with, and this basically adds a facial expression to your subject, such as making your subject happier. So I'm going to click this, and you'll see that it's actually processing this, and it's doing some kind of AI work to add a smile. So pay attention to his mouth right here. You'll see it pop up in just a second. It's not perfect though, and some other things happen to his face where it's just not perfect. So you can see that his eyes start to get a little bit weird. That can be fixed though, but if I increase the smile, check out how he actually has teeth now. It's crazy. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of surprise as well to this, and we'll bump that up to 18. So all of this is going to increase or decrease the strength of this effect. Happiness negative is actually going to make him look a little sad. So let's keep that at 28 or so. You can see though that the rest of his face does get a little bit warped, and that's why editing out to a smart filter or to a new layer or one of these options actually will allow us to erase parts of the image that didn't look so good. You have other things like facial age, so you can actually make our subject look older. So check that out. Again, looks a little funky with the hat on. It's not perfect, but you can see what it's starting to do, and depending on the different type of photo, you can actually play around with it and make it look kind of interesting. Head direction, I haven't played around with this one actually. You can actually turn the head. Pretty darn crazy. And you can play around with the feathering and things to try to make it look better or not. You can also vote, so they're taking feedback from user experience. Say yes, no, to say that it looks good or not. There's all sorts of things that are popping up. Makeup transfer, so if you have two images and you want to just apply the same style to another one. Depth awareness haze, colorize. This automatically colorizes black and white photos, which is pretty cool. Super zoom. It sort of increases the resolution of images. This is something I'm super interested in. So all kinds of cool stuff. And then if you go here, you can see the applied filters that you have on already. Turn those on or off. So say we want to just turn off our smile, you can do that. What you have to do now is choose your output. It might be, I think it's defaulted to new layer. If you choose Smart Filter, it will allow you to come back and edit this later on. So if I click OK, you'll see that now it has that applied as a filter. So if we double click it now, we get back to that neural filter gallery. If we do a duplicate layer masked, what's going to happen is now we're going to have a separate layer with our edits made to it and masked out. So this might be a good option where we can play around with erasing some of the eye using one of our filters. You can turn this on or off easily now. So if we go in here, let's see now. See how the eye gets a little warped? I don't like that. So let's just go in here. We're going to take our brush tool, select this mask, and we're going to erase the eye. So you might need to have a little bit of feathering to make it look good. And so that in itself is how you can improve this. And so if we zoom out, that looks pretty good now compared to what it was naturally. And so obviously now we have this skin smoothing. His tattoo doesn't really look good. So again, we might go in here and brush out that part. And you'll have to be careful with his neck over here. And I see his ear is like starting to pop out a little bit right here. So that's a little funky. So again, you can make these adjustments. Same with the hat where we were doing the age filter. You could use your brushes. So depending on if you want to use a smart filter or the duplicate layer with masking or a new layer and you would just use a eraser, I think the duplicate with the masking is probably the best and safest option to be able to make edits, or the smart filter or the smart object layer if you want to go back later on. But the neural filters gallery is pretty darn awesome, and I'm sure it's going to just get even more powerful with even more options. So stay tuned and check it out. And if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you in another tutorial. Remember that one time I was in Switzerland and it was like dead of winter and we were all holed up in this little chalet in the Alps? No, I don't, because it was the middle of summer. This is a new neural filter that Photoshop has with the latest CC 2022 updates, automatically adjusting landscapes. Crazy stuff going on here with the neural filters. Let me show you how it works, and it's pretty self-explanatory. If you have an image open, go up to Filter, Neural Filters. You're going to have to download some of these. I haven't downloaded or played around with all of them, but these were introduced a year or so ago, but they've added some ones in beta, such as this landscape mixer. And so the way this works is, or these different ones work differently, but this one works. You choose an option. We're going to go with winter, this first picture. It's going to process. All right, that doesn't look good, but we have some adjustments we can make. We can choose to preserve the subject. So it automatically looks for the subject of your photo, which it sees as this building. And then we can harmonize, which is another new feature in CC 2022, where it sort of blends the colors and things of two different photos or two different layers of a composite. So this looks pretty dang good. If you want to do it from scratch or change it completely or add to it, you can drag up these other sliders for winter, autumn, summer, spring. Pretty dang crazy. You could even bring in your own custom picture if you have a landscape photo style that you want, and take that, what it's seeing as the colors, the season, and apply it to any other photos of yours. Here's a better example of what that harmonization filter looks like. Here's a photo of me when I was a baby and I got engaged to my wife, Isabel. And I've already removed the background or created a mask around us using the select subject feature. So if we want to blend these two photos together and make them look good, well, first we have to adjust the sizing of things. So I would probably be something around there potentially. It doesn't look perfect though, and one of the reasons is because the lighting and the colors aren't exactly the same. This shot was taken a few days before this other one, both in Switzerland, but this one was on top of a mountain where I proposed. And so let's go up to Neural Filters. All right, so now what we can do is turn on this harmonization filter. We select the layer we want to match the colors to. So we're going to select the background, and then it's going to process and then apply that color adjustment. Pretty dang crazy. And then to save any of these filters, what you can do is you can click OK. You could output it to a new layer. You could make it a smart filter itself, or you could sort of burn it into that existing layer. I'm going to do it as a new layer. So we have this new layer here. We can turn on and off. You can see the before and after. Now let's really sell this a little bit better. We're going to duplicate this background. So we have a copy, go up to filter. We're going to blur it a little bit. Let's just do our Gaussian blur. Woo, that's too much. Something just very subtle. And then maybe we will add a mask to this and then sort of blend it in. So we're going to erase a little part of this grass in the bottom that is still in focus with us. Would have to do a little bit of playing around with position, sizing, things like that. But two completely different photos from two different areas, locations, blended together using some of the new neural filter techniques. Pretty dang awesome. So I'll let you play around with those other neural filters, but there are updates there, different options that I wanted to just showcase for you in this CC 2022 update. All right, have a great day and check out my other CC 2022 updates for Adobe products on the YouTube channel. Cheers. Welcome to this section on retouching photos in Photoshop. Go ahead and under Project 7 in the Photos folder, you'll see a retouching photo. This is a raw image. So if you open this up, it will open it up in Camera Raw. Now again, if you haven't gone through Camera Raw yet, which is a later section, go through that so you learn everything. But basically, I've made some adjustments here to the highlights and shadows already just to make it a little bit contrastier, bring down some of those overexposed parts of the skin or higher exposed parts of the skin. And that's pretty much it. And then I'm just going to open this up as an object. So clicking the Shift button and opening this object. Now I'm going to show you my process for doing sort of a quick and easy retouching. And then I'm going to show you some more advanced tools, liquify tools to really adjust the size and shapes of things. Super powerful, but also not necessarily my style or maybe not your style. And so each of the videos in this section are going to be a step-by-step approach, starting with removing blemishes, smoothing skin, and doing other enhancements to parts of your image. So first off, I want to jump into removing blemishes. So whenever you edit a portrait, what you want to do, or do any editing, is do it as a new layer if possible. So what you can actually do is click the new layer button. And then when you're using some of these tools over here, it will actually affect what's beneath it, but it's not actually happening to the layer beneath it, meaning you can always undo that layer, get rid of it, and restart. So if I zoom in here, we can see that this portrait, there's some pimples here that we might want to get rid of. So Photoshop has a tool for that. It's called the Spot Healing Brush tool. So here, if we simply just literally click on this image, it's going to remove it. Now make sure that your spot healing brush is set to normal, content aware actually is what we want, and then sample all layers. Because if it's not on sample all layers, it's not going to know what to replace it with because we're painting on an invisible layer or a layer with nothing on it. So now it's sampling the layer beneath it. So if we're just painting on, you can see simple, it's does a pretty darn good job at removing these blemishes pretty quickly. Now, of course, this is up to you as the artist, as the photographer, as someone who is hopefully speaking to your models and letting them know if, asking them if they want you to remove blemishes or not. So these are quick, sort of bigger pimples or things that you want to get rid of. In the next video, we'll go over how to smooth skin generally to just make it smoother. So another thing I want to show you, though, is a different tool. So say we take this and we're trying to remove not a blemish, but maybe some of these flyaway hairs. Let's actually create a new layer. So we're going to name this blemishes. Then we're going to create a new one, call this hair. If we're using the spot removal tool and we're brushing over some of this hair, you'll see that it does a decent job, but sometimes it doesn't do that good a job at blending in with the background. It's actually doing a pretty good job. But, see, there you go. That one didn't work. If you want to be more particular about what you want Photoshop to replace your selection with, use the healing brush tool. What this basically does is it allows you to make a selection and say, okay, Photoshop, I want you to take this point here, and I'm holding the Option key down to select this point, and replace what I'm about to choose with that kind of image, or that color, that exposure, similar to the clone brush tool, but more in an intelligent way. So you always want to make your selection first, and Photoshop is going to force you to make your selection first, and then paint over whatever you want to get rid of. Now, depending on how big it is, how much you are brushing, it may or may not look that great. So you're just going to have to play around with it. But if you're ever in the situation where you're trying to remove something, even like a blemish on a pimple or something on the skin, and what it's replacing it with doesn't look that just right, you may have to go from the spot healing brush to the healing brush tool. Spot healing, think of it as sort of an automatic way to do it. Photoshop does its best, and it often does a pretty good job, but the healing brush tool gives you more control. Now, here's a quick pro tip. Say you are struggling to figure out where the blemishes are. Let's turn off these layers. Let me show you something pretty cool. If we create a new adjustment layer, a black and white layer, and then we actually drop down the reds in our properties, it's actually going to make our blemishes stand out, because a lot of our blemishes actually have a lot of red in it and sometimes yellow. You can bring down the yellow and then maybe bring up the blues. Sometimes the blues and the cyans can kind of create this contrasty look, and so we can really see where those blemishes are. Now, if I turn on my blemishes layer, you can really see that I have already gone through and removed a lot of those. So this is something that you would want to do at the very beginning of removing blemishes. But I just wanted to show you that pro tip. It can really help you out. Of course, delete that layer when you're done with it. All right, so that's how you remove blemishes, and we'll keep moving on with the next lesson on softening skin. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to smooth skin. So first, I'm going to get rid of this hair layer because I don't really want to remove that hair. And the next step is we actually need this blemishes layer and the original photo to become one layer. So to do that, we can select both of them, right-click, and choose Merge Layers. But if we do that, it gets rid of the original layers and turns it into one new layer. Instead, when you right-click and choose Merge Layers, hold down the Option key, and that creates a brand new layer. And I'm going to just create an archive folder, and I'm going to put in these older layers when I'm done with them. And I keep them in the same order so that if I ever want to go back and mess with a layer or something like that, I have it available. All right, now this is a kind of a confusing process for smoothing skin. It's one that a lot of professionals use, and there's lots of ways to do it. But basically what we are doing is ultimately blurring out and smoothing out skin. Now, you could go in here. There is actually a blur tool. It is under here, blur tool. And you could just click on your image and try to click, blur it out. But that's not going to look good. It's just going to look like your photo is out of focus. We're trying to keep our photo in focus, but actually just soften the skin. So here's the process. First, what you want to do is duplicate this layer. So to do that, you can press Command J, which is the keyboard shortcut. In one button, you duplicate it. Or you can drop it in this new layer button. We're going to call this skin. The next thing you're going to do is actually invert this. So press Command I to invert it. And then change the blend mode to vivid light. All right, confused yet? I bet you are. There are a couple more steps that are going to be a little bit confusing, but bear with me. With this layer selected, go up to Filter, Other, High Pass Filter. And now when you see this preview, you can kind of see the details of the skin. So let's zoom out here so you can kind of see. Let's get to her forehead, where you can really see the detail. The lower this is, the more details you can see, and make sure you're paying attention to the preview on the left as well. So you want to get to this to a point right around 20 pixels or so, depending on the size of your image, until it's completely blurred. And that looks pretty good. We're going to add another effect. So go up to Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur. And again, sort of the same thing. Look at both of these images and see when things start to blur, okay? So if we start at 0, then go up, 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 until the details in this window start to blur a little bit. For this photo, looks like around 8 or 9. That looks pretty good. Click OK. All right, so now you can see actually this layer, if we turn this on and off, it's blurring everything. It's softening everything. We want it to just affect the skin. So we're going to have to actually brush that on ourselves. So to do that, we're going to create a layer mask. And you can either drop this down into the layer mask and then invert the white to black by pressing Command I, or just by, from this step, holding the Option key and dragging this into the layer mask button. It creates a layer mask that's already black. And then what we do is with our brush tool, just at normal, we're going to brush this on, okay? So we're just brushing this on to where her skin is, okay? So be careful. You don't want to put this over everything. Whoops. You want this just to be where her skin is. And the good thing about this is it is a layer mask, so we can always erase a selection if we are selecting too much. Let's go down here as well. All right, so now it might be a little hard for you to see what we've done, but it'll be easier if we turn this on and off. So you can already see, if we turn this on and off, how much softer her skin is. All those details that we don't necessarily want to see are going away. So that's looking pretty good. But say we want to make this even more powerful, you can duplicate this layer and then maybe drop the opacity just quite a bit until it's at a level you like. You can also brush on or off parts. Maybe it's just her forehead that I think needs a little bit extra. So let's actually brush this off. And we're just getting that top of the forehead. Let's brush all this off. So this is just affecting her forehead. If we increase the opacity, you can really start to see what's happening. Just this area up at the top. And I think that looks pretty good. All right, so that's how you smooth skin. It's one of the many ways you can do it. And this is definitely one of those professional ways that you can do it as well that a lot of pros use. So thanks again for watching, and we'll continue moving on some more enhancements. All right, the next step in my retouching workflow would be to remove the bags from people's eyes, the darker spots right on the bottom of the eye. Now to do this, we are going to have to edit another version of this photo that has been merged. So what we're going to do, just like we did previously, is select all of the adjustments we made to softening skin, right-click, holding the option button down, click Merge Layers. This creates a new copy, and we're going to call this Skin Softened. Then I'm going to create a duplicate of this, Command J, and call this Bags. And so I wanted to create a duplicate just so we can see what is happening. And then again, we can actually move these three down here under to the archive so that we are a little bit more organized. All right, so to remove the bags under the eye, there are a lot of different ways, but basically we're just trying to brighten up this skin a little bit. You could take the dodge tool or the burn tool and just actually brighten up. Just brighten up with the dodge tool. But then that doesn't look too great. It looks like she has some weird makeup thing going on. You're just increasing the exposure of that area. A lot of people might tell you to use the clone stamp tool. So we're going to actually select a part of her skin that is the right color and then brush it underneath her eye. And that starts to look a little funky because it's just replacing this area with this area, and the pores, the lines, everything starts to look a little unnatural. So again, not what you want to do. Another option is this patch tool. This does a decent job. The patch tool is kind of similar to the spot healing brush, but you can actually click and drag and create a custom shape. And then you click and drag this to a new area. So say we put it up on her forehead because that's about the tone that we want. And it tries to do a job blending what you've selected into that spot. So I can turn this on and off, and you can see that it does a decent job brightening up. But again, it's taking the pores and information from up here and kind of copying it down there. Doesn't look that good in my opinion. All right, so we're going to undo that, and I'm going to show you a better way to do this. And I just wanted to show you those different ways because you might see those options on kind of quick Photoshop tutorials online, and it might work in a pinch, but I'm not going to do it that way. So again, I'm going to copy this, call this bags. All right, so what we're going to do is use an adjustment layer. So down here in your adjustment layers, use curves. Now this, again, gets a little bit confusing, but just follow the steps step by step and you'll see what's going to happen. Instead of selecting the mask, you want to select this little curves icon right there, and then double click the eyedropper. Don't just click it once, because if you click it once and then click on the area, it's going to look really weird. Double click it and it brings up this color picker, the target shadow color. So what we're doing is we're telling Photoshop, we're using the curves to say, we want the shadows to look like this color. So we're going to go down here where it's a little bit brighter on her cheeks. We don't want it to be that pink area where she has some blush, but something with a little bit more natural makeup. So something like that's good. Then click OK, click No, and then we're going to click in the area that we want it to replace. So we're going to click in the shadow. So somewhere in the bags of the eye, just like so. Now, like we did with kind of smoothing the skin, we're going to invert this mask. So select the mask right here, Command I to invert it, and then use our brush tool to paint it on. Now I've decreased the opacity of my brush to 10% so that I'm brushing this on in layers. If this was at 100%, it would brush that on like so, like crazy, which is too much. So I'm going to drop this down. I'm also going to decrease my flow to 25%. Both of these things will help it look a little bit more natural and smooth. So I'm just brushing this on, clicking and brushing, and you might not be able to see really what's going on right now, but when I do the before and after, you'll really start to see. So underneath here. And now if I show you the before and after, before, after, before, after, but it looks natural, right? Because we're using the skin tones, but we still have the details of the skin exactly the same. So zoom out just a little bit and you can really see before, after, before, after. Much better. All right, so that's my process for removing bags under the eye. I hope you enjoyed this one, and we'll continue on, moving on with retouching in the next lesson. This next step in retouching photos is dodging and burning. This is a very important step and one of the most popular for any Photoshop retouchers. So we've looked at the dodge and burn tool in the past, and if you take this, you can go to pretty much any layer and just start to brighten or decrease the exposure of that layer. That's not how we're going to do it when we are adjusting our photo. We're going to do this in a non-destructive way, so we're going to create a new layer. And then with a brush, instead of the dodge and burn tool, we're basically going to be dodging and burning. So with the brush and with a white brush, with our opacity at 100 and our flow at 5, you'll see what happens when we start to brush onto this layer. And I'm just going to call this highlights. Or actually, we'll call this dodge, which is to brighten. So if I brush over parts of this image, you'll start to see that it starts to get brighter, right? So that starts to look a little bit unnatural if I'm painting over here like this. But if we change the blend mode to soft light, it starts to look a little bit more natural. Now I just painted all over her face, and that's not what you want to do, but I just wanted to show you what that looks like. All right, so first we also want to turn this into a layer mask so we can undo what we've done in the past. So what we want to do in essence with the dodging and burning is highlight the highlights and darken some of the darker parts of her skin or parts of the image to really accentuate the contrast of her skin. So for this photo, we would brighten up, and see how I have the flow down at 5%. That's good because it's going to just make sure that this isn't too powerful when I'm doing one brush stroke. And again, let me make sure this is on soft light. All right, so I'm just going to paint over the highlights of her cheeks like so, over the tops of her eyebrows, little bit on her forehead up here. You're really just following the brighter parts of the image. So her chin down here, even down here, some of the highlights of her skin. And don't worry if you go a little bit too far. You can always bring back the opacity of this entire layer, and that will help you out. You could also decrease the opacity up there if you think you're being a little bit too pushy with this. There might be parts that you want to brighten up, like the bridge of her nose right here. I kind of want to brighten up just a little bit, just the bridge itself. And now if I turn this on and off, you can see what this is doing. Now it's really accentuating that, and we have a tendency to push it a little bit too far, so there's a couple things we can do. One is if we double click this layer, we actually have blending options for the layer. We haven't looked at this, but in the main blending options, we're on the soft light mode. Here are a couple sliders down here, and let me just tell you what this is doing. If you hold the option key and click this bottom left little nub down here and start to drag to the right, you'll see in the image, and I'll move this over to the side so you can see it. You'll see in the image, and again, I'm holding option down, you'll see that let's hold option and the right, just get the right one, not both of them, just the right one. You'll see in the image that what we've painted on starts to disappear a little bit. And the reason is because it's telling Photoshop that we don't want what we've just painted on to affect the darks or the shadows, which is the left part of this bar. And so for areas like in her eyebrows, we don't want it to, the eyebrow hair anyways, we don't want that to be brightened. We just want the top of her eyebrow to be brightened a little bit. So by extending this makes it look a little bit more natural, okay? So we can turn this on and off. Again, it's a little bit much, so we might drop down the opacity later on. But first, I'm going to do some burning. So again, we're going to create a new layer, call it burn. This time, you have the option of switching to a black brush. And also, we got to switch this to soft light for this layer. And you're painting on the darker parts. And you can see here, I'm getting pretty dramatic with her cheekbones right there. So I'm going to undo that. And that can kind of happen when you're using black. I want to use a different color. So I'm going to press the option key when I have the brush selected. This is a color picker, and you can pick kind of like a darker part of her skin tone that you want to use. I don't want to necessarily use that blush because it's a little bit too red, but down here in her neck area, the shadow looks kind of good. Now let's open up that color picker and let's make it a little bit darker and less saturated. But that should look a little bit more natural when we are burning compared to the black, which actually desaturates some of the colors as well. So to accentuate the lines in her cheek right here, that's often something you typically will do with dodging and burning. You know, the shadows right here underneath her chin, underneath her eyebrows, on top of her eyes. Right here in the bridge of her nose on the inside. Right on the bottom of the nose. Even in her lips, you might want to just in the crease, dodge that a little bit. Just following the parts that are naturally a little bit darker already. Now this could take a while if you're really being particular with it. I'm going to turn down my opacity and just do let's do 25 is good, and go over her full cheek. All right, so now if we turn this on and off, you can start to see what's happening, and you start to see that much more dramatic look, okay? Again, we can double click the burn, and this time we're going to option click the right side to separate this point right here. So now we're saying that we want this to sort of pass through the highlights. We don't want this to affect the highlights. We just want this to affect more of the darks, right? So that's going to look a little bit more natural that way. So let's take this, drag to the left. Now that looks a lot more natural. Let's go ahead and group these. A keyboard shortcut for grouping is Command G. So if you didn't know that yet, Command G, we're going to call this Dodge Burn. And here we can now decrease the opacity. Maybe 80 or so is a little bit more natural. We don't want to go completely unnatural, but again, for that more stylized portrait, this is what you're looking to do. So that's dodging and burning. Again, this is something that you can play around with a lot. I'm going to go into the burn again. And again, some of parts of the hair, just go in. Parts of the hair, you might want to just change that contrast. And then for dodge, make sure you're switching over to the white. You can also press X to swap between those two now. Just for these parts of the hair that are already highlighted. Also in the main parts of the lip, we're going to highlight just a little bit too. And that's looking pretty good. Cool, so that's dodging and burning. We got a couple steps left just to enhance the eye color and also the lips, but we're pretty much moving forward with retouching, and you know a lot by now. So hopefully you feel like you're getting better at Photoshop, because you truly are. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson of the course, we're going to learn how to enhance eyes. So to me, this means sharpening, brightening, and adjusting the colors to make them pop a little bit more. The eyes really are going to be the main focus of a lot of portraits. It's where your eyes are, as the viewer, are drawn to initially. So how do we sharpen eyes in an intelligent way? Well, there is something called the high pass filter that we've actually seen earlier in this lesson on the skin, which we kind of used to blur the skin a little bit. This time we're going to actually use it to sharpen, which is typically what the high pass filter is for. Let's duplicate this bags layer, which is the first or the top layer of our actual portrait. Call this eyes. And what we're going to do is go up to filter, stylize, not stylize, other, and then high pass. And then set it to 30. So we set it to 30 and you say, hey, that looks great, right? No, just kidding. So we're going to change the blend mode from normal to soft light. And when you do that, you can see that everything starts to get a little bit sharpened. But we don't want that to affect everything. We just want it to affect the eyes. You kind of know the drill by now. Drag this into the layer mask option button holding the option key. And that creates a layer mask in black. We're going to paint on using our white brush at around 50% opacity, 100% flow. We're going to paint this on our eyes right here. Just like so. And if you turn this on and off, you can kind of see that it actually starts to brighten and sharpen our eyes. Just that little bit makes them a little bit more dynamic. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is actually enhance the color of the eye. There are a lot of ways to do this, but probably the easiest is just with a quick photo filter. So this works well because when you're enhancing blue eyes or green eyes, you want to add sort of a bluish filter. When you're enhancing brown eyes, you add more yellow or brown. And so if we add a photo filter, it's a quick way to do both. You can use this sort of any sort of filter or any effect that adds sort of a blue tint to your eyes. But for this one, we're going to choose a specific color. So let's go ahead. Actually, let's go ahead and turn this off. But with this selected, we're going to select the eye color. So you can just drop down and choose one of these cooling filters, or at least start from there and see. Pay attention to her eyes. See what looks good with her eye color. I think this 82 looks pretty good. You can go straight to blue, see what that does. You could also turn this on and off. Pay attention to her eyes and see what this does. You can also increase the density. I think that cooling filter 82 look pretty good. So this is going to kind of start to help. But again, what we're going to do is invert this mask. So what we can do is select it and press Command I, and then just with our brush, paint over the iris of the eye. So the colored part. We're not trying to color over the whites or even the blacks. Now her eyes are more of like a hazel. I got a little bit too much, so let's make sure we're not painting in the whites of her eye at all. But this is another way to actually change the color of someone's eye. So turning this on or off, you can see what that looks like. You can adjust the density or the strength of this with this density filter up here. You could also just adjust the opacity down here if you want. You could also change the blend mode to something completely different to see what this looks like. Like lighten actually looks pretty good. So that looks pretty good to me. Looks more natural. Maybe boost the colors then, or the density a little bit. And I think that looks pretty cool. Looks pretty good. All right, so that's how I would enhance eyes with those two options. We'll call this eye color. And we're moving along. So if we turn this all off, you can kind of see way back at the beginning. Let's turn the very beginning one, first one off. So this is what we were at the beginning. And then let's turn all these on. And that's where we are now. Last thing we're going to do is enhance the lips. In this last retouching step, we're going to be looking at her lips. So basically what we want to do is enhance that color of her lips. So there's a lot of different ways to do this. I'll show you a couple quick ones. One is simply to create a new layer. We'll call this lipstick or whatever you want to call it. With the brush tool selected and then pressing I on the keyboard, actually, or with the brush tool selected and then pressing the Option key, select the color of her lipstick. You don't want to do something completely different because it won't look that natural. But now we have this lipstick color selected, and maybe you do want to make it a little bit more saturated, a little bit darker, maybe a little bit brighter. Move your selection to the right a little bit just to make it a little bit more saturated and click OK. So now what we want to do is actually just paint over our lips. Make sure we have our new layer. I don't know why that got deleted. I accidentally undid that lipstick. And so we're just going to paint over it. Now this is going to look pretty funky. We can actually set our opacity all the way up to 100%. We're just painting over everything. Maybe towards the edges, it probably is a better idea to have a lower opacity brush, lower flow, so that the lipstick kind of blends a little bit more as it would naturally do on the edges. Now the problem with this is we aren't using a layer mask, so we can't really undo this that easily. You can use an eraser, but obviously this looks stupid. This is terrible. What we want to do is change the blend mode to soft light, and now we can adjust the opacity depending on how strong you want this lipstick to appear. So just a little bit of an enhancement, maybe 25% or something like that looks a little bit better. So you don't want to go crazy, right? You just want it to enhance it a little bit. You can also do specific dodging and burning to the lips to make things a little bit pronounced as well. This is something that you would, again, use another dodge and burn layer to do. You could also do that on the original layers as well if you want, but highlighting the lighter parts, darkening the darker parts. So that's one method. Another one is using a similar technique that we've been using. Add a new adjustment layer for color balance. Okay, so now we're just looking at our lips, but in the midtones, let's just adjust our sliders until our lips get to a color we want. So maybe we do want it to be a little bit more magenta, a little bit deeper red. Again, we're going to invert this mask. So selecting the white mask, Command I to invert it. We're going to paint on. This time, let's put our opacity at 50. And this way, we're not just brushing like one color over the lips and giving it sort of like a uniform color, which doesn't necessarily look that natural. We're kind of using the color of her lips as it is and just adjusting the color to make it brighter or darker or a different color. So that looks, again, you go too far, you bring it back with the opacity, right? So dropping the opacity to 25. Maybe you play around with the colors again. Maybe it was a little too much. You can also go into your shadows. Make the shadows a little bit more red. Maybe the highlights. Maybe you want to make the highlights a little yellow, a little blue. Playing around with whatever you think looks more natural with these colors. Turn this on and off. Pretty subtle, but a lot more natural than the other way, I think anyways. Even though if you drop that opacity, it can look pretty natural this way too. So I think by now you kind of can understand the process for retouching. Whenever you want to enhance a color, make something brighter or darker, I think by now you can understand that you can add an adjustment layer. You can create a mask. You could change the blend mode. So actually changing the blend mode of this lips layer will also help. So we can bring that opacity up to 50 or something. Maybe a little bit too much. Yeah, I liked it at 25. All of these steps are very similar in how you do it, but now you know the steps. Pretty cool. Okay, so again, here's the after. Let's turn off all of our layers and just go step by step, show you what you've done. So here we started with this image. We removed some blemishes, softened that skin. That did a lot. We removed the bags under the eyes. We sharpened those eyes, enhanced the eye color. These are the bags right here. We dodged and burned the skin to make it a little bit more contrasty. And then we added some lipstick. I'm going to delete this one. So I'm actually going to save this file as a final so you can see it and see the different layers that I added and play around with them yourself too. Thanks so much for watching. We still got a little bit more in this section, including the liquify tools that are going to maybe blow your mind. All right, see you then. All right, are you ready to have your mind blown? If so, well, we're going to take it to the next level. If you haven't seen the liquify tool in Photoshop, this literally is going to blow your mind, and it's actually kind of gross. I don't really like using it, and this is why women and people, not just women, but a lot of people have such distorted views of what a proper body should look like. But I do want to show you it so that you understand what this tool is, because it is so powerful. But with great power comes great responsibility, so use it wisely. So you can use it on either the unedited or edited image. Typically, you probably will want to do this on the edited version. So I've actually saved all of these and merged all of our layers into a new layer. So go up to Filter, Liquify. This opens up a brand new window. There is a lot here. I'm not going to cover everything. I think it's best if you kind of just go through it yourself. But you have brushes and things over here that can do some crazy stuff. But first I want to show you this insane filter right here, Face Aware Liquify. If you have multiple faces, Photoshop will understand that, and you can choose the face you want to edit. But since we only have one, we only have one. Here you can drop down all of these different options, face shape, face, mouth, and basically it allows you to change the look of her face. So if you want the face width to be skinnier, boop, fatter, this is exactly what people are doing on the cover of magazines, and we're gonna go the opposite. We're gonna make you a little bit bigger. Jawline. We can make you skinnier or have more of a square jawline. Chin height, we can drop it, make it a little bit bigger. Forehead, let's make your forehead a little bit bigger too. Or you can make it smaller, whatever you want. And then with the mouth, crazy stuff. Want to make this girl smile a little bit more? Give her a smile. Make her frown. Whatever you want. Let's make her frown. Upper lip, gonna make it bigger, smaller. Let's make your lips. Lower lip, bigger, smaller. All right? Let's make it a little bigger. Mouth width, we're gonna make it a little bigger too. Height, smaller, bigger. Crazy stuff, right? And this is because Photoshop can kind of see and analyze a face and knows where the eyes, the mouth, nose is. And you can edit all this stuff automatically now. Nose height, you can make it higher, lower, width, all this crazy stuff. And then with the eyes, let's make the eyes bigger, smaller, just crazy. Change the tilt. Isn't this insane? I don't know. Does this blow your mind as much as it blows mine? So crazy stuff you can do just with the face aware liquify options. Let me just go over some of these brushes. I'm just going to reset all of this. We're just going to cancel out of here and then reopen liquify. And so these brushes do a lot of the similar things but custom. So this first one is sort of a smudge brush. So you click and you drag. And it's going to smudge in or out, right? So smudge in, smudge in. You can do this for skin. It helps if the background is clean. These next brushes, the reconstruct and smoothing brush, actually undo what you've done. So if you've gone a little too far, you can use those to undo. You got a twirl. So say you want to twirl her eyes just a little bit. Boop. Holding the option key down does it counterclockwise. We got the pucker and the bulge, or bloat. So pucker, we want to pucker her lips. Click, click, click. Bulge, if you want to bulge the lips or the nose. Make those eyes super big. Crazy, huh? And you can change the settings of all of this stuff over here on the right hand side in the brush tool option. This push left tool just kind of pushes things around from where you're clicking. This mask tool, thaw mask tool, has to do with these mask options down here. We're not going to go into that. And then you have this face tool down here, which now it allows you to do some of the things that we were doing over here with the face liquify. We can rotate, we can push in or out, we could make the face a little bit narrow in a more custom way, but a lot of the same things. And of course your hand and zoom tools just to move around. So once you're done, if you're happy with this, you click OK. It's going to save it to that layer. So you'll want to actually do this on a completely new layer if you want to. Pretty wild stuff, right? But it is a powerful tool, and it could come in handy not just for editing portraits, but for other images as well. Or if you just want to do some abstract, crazy art, it's there for you. And that's the Liquify tool. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this section, and we'll see ya in another one. Welcome to this brand new section of the Photoshop course. In this section, we're going to dive deeper into Camera Raw, or the Photoshop way of editing raw photos. This section actually comes from my photography masterclass. I did a full section on all the different things you can do with Camera Raw. And so instead of redoing it, I'm just going to give you guys access to all of those lessons for free in this class. So I've added the practice photos that you'll need for that file, or for the lessons in this section. They're under Project 7 under the Photos folder. You'll see a bunch of them. Some are JPEG, some are RAW. And in this section, there are some full-length edits at the end of the section. And it kind of jumps right into the next lesson is going to be cropping and rotating in Camera Raw. I'm not including sort of the introductory lessons on how you open photos in Camera Raw versus Photoshop because we've covered that before earlier in this class. So don't worry if it feels like you're jumping right into the middle of a new section. It's because these lessons come from another class, but it's all great content, and it's exactly what I want you to learn in this class as well. And it is using a little bit older version of Photoshop, but pretty much everything's the same. And if there are any updates, I'll make sure to update this class with those updates. So anyways, I just wanted to make sure you know how to find those photos. They're in the Project 7 folder. Thanks so much, and enjoy this section. In this lesson, we're going to learn how you crop photos using Camera Raw in Photoshop. Now, I'm sorry that I've been a little bit rambly or waffling the past couple lessons, but there's a lot of sort of preamble to understanding how Photoshop works and how you have a proper workflow as a photo editor. So let's get straight to it though. To crop an editor in the Camera Raw settings, you're going to click this crop tool. And then you can literally just click and drag over your image to crop. Right now, I'm locked at a specific aspect ratio, and I think it's like 16:9 or something. But if you click and hold down on this crop feature, you have different presets for your aspect ratio. You could have normal, which just means I can create any sort of shape, a square or a rectangle anyways. And so now I can edit it freely. But typically I want to stick to a perfect aspect ratio. And this depends on what my use is. If I'm doing something for Instagram, for example, and I want a square, I would do a 1:1 ratio. And then I could move this crop around. I can make it bigger or smaller. And then when you're done with the crop, you can just press the return key on your keyboard. I'm going to go back into my crop, and you'll see that you have more options like 5:7. And if you want a specific aspect ratio, for example, for a print like 8.5:11 or 8:10, then you can create your own custom crop. So say I want a 8:10 photo, then I would create that 8:10. Now I can rotate this around as well, and I can rotate it any way. If I hold the shift key down, it kind of locks it to sort of like, I don't know how many degrees that is, like 15 degrees or something. And so this makes it easier for me to get it perfectly straight up and down if I want sort of a portrait style crop. If I click and hold again, you can set to the original crop. You can clear the crop. If you saw that menu right there, clear crop. If you did do a crop and then you want to undo that, you can say clear crop. So for me, for this photo, I'm going to actually do the 8:10 and crop like that, click and drag. I'm going to have a portrait just like that, scary portrait of Sam. And then press the return key or go to any of these other tools to get out of the crop mode. This magnifying glass is kind of the typical tool that you have in Camera Raw. If you click, you zoom in. If you hold the Option key or Alt key on a PC and click, you zoom out. Okay? So that's how you crop. In the next lesson, we'll look at fixing white balance. In this lesson, you'll learn how to adjust white balance in Camera Raw. I've opened up this image, which is the Practice Image 3, Practice Photoshop 3, and I'll let you go ahead and open this one up. Go ahead and close the old one that you were working on last if you're following along. The white balance settings are over here in our adjustment panel, and just so that you understand how this sort of panel works is there's a number of tabs up at the top that show different kind of styles of editing, different things you can do. And then most of them you adjust with sliders. Sliding to the left or right, you can adjust these settings. Double clicking will adjust it back to the original that it had, or you can type in a specific temperature over here or number for these settings. So I'm going to go back, and for white balance, you have this drop-down menu, and you have different presets. So you have as shot, and this will depend on if you're editing a RAW photo or a JPEG photo. If you have a RAW photo, you'll have a lot of these options. If you have a JPEG photo, you might not see all of these options. So if you say, oh, my lighting was tungsten, then I would adjust to this preset, and that looks pretty good. If I said this was daylight, it would look really, really off because the light that was actually in my scene was not daylight. It was very much warmer than daylight, and that's why the image now looks a lot warmer than daylight. You can use sort of an auto setting where Photoshop will try to adjust it to look proper, or you can do custom. And that's usually what I do. I start from as shot, and then I'll adjust this slider up and down. Now the thing is, I know sort of the temperature of these lights was somewhere between 2700 and 3200. 3200 is your traditional sort of tungsten light, but I think these lights were even warmer than that sort of traditional light bulb. So if I go down to like 2700 or I type in 2700, that's going to look pretty darn good, pretty spot on. You also have under white balance tint, which goes from green to magenta, depending on if you are under sort of fluorescent lights or different types of light sources. You might need to adjust the tint slightly to make it look a little bit more natural. So here it was originally at 2, which I think works pretty good. If you want to give it a certain tint, you can by just dragging to the left or right. Okay, so that's basically how you adjust white balance, and you try to get the most perfect white balance possible. The easiest way is if you know the light temperature of the light source, you can just plug it in right there. I'm going to cancel this, and then I'm going to open up another image. Let's open up this raw image in Photoshop. Go to File, Open. We're going to actually do this JPEG. Choose Options so that we can open it the format as Camera Raw. Then click Open. And you'll see that the white balance settings are only as shot, auto, or custom. And that's because it doesn't have all that raw data that allows us to choose one of those presets because this is a JPEG image. In this example, Photoshop doesn't really know the starting point. So you might be saying, well, we know the temperature of our light source is the sun, and so we know daylight is around 5600 Kelvin, but if we type that in, wow, this is not the proper white balance. That is way too warm. And when you are editing a JPEG image, Photoshop will only allow you to adjust the temperature from -100 to +100, which is a very different scale than sort of the Kelvin scale that was used for the raw photo. So I just wanted to show you the difference so you understand that there are some limitations when shooting JPEG, and that's why we recommend that you shoot in RAW. Okay, that's white balance. In the next lesson, we'll be looking at exposure. Before we get to exposure, I want to teach you how you can reopen photos into Camera Raw. This is a workflow issue, but if you've been following along, switching from one photo to the next, you might be having trouble and getting frustrated about how can I get back into this Camera Raw menu. So I'm going to start from scratch so that we can kind of see what the proper workflow is. So let me just exit out of this photo. I'm not going to save. So if it's with a raw photo, it's a little bit easier. Open up your raw photo in Photoshop, just like we've done before. And say you make all your adjustments. We've changed the exposure. We've changed our white balance. Super crazy cool. What you want to do then would be potentially opening up this image in Photoshop to do other edits. Maybe you are adding titles or graphics. The easy thing is to click Open Image, but let me show you what happens. When we say Open Image, if we want to go back and make changes to the settings that we did in Camera Raw, we can't do that because now think of those settings as being burned into this image in Photoshop. That's typically how Photoshop works. It's a raster-based application where once you make edits, those edits are sort of burned into that image. So we can't go back and open this image in Camera Raw. There is a way to go back and open this up in Camera Raw by going to Filter, Camera Raw Filter, but this is basically starting from scratch. And see how our white balance is back to 0, and now we don't have all the raw capabilities of editing white balance. This is basically like editing a JPEG version of this. And if we do this again, we're basically just layering on new effects, which is not the proper way. We want to be able to go back and edit the raw photo in the original state. So I'm going to cancel this, close this out again. I know this is a little bit repetitive, but I just want you to be clear. We're going to open up this photo in Photoshop, and I'll show you something crazy. So notice right now that there's this practice photos Photoshop 1.xmp file. This is what's called a sidecar file that has been created by the computer that is basically attached to this practice photo 1 photo. If I right click and choose to open this up in Photoshop, it's going to open up the original image in Photoshop with those adjustments that we made. Crazy, right? So that's one way that you can actually go back and adjust the settings, but we don't want to have to be doing that over and over, closing the photo, reopening it. There's an easier way. Hold the Shift button down. Notice what happens to this button in the bottom right. It changes from Open Image to Open Object. And so if I do this and click this, it opens this image as a smart object, which means that you can go back and edit things and edit the original photo by just double clicking this image over in this layer panel. Now, we haven't talked much about the workspace of Photoshop. Yours might look a little different. If you go up to Window, Workspace, click Essentials, which is the default setting, and you should see a workspace that looks something like this. This is your layer panel, and this is this photo layer that we've added. Double click that, and it will open back up in Photoshop Camera Raw. And so now we can make our adjustments. We could change our, white balance or whatever, make it crazy green. Now if we click OK, it's a smart object still, so we can always go back and edit this later. That's the process with raw photos. So if I cancel this, and let me just close this, don't save. If I delete this file, this sidecar file, and then I try to open up the original photo in Photoshop, it's going to open up the original photo. So if you've made edits and you see that sort of sidecar file in your file structure, leave it there unless you want to delete it and start from scratch. The workflow with JPEG images is a little bit different. If we go this route of going File, Open, and we open the JPEG image with the option of the format Camera Raw and open it, and then say we adjust things, which I actually have the adjustments that I was playing around with before, and then again hold Shift to open the object, there we have this image that we can double click and go back into our Camera Raw settings, just like we did with the raw image. But what if from Finder you had opened the image, opened it with Photoshop, and now we have our image and we went this route of opening Camera Raw, of going to Filter, Camera Raw. If we make changes here, and then go to OK, those changes are burnt into that image. So that's not proper workflow when you're editing a JPEG layer of your Photoshop file. So I'm going to close that out. Let me show you the proper way. Right click or open up your photo in Photoshop. What we want to do is convert this image to a smart object. So if we right click it and choose Convert to Smart Object, and then we go to Filter, Camera Raw, make our changes, click OK. Now that Camera Raw edit is applied as a filter to this photo that we can double click and get back to, and then change and edit the original photo. Then we can continue to make changes and go back and forth. Again, I know this is a lot of sort of workflow, but these are a lot of the questions that I used to get from students who were confused about working with RAW or JPEG images. So now that you know the workflow, if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to continue back with that photo of Sam, the scary photo. Not this one. We're going to open the scary photo of Sam, this one right here, and we're going to adjust the exposure. After all that, let's get back to editing exposure and actually editing our photos. So below the white balance options, you have exposure. You have multiple sliders. One is for overall exposure, which is the brightness of the entire image. All parts of the image will become brighter or all parts will become darker. And that's a good way if your entire image is too bright or too dark to sort of adjust the exposure. You'll notice with this image, and this happens with most images, if you bring down the exposure, while parts of the image might look good, say we want the background to look darker or Sam's jacket to look darker, the other parts that we want to be exposed properly, it gets too dark. That's why we have sliders below that allow us to adjust the exposure of all of the individual exposures of the image. So this slider highlights will adjust just the highlights, just the bright parts. So if we want to bring up the highlights, we can bring up here. Say we want to bring up the shadows to get a little bit more detail in Sam's hair or in the jacket, we can adjust the shadow slider. The whites, these are the part of the image that are even brighter than the highlights. Maybe we want to bring that down. And this is usually where if something's slightly overexposed, by bringing down the whites, you can bring back some of that exposure and detail. Blacks, if you want to add contrast, you might want to bring down the blacks just slightly. You'll also notice this contrast slider. By increasing this, you add contrast. By decreasing this, you decrease contrast. Contrast is the ratio of dark to bright. And so by increasing the contrast, the darks get darker and the brights get brighter. By decreasing contrast, the brights get darker and the darks get brighter. You can see on this histogram up here at the top, which is a good thing to look at when you're adjusting exposure. You've got the darks on the left, the brights on the right. And if I take the overall exposure to the left, everything moves to the left. If I take it to the right, everything moves to the right. I'm going to double click that to reset that exposure level. Now with contrast, if I drag to the left, everything squeezes into the middle and becomes sort of all that mid-range exposure. If I go all the way to the right, everything sort of spreads out. The darks become darker, the brights become brighter. What we were doing down below with the highlights, shadows, blacks, and whites was also sort of adding contrast to this image. By bringing down the brights, by bringing up the highlights, you are creating contrast itself. The contrast slider is just one other way to do so. Cool, so that's how you adjust exposure, play around with these sliders with your own images or with some of the other sample images to practice getting proper exposure with all those photos and also to get creative with it. In the next lesson, we'll be looking at these color options. To practice color, I'm going to open up this practice Photoshop 2 file, but before I do that, I'm going to open up this practice file as a smart layer that we can go back and edit by hitting Shift and choosing Open Object. Now, if I go to this photo, Practice Photoshop 2, open it up, you can right-click it, or you can easily just drag it into the Photoshop icon on a Mac, and that opens up Camera Raw. This photo is cool for color because it has a little bit more interesting colors in it with these succulents. For color, you have saturation and vibrance. Saturation is the overall color of the entire image, whereas vibrance is a smarter way to increase colors. So you can see if I drag saturation all the way to the left, it becomes black and white. If I drag all the way to the right, it gets super colorful. All the colors get more vibrant. Vibrance will increase the saturation of mostly greens and blues, and it won't increase as much the saturation of yellows and oranges. Why is that? This is good if you are editing portraits. Let me actually go ahead and open this image as an object. Now, when you have multiple projects open in Photoshop, they appear as tabs up here in this big window that you can tab between. I actually don't want to open this photo because there's not much color in it. So I'm going to open up this photo with Sam with some more color in it to show you. So in Photoshop, File, Open, choose that photo, Open as Camera Raw. This photo actually has the same settings we applied to it before. That image is saved, or that information is saved. So let's click this little line button over here and choose Camera Raw Defaults so that it resets everything. So with saturation, if we increase this, you can notice that while Sam's shirt starts to look really nice and blue, Sam's face starts to look really orange. And that's why saturation isn't good to use. Vibrance, on the other hand, if I bring up vibrance, his shirt gets really colorful, but his face doesn't get as orange as when using the saturation slider. So that's just one thing that I would note is if you are adding saturation to an image with people in it, use vibrance. Sometimes what I'll do is even increase the vibrance and decrease the saturation a little bit so that we do lose a little bit of saturation in the face to combat the increase in vibrance. So that's just one note. If you're editing photos of people and want to increase the saturation of those images, use the vibrance slider instead. While we're here, I'll mention the clarity slider. This will increase the detail of an image. So see if I increase this, it's becoming more quote unquote clear. Now with portraits, it gives it a very sort of grungy style, and you can see you can see all the details, which might be a style you like. Going the opposite way will make everything soft and sort of dreamy. Increasing clarity is usually something that I do with landscape or nature photos because you can really tell if it is a portrait and you're increasing too much. So I would be careful of increasing clarity too much unless you really like that style. All right, so those are the basic color adjustments. In the next lesson, we'll be looking at noise reduction and sharpening. In this lesson, we'll learn about detail, which is your noise reduction and sharpening. So I've opened up this image. It's the Photoshop 3 file because it's a good example of a photo with digital noise in it. You can see the settings of the camera here. If you shot in RAW and depending on your camera, you should be able to see all this metadata. It was shot at 32,000 ISO, which is really high. So if I zoom in here, you can see that this photo has a lot of digital noise, all these little speckles that basically make this photo not so clean looking. If you're zoomed in and you want to move around the photo, clicking and dragging won't let you do that. That will just zoom you in or out. Press the space bar and you see this little hand tool pop up. And now you can click and drag and move around so you can get to the proper spot of your photo. Okay, so click this little tab over here for detail with the 2 triangles. Skip sharpening for now, and we'll move to noise reduction. If you slide this luminance slider up, what happens is it starts to get rid of some of that noise. As it does that though, as you increase this, you can tell that everything gets a little bit softer. And that's what's happening. It's kind of blending everything together. And so it will become a little less sharp. Noise reduction and sharpening kind of combat with each other. So you almost have to pick what you want. Do you want it to be sharp or to remove noise? Because if you actually sharpen, you're going to be increasing the noise, which is the digital way of sharpening. But anyways, with noise reduction, it's a good idea to play around with this and see if there's a balance you like. Down below luminance, you have luminance detail and luminance contrast. So if you drag this to the left or to the right, it will try to increase the detail of your image, or it will say, okay, we'll give up some of the detail and decrease the noise more. So if I want my eyes to be a little sharper, I'll probably drag this to the right. And then luminance contrast, it will look at the edges of things and it will make it more contrasty. So it looks at exposure and colors, and it will decipher if there's like an edge. See where there's this edge with my hat and my forehead, and it will add more sort of detail, make it more contrasty, but in essence, it's adding more noise. So dragging this to the left, actually dragging both of these to the left will have the least amount of noise possible. And then dragging the overall luminance slider is sort of your master adjustment. You'll see here color. Color is a type of noise. If I drag this all the way to the left, you'll start to see all this color noise. Now, almost every photo automatically will have some color noise, but your camera, the way that it processes it, or the raw sort of standard adjustments, it already adds some color noise reduction. So if you want to get rid of more or you see more, you can continue to drag this to the right. But as you do that, you start to lose some color actually. If I go all the way to the right, you can see some of this becomes like desaturated. So you got to be careful with this. I usually just leave this at the standard 25. Again, like the luminance detail and contrast, you have color detail and smoothness, which affects sort of the size and the definition of the grain or the digital noise. So typically you leave that at 25. If for some reason it's not on, know that if you have all these colors, sliding this up will get rid of it. So that's with noise reduction, but say we want to make an image sharper. So this image, when I'm zoomed out, it looks kind of washed out and I might want a little bit more detail. I can zoom to fit in this window by clicking this drop down over here and choose fit in view. So it fills this whole window. With raw images, Photoshop will automatically add some sharpening to it. And that is totally natural, and you want it to add some sharpening because even in your photo, when you're shooting in raw, it's going to actually be a little sharp and you'll need to add some sharpening. If you want to add more sharpening though, just drag this slider to the right. And now we're zoomed out so far, it's really hard to see. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom back in. And if I drag this to the left, all the way to the right, you can see that it starts to become sharper, but what's happening? It's adding back digital noise. And that's what I'm saying, is that you have to kind of be careful about reducing noise and sharpening because they kind of combat each other. But say you don't have any noise to reduce. Say you have a nice, brightly lit, sunny day shot, but it's not as sharp as you want. You can increase the sharpening and add a little bit of grain, but you can live with it. Radius and detail are similar to these detail and contrast in the sense that radius will increase the size of the digital noise that is being added, and detail will try to look at the edges of things and make it finer or thicker, basically, so that the edges of things are more contrasty. If I zoom in here all the way, you can really see what detail is doing. It's adding a lot more sort of grain and making things more contrasty. With radius, if I drag to the left, it makes the grain smaller, to the right, bigger. With masking, it tries to blend these things together, tries to make things that are supposed to be more detailed, the things and colors that are kind of blending together, it loses that noise as much as possible. So this is a lot of sharpening that has been added. It's kind of to the extreme, but if you zoom out all the way, I mean, we're really zoomed in, you might be able to live with this. But if I'm doing this, I might want to decrease my noise reduction a little bit, something like that, and we're looking pretty darn good. So that's the detail panel for sharpening and noise reduction. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I'm going to show you the tone curve. So I have this photo of Sam brought back up, one that I want to make a little bit more contrasty. So if you open this curve, you can see that we have sliders down below, but you have this sort of histogram square with this line in the middle. On the left-hand bottom side, you have your blacks. On the top right, you have your whites. We're in the parametric view, which means you have to use these sliders down below to adjust this line. So if I bring down the darks, bring up the lights, you can see that it creates this S-looking curve. You'll hear a lot about the S-curve with contrast and photography. An S-curve creates more contrast. I can do this manually. Let me undo those and go to point. And here I can go in and just click the curve. It creates a point where I click and drag. When I let go, it will lock that point there. Then I can click up here and drag up. So dragging up is increasing exposure, dragging down is decreasing exposure. So if you want to add crazy contrast, you can create an S-curve that looks like that. Now, right now, I am adjusting the entire color spectrum, RGB. If you remember our color lesson, you know that one way to view photos is through RGB, which encompasses all the colors. We also have this drop down where we can edit specific channels of colors. So say we want to go into the blue setting and increase the blues, we can click and drag this curve, or click and drag it down. You can create an S-curve with the blues to make more contrast with the blues. If it's too red, you can bring down the reds. And when you bring down the reds, what's left? Green and blue. So you kind of can play around and get some really cool shots with these curves. And you don't just have to do an S-curve. You can do sort of a, I don't know, that's not really a Z-curve, but a backwards S-curve or an upside down S. See how cool that looks? I mean, this is very stylistic, but it's one way that you can adjust the curve. If you want to undo this, just go up to the curve menu, click linear, and it will set everything back. I like using the point curve because I can really dive in there and make things more contrasty. You can also take the white and black points, which are these points in the corner, and drag them. So if I take this black point and drag to the right or up, I can make the black point blacker so everything gets darker, or I can make it brighter so all the blacks actually become more gray, more light. If I go all the way up, the blacks become white. Same with the top right. With the whites, if I drag down, the whites become whiter. If I drag to the left, the whites become darker. Cool, so that's the tone curve. In the next lesson, we're going to be looking at vignettes and grain, two stylistic things, and then we'll be saving our images before going through more of these other advanced features. To add a vignette in Photoshop, it's pretty easy, or at least in Camera Raw. Go to this Effects tab. So we're skipping a couple that we'll get back to in a second. Here you have a few different effects. The one we're looking at right now is post-crop vignetting. So if I slide this slider to the left, it becomes a dark vignette. To the right, it becomes a white vignette. And this is post-crop. What does that mean? It's applying the vignette to whatever you crop. So say we go back and we crop this. That's 8x10. We have this nice sort of frame. It's going to apply the vignette to this frame or this crop and not the original image. So this is the amount. Midpoint is the size, so you can make it smaller or bigger. Roundness makes it more circular or more oval, or actually more rectangular. And feathering will blend it in more or make it more of a hard edge. So usually if you want a more subtle, natural looking vignette, you'll feather it out more, and you won't even have that much of a vignette unless you want it extreme. Highlights will actually allow highlights in your image to shine through the vignette. This image doesn't have many highlights in the background, but if you were shooting a bright landscape or there were bright lights in the background up here, those would shine through the vignette more if this highlights option is up. While we're here, I'll just talk about grain. So grain is just another stylistic approach. Usually looks better for me anyways for black and white images. Let me just make this a black and white image really quick by dropping the saturation. When we used to shoot on black and white film, a lot of those photos have natural grain in them just because of the process and the type of film with different ISOs. And you can change the size of the grain to be bigger or smaller. You can make it rougher or more unique or blended in. So this is more of a stylistic thing, but if you're going for that sort of old-timey sort of classic feel, adding grain is one option. The last effect up here is dehaze. So let me click OK, and let's go to one of our photos that will look better for dehaze. Let's open up Photoshop 5 file in Photoshop, and I'll show you what dehaze does. There's not a lot of haze in this image, but if you were shooting out on a landscape and there's a lot of clouds or a lot of smog or haze, increasing the haze will basically do what a polarizing filter does by decreasing reflections in the sky and decreasing that sort of fuzziness, and it will bring out more saturation and color. Dragging to the left will actually add haze, which I don't really know why you would want to do that unless it's a stylistic approach, but by dragging to the right, you can see that the sky, there's a little bit of haze. It makes things more detailed and more colorful. Be careful about using this on things like portraits and things because adding this filter can make faces and people more contrasty and looking basically unnatural. But this is a cool, quick effect. If you are doing landscape and you want things to pop out a little bit more, just slide up that dehaze slider just a bit. Cool, so these are the effects I wanted to show you in Camera Raw. In the next lesson, I'll show you how to save photos from Camera Raw, and then we'll move on to some more advanced features. How do you save a photo from Photoshop? Again, there's lots of different ways, but we're going to show you first how to save it from Camera Raw. So once you've made all of your edits in Camera Raw, you can save right from within by clicking the Save Image button. This brings up all of your settings. So starting from the top, you have different presets if you've saved them in the past. I don't have any presets right now. Destination is where you are going to save it. So you can save it in the same location as the photo that you're working on, or you can choose a new one and you just click select folder, and then you can choose, I'll add a Photoshop, I'll create a new folder, edit, and I'll save it in there. Then you have your naming options. So right now it's just going to save it as the document name, and it's going to save it as a JPEG. You can also just type in a word. So say we have Photoshop practice, then it's just going to save it as Photoshop practice. And then you can add sort of these other drop downs for a series of things. So for example, if we want to have a series of 1-digit numbers, then it's going to save it as Photoshop practice 1. If you want to start it as a different number, then you would just change the beginning number to something like 10. This way, if you're saving multiple images, it will save it as a series, Photoshop practice 1, Photoshop practice 2, etc. You could add multiple things. So we can have a number and then the date, for example. So we'll do the date in numeric format. Okay. So let's just delete those. We're just going to say Photoshop practice, and that's it. File extension is going to follow the format. So you could choose the different format from a Photoshop file to a TIFF file, JPEG, digital negative. We're going to be saving as JPEG because that's the high quality compressed format that's great for sharing online or even printing. Below format, you can choose to include data, the metadata or not, or specific metadata. So if you only want copyright, if you want the contact information, the raw information, and this is going to depend on what metadata is on the photo itself, how your camera is set up. Most cameras will save a lot of that information, like the ISO, the f-stop, the lens used. Some cameras even save the location if you have GPS on your camera. If you want to remove specifically that location info, you can check this box. Next, you have quality. Right now, I have it checked to limit file size, but you probably will see just this. And you have this drop down, low, medium, high, or maximum. So if you type in 12, it's going to be the max quality possible. If you want to save file space and decrease the space of the actual file itself, then you can choose one of these other options, medium, high. For most online applications, high is going to look perfectly fine. For printing out, I would go max and go with 12. If you are posting online or if there's some specific reason you want to limit the file size to a specific kilobyte, you would check this box and then type in the amount. So say you need it to be under 1 megabyte, which is 1,000 kilobytes, then you would put 1,000. Because for some cases, some places you upload, they might have a limit. Or if you're posting on your own portfolio or website and you want to limit the amount of space it takes up so that your website loads faster, you might want to make it under 500 kilobytes. So you want to sort of balance the size of the file if you're posting online, but for most cases, if you're just saving for sort of your archive or printing out, just leave that off and choose maximum. For color space, you're going to leave it as RGB. There's all kinds of other color spaces, but for 99.9% of everything you're going to need to do, just choose RGB unless you know that you need to use something else depending on a specific printer you're using or something like that. But that will come up if someone tells you you need another color space. For us, just use RGB. Next, you have image sizing. So this is not the file size, but the image size itself. So if you have this unchecked, which will probably be what you have, it's just going to save it as the default image, the same size as your image that you shot or that you cropped it to. The resolution down here is the quality of that size or the quality of the print. If you're publishing to like Instagram or social media, you probably don't need to adjust these things because those sites are going to sort of resize your photos anyways. If you do need to adjust the size of the image, for example, if you are posting to your website and you know it needs to be 500 pixels wide, then you would choose resize to fit. The one that I like using is this long side. So if you do that and you set your long side to 500 pixels, then it will automatically adjust the other side, whether it's the height or the width, to fit that with the same aspect ratio. So what it's saying right now is that the long side is the height of this image that we're practicing with, and that's going to be 500 pixels. To keep this same aspect ratio, the width will be 400 pixels. If I change the height to 1000, then that means the width is going to be 800, okay? Next, we have resolution. Keep it at 150. You can go down to 72, which will actually save a little bit of space because the file size will be smaller, or you could go up to 300 if you want sort of a higher resolution. This is great for printing, but for really any online use or even printing, 150 is kind of standard. Lastly, you have what's called output sharpening. I don't add this because I'll typically add some sharpening while I'm editing, but if you are printing out, they have these glossy paper and matte paper presets which add a little bit of sharpening, because when you print photos, sometimes they can lose a little bit of that sharpness, so they add a bit of sharpness to combat that. They have a low standard and high amount. This you probably won't be able to tell, especially if you're just printing out at your local printer or Costco or something like that. You really will only see this if you're doing a super duper high quality print. But usually, like I said, I leave that off. And they do have an option for screen. That's like if you're posting online. But again, I just choose to leave that off. Then you click save. And it's going to save it. Let's go to the Finder. We have our edits folder now. And now we have this photo, which we can see is 800 by 1000 pixels. The size is 392 kilobytes. And if we open this up, just hitting the space bar, we have this image that we can now share for our next Halloween party. So that's how you save photos from Camera Raw. If you have any questions, let us know. In the next lessons, we're going to be diving into more of the advanced options within Camera Raw. And then later on, we're going to be looking at other ways you can edit photos in Photoshop back in sort of our main Photoshop window, which you might be working with, especially if you're adding things like text and graphics. And we'll also show you how to do things in Photoshop specific to editing, like removing blemishes, removing backgrounds, and cool stuff like that, which is all coming up. It's a huge program, and like I said before, we have a full class on it if you want to learn the ins and outs and you're a complete beginner, but we also want to include as much as possible specific to photographers in this one, and I hope you are enjoying it. Welcome to this new lesson in the Photoshop CC editing section. In this section, we're going to learn about this tab, HSL and grayscale. HSL stands for hue, saturation, and luminance. If you want to follow along, go ahead and open up the Photoshop 5.arw file. Hue, as we've learned earlier in the class about color, is basically the color itself. So changing the hue of a red will change it from red to a different red or to a different color completely. Saturation is the vibrance of that color, and luminance is the brightness of a color. And so with this actual tab, you can edit individual parts of your image. For example, in this image, if we want to make the blues change color, we could take the blue slider and drag it to the left or right. And all of the blues in this photo become a different hue. There might even be some aquas or purples in the sky that will change if we adjust the purple slider or the aqua slider very slightly. But actually, there's some aqua in this green sign over here. So if we want to adjust this green sign, we could adjust the greens very slightly. It's a lot of that aqua actually, and maybe some of that yellow, mostly that aqua though, and it had some blues in there. So this allows us to adjust specific parts, specific colors. Let's set to default by clicking that. So if I just adjust the aquas, you can start to see this becomes a little bit more yellow or a little bit more blue. Double clicking reverts that. Saturation, on the other hand, is how we can make the sky maybe desaturated. Maybe we don't want as much blue so that this sign over here stands out. And in this way, we can leave all of the colors except for one. See this red up here? If we increase that, it becomes more red. That might even have some magenta in it. If we decrease it, let's decrease the purples as well, everything becomes black and white except for the oranges, yellows, greens, and aquas. So let's actually make the aquas more. Greens are good. Yellows, let's take out. Oranges, let's take out. So now we have a photo with just greens and aquas. So you can get some pretty cool photos this way. Reset to default. Last, we have luminance. And like I mentioned, this is the exposure. So if we want to make the sky brighter, we can increase the luminance of the blues or darker to decrease, which actually gives it more color. If we want that sign to stand out, we can increase the aquas and the blue, or the greens rather. It's very subtle for this sign. It doesn't have that much color in it already. Maybe we want to make it darker to stand out, and in that sense we would make the blues brighter. So you can see that, again, using these different tabs, you can really make your photo more creative. Let's go ahead and set to default. The other option in this tab is grayscale. So if you check this box right here, it converts the image to grayscale, but you can still adjust the individual colors of your photo. So if we take this blue slider, for example, we can adjust the exposure or the luminance of the blues, which affects how the black and white image looks. Same with the greens and the aquas. We can adjust how it looks. So if we want to make this sign more contrasty, we drop the greens and the aquas, and then bringing up those blues makes it stand out a little bit more. The reds, if we want to make that tall scraper over here a little bit brighter, we can bring that up. Same with our magentas and purples. So this is a way that you can really adjust how your black and white photos look, rather than just your overall exposure, but by adjusting specific colors in a photo. And this is how you can take your black and white photos to the next level, by playing with these individual colors. So by default, it's going to actually auto create the settings. So when you turn that on, it's going to set to auto. You can also set it there, or setting to default lets you create it from scratch. All right, so this is just an individual way that you can adjust colors in Photoshop. Let me know if you have any other questions. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson of the Photoshop section, we're going to learn about this tab right here called split toning. I'm using the Photoshop 1 file that we edited before with some exposure and basic adjustments, which I still have applied. What split toning does, which is sort of similar to HSL, is allowing you to edit a specific part of your photo using highlights or shadows, and adjusting the hue and the saturation of that part of the photo. So for example, for the highlights, if I take this first hue slider and drag it around, nothing happens. But if I put it to, say, blue or like aqua, and then I increase the saturation, what happens is all of the highlights of the image become more saturated with this hue that I've selected. So now with the saturation all the way up, I can adjust the hue and you can really see what's happening. So I can get this really cool, interesting effect. Now the saturation doesn't necessarily desaturate and make it black and white. It's just adding how much saturation for this hue to the highlights. Skipping down to shadows, this allows us to add the same sort of color to just the shadows. So first, let's move the saturation all the way up to 100 to start out. Now let's adjust the hue. So you can kind of come up with these kind of dual tone effects like this, where the darks or the shadows of your image are blue, but the highlights get this sort of pink magenta. You can adjust how this is balanced with this balance slider. Going to the left will sort of weight it to the shadows. Going to the right will weight your adjustments to what you've chosen in your highlights up here. So this is, again, just a creative way to make your photos more interesting. You don't have to go so crazy with the saturation, though, which gives you a more subtle, maybe realistic, or maybe not so unrealistic effect that still looks pretty good. You know, if we want this image to have that sort of menacing stare, make it a little scarier, maybe we want the shadows to be a little bit darker blue, and like we have it, the highlights, which is most of Sam's face, to be sort of that orange or red. Pretty scary, right? Awesome. So this is the split toning tab. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, play around with it, and I'd love to see any image you come up with it, so feel free to post them to the class or tag us on social media with your photo posts, and we'll check them out. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to use this lens corrections tab. I'm using Photoshop 5.arw, the practice file, if you want to follow along. So if you go to this tab, you'll have two options down here, profile or manual. Under profile, you get sort of an automated way to fix a lens, quote unquote fix. because what it's doing is it's going to try to remove any warp and vignetting that might come naturally from the lens you use. Typically, if you're using a wider lens, then you'll have more of a warp around the edges, which we were using for this photo right here, the Sony 16-35, all the way on 16 millimeters, so it was very wide on the full frame camera. So first, if we check Enable Profile Corrections, look what happens. This is the before and then the after. It becomes a little bit brighter around the edges, and then it feels a little bit like it might be warped, but what's happening is it's actually unwarping it to make everything look a little bit more natural, as if you were actually there. You'll notice that Photoshop already knows what camera, what model lens, and what profile we were using, and this is all automated and it's built into the metadata of this camera. If you don't have a smart camera, if you're using a manual camera or an old camera or a lens that doesn't match with the camera itself, in terms of manual camera, I meant like an old lens or something, you might not have this information. So you can go in and actually find the specific lens and model that you are using, and it will adjust it accordingly. You can also manually adjust a little bit more or less with this distortion and vignetting option. So dragging the vignetting left to right will increase or decrease the sort of vignette fix that it has applied. Say you want to get rid of the distortion, but you still like the vignette, we can add back the vignette that the lens naturally has. The distortion, on the other hand, will again bring you back to how it was shot, to how it was fixed in the middle, or if you drag to the right, it will sort of flatten it out as even more. So you can adjust this to your liking. Now, these corrections are only if you don't like the look of your lens. If you like the look of your lens, then there's no real reason to adjust these things. Now, what about chromatic aberration? I don't know if we'll be able to see it in this image, but sometimes, depending on the setting and situation, you can kind of see it right here. You'll get these sort of purple and green lines on the edges of things. Checking on Remove Chromatic Aberration will get rid of those lines and make it more of the natural color, which you can see here if I turn it on and off. It makes this line more blue, which is probably what it more naturally look like. This photo has a lot of blue. I'm not seeing really much green or purple. Let's see if we turn this off. So this is a good example of a lens and a camera that doesn't shoot with a lot of chromatic aberration. But I just wanted to point that out. If you are in a setting where you are looking at your camera and you see like some weird purple hazy lines on the edges of things, or green, that's what chromatic aberration is. And by checking this on or off, you can sort of remove that. Now, the manual tab right here basically allows us to do what is done here on our own. So let me go down here, say fit to view, so we can see our whole image, which is important when doing these types of corrections. And so here we can basically do whatever we want. We can make it bulge, which actually gives it, an interesting effect if you want that, or stretch it the opposite way. If you do stretch it like this, you'll want to go in and crop so that you don't see these edges. And if you see this sort of grid behind your photo, that means the background is going to be transparent. So you don't want to see that when you're saving your file. So you would want to crop in if you do that sort of distortion. And then same with the defringe. If you have a specific color, so let's zoom in here really quick. So this has that sort of purple fringe on this line. This is the chromatic aberration that if we increase the purple amount and then adjust sort of the hue angle, you can choose more or less, it will get rid of that. So see if I go to before, after, see how it got rid of that sort of purple line? This allows you to pinpoint either a specific green or purple to get rid of in terms of the fringing, which is what that chromatic aberration is. Let's zoom out one more time. And lastly, you have vignetting. So this is sort of a way to decrease the vignette and then also choose a midpoint, which is happening for the entire image itself. It's not like this effects that we added before, which is a post-crop vignetting. This is just fixing the entire image when you're zoomed out and uncropped, doing what is happening here in the profile, but in a manual way. Cool, so this is the lens corrections tab, another sort of advanced feature. It's not one I necessarily play around with too much because typically I like the way my lenses look. Sometimes when I shoot on a very wide lens though, you do get some of that distortion around the edges that I don't like, and using this enable profile corrections button tends to help with that. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in another lesson. In this lesson and the following lessons of this Photoshop section, I'm going to go over some of these tools up here that we haven't covered before. We've seen the crop tool and the hand tool, but pretty much that's it. I want to start out with removing blemishes, which is something you might be interested in. So say you have a portrait or any sort of image where someone has a pimple or there's a blemish that they want to get rid of. Now, I will say that usually I like to be very natural in my editing and I don't remove a lot of blemishes, or, if there's a mole or a beauty mark, I like to leave those things in. But that being said, I know a lot of you want to learn how to remove blemishes. So say here this photo of Sam, he has this, I think it was a pimple that day. If we want to remove something like that, click on this brush right here, which is the spot removal brush, or press B on your keyboard. What happens over here on the right are the settings for this brush. So we can adjust the size by clicking and dragging to the left. You can adjust the feathering, which is sort of the edge, how it blends in. And you see two circles. The outside circle is that feathering, and the opacity. Usually I would recommend just leaving this at 100 for now. So I got the brush about the size of that pimple. Let's make the feathering a little bit smaller and actually make the whole brush a little bit smaller now. And what you do is you just click once or click and drag around the sort of blemish and then let Photoshop do the magic work. Right now it is set to heal, and you'll see that the red sort of pinpoint is where we clicked. The green pinpoint is what Photoshop is using to blend in to where we picked. So to show you what's actually happening, you can click and drag this green sort of spot to wherever you want to sort of use to blend. So if I put this in Sam's hair, this isn't going to look good because Photoshop is trying to blend his hair, the image of his hair, into that sort of blemish, which doesn't work. So what you want to do is find a part of the skin that looks similar to this area of the skin but without a blemish. So if I put it there, that looks a lot better. You'll notice over here that you have a heal brush and a clone brush. So a clone brush is similar. It just does a complete copy and paste basically into that spot instead of trying to sort of heal it or blend with it. So if I put this around his eye, for example, it's going to copy and paste his eye right there, which is a cool way to clone one part of your image to another, but it's not a good way to remove any blemishes. So I would use the heal brush. All right, so if you are happy with that, you can click off to another tool, or you can move around. I'm pressing the space bar to move around. And let's just say, okay, Sam doesn't really like this freckle up here, so we want to get rid of that. So let's just make our size smaller, click and drag around it, and it's disappeared. Pretty cool, right? The other tool I'll just mention while we're here is the red eye removal tool. What you would do is just click and drag over the eye, and it's going to process it and remove. Now, since we don't have red eye, it's not going to work, but if you need to make any adjustments, you can increase or decrease the pupil size here and also make it darker or brighter based off of if you still see the red eye. And so that's a quick tool that you don't really see much needing, but I just wanted to mention it here. So those are two spot and healing removal tools that I wanted to show you. We'll continue going through these tools in the next few lessons. In this lesson, we'll use a few of these tools up at the top, including white balance, color sample, and targeted adjustments. So starting with the white balance tool, you know that we learned how to adjust the white balance over here on the right-hand side with this menu. There's actually an easier way to do it with this white balance color picker. If there is something white or neutral in your color, you can just click on this. It looks like a little eyedropper, and then click on that part of the image. So right here we have this gray sort of concrete block, which should be completely gray. There should not be any sort of warm or cool tone to it. So if I click here, what happens is it adjusts this gray so that the rest of the image is balanced to that gray. Now, I think it took it a little too far, and so we can come back here and, reverse the adjustment just slightly, but this is often a good place to start. Now, let's go back to As Shot and then try this white logo on my hat. That works a little bit better. Let's just use the gray. It really depends on what your lighting situation is. If you have like a white card, actually, look at this white pot right there. That's probably the best option here. This is sort of a cream colored pot, and that gives me the best overall white balance to start out with. Now, I might want it to be a little warm because when I was taking this photo, these lights are warm, so you want that to look a little bit natural, but that's a quick way to get an auto white balance. This next eyedropper is the color sampler tool. By clicking this and clicking anywhere on my image, I get an RGB sample color. And this is just good to know if you are looking for a specific color and you want to use it for some sort of graphic later on, you have these RGB levels later on. This gets a little advanced with graphic design, so if you're not understanding what this is, that's okay. But basically, you can use these RGB values right here to select a color, to add a text that is a specific color, or a box, sort of like a shape that's a specific color. And that's what you would use that tool for. Lastly, we have this targeted adjustment tool. So if you click and hold, you see that you have multiple options: parametric curve, hue, saturation, and luminance. Starting with the parametric curve, I don't know if you remember where this was, but it was under our tone curve and on the parametric tab. If I click and drag up or down any part of the image, it will select that part of the tone curve and move it up and down. So if I want to bring up the shadows, I would click in the shadows and drag up. And see how the curve on the right-hand side gets brought up? Maybe I want to make it a little contrastier, so I'll drag that down. But at the same time, I want to bring up the mids, so I'll pick somewhere that is somewhat in the mids, like my jacket, and bring that up. Or the highlights, again, click the whites and bring those up, or down if I want. So this is a way to sort of pinpoint a part of your image so that you can make those more precise adjustments. Similarly, we have hue, saturation, and luminance, which is similar to HSL. Here, we can go in and pick in our image, say this like green, and increase or decrease this green to adjust this specific color in my frame. You'll notice that on the right, it's also picking some yellows to increase or decrease the hue because there's more than just green in here. Same with if I pick this sort of wood fence on the right, it will adjust the oranges and the yellows. And then you can do it with not just hue, but also saturation and luminance. Maybe we want to desaturate this orange. We can click and drag down. Of course, that makes my skin look a little weird, so we might want to click in my skin, bring back a little bit, which gives us a little bit more of that fence color. But it's just a way for you to pinpoint colors in your image itself to make adjustments to, rather than relying on the sliders themselves over here. And you can do the same with luminance, and then grayscale is the same. You can use the grayscale mix option and increase or decrease specific colors in your image. It's a really cool way to get specific to come up with a nice looking image. Cool. Thank you so much for watching this lesson on some more pinpoint adjustments. We'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, I'm going to show you two tools that help you quickly straighten out and sort of adjust your horizons and things in your image to make them look straight. The first is this level tool right here. So instead of cropping and rotating manually, you can use this straighten tool by clicking it and then dragging across the horizon or whatever line is in your image to straighten it out. So here we have this horizon behind Sam. It might be a hill, but if we want that to be a straight across level in our image, click and drag, and when you let go, it creates a crop and a rotation that matches that line. Pressing return, we can really see now that that crop and rotation made this line in the background more level, which creates more of a balanced image. Cool, so that's the level tool. It's very quick and easy when you have horizons. The other one I want to show you is with the Photoshop 3 file, and this is this transform tool right here. So click this. This works best when you are shooting an image of a building or something that you want to have perfectly up and down and sort of horizontal lines. So this isn't the best example because it's going to warp myself, but when you're shooting architecture photos, this tends to work well. But this is a good example because it has a lot of lines in it. So say we want this pergola right here, this little structure, to have perfectly up and down and straight lines. If we click and drag once for this structure along the top line, and then we go from the top or down of this line right here, what will happen is it will adjust the photo, and you'll notice, see how this top line is now perfectly horizontal, and this up and down line is perfectly vertical. You can make adjustments over here if you want by rotating it actually vertically, horizontally. You could change the aspect, you can change the scale, move it around. But as you can tell, this doesn't look good for an image of a person because it warps the person and it actually stretches the photo out. But a photo of a building or something where you wouldn't be able to tell so much might be better. And it also depends on the angle that you're taking the photo at. At an extreme angle like this one, it really does sort of warp. But if there's just slight minor adjustments, it'll look better. Cool, so those are the straightening and the transform tools to help make lines straight and level in your photo. In this lesson, I'm going to show you what the adjustment brush, the graduated filter, and the radial filter do. This is another way that you can adjust just parts of your image. I've added this file to your folder, which you probably already have now. It's the Photoshop 9 file, which will be a good example, especially for the graduated filter. So let me just quickly make an adjustment to the exposure. If you want to follow along, go ahead. I'm just boosting the exposure by 2.4 or so. So let's first start with this graduated filter. By clicking that, nothing happens, but we get a bunch of new sort of adjustments over here. Now they should probably not be changed. Right now I have the exposure adjusted, so I'm going to double click that so everything is set to 0. What I want to do is click and drag in the image, and just click and drag, and then I'll show you kind of what's happening. Nothing has changed when I clicked and drag. If I check on the mask option, and it might help to change this mask to something like pink, we can actually see the selected part of this image that is going to be adjusted. So I haven't actually added a pink sort of overlay to this. This is just telling me what's in pink is what is going to be changed. Now I can use all of these adjustments here to make changes. So let me turn off the mask and let me now make an exposure adjustment. So say I bring down the exposure or up the exposure, it's just affecting that top part of the image. I can adjust the white balance if I want to make the sky more orange or more blue. I can do that. Clarity or dehaze, this would be the perfect example of using dehaze to just get rid of some of the haze that's in the sky. You have all of your other options here that you can play around with that you've seen before. You do have one new option called moire reduction. I don't know if you've ever seen before, but when you're taking photos of a really detailed pattern like a striped shirt or a checkered shirt, sometimes you get a little bit of sort of fuzziness in that shirt. And so what you could do is apply that sort of moire reduction to just the shirt, which might be better done with the adjustment brush or the radial filter, which we'll show you in just a second. So that's basically what the adjustment brush does. And there are some more advanced features that I'll go over with all these tools in the next lesson. But let's go move on to the radial filter. So clicking that, it basically does the same thing. We can click and drag. And right now we have all of the same sort of presets that we use for that last adjustment. So let's delete that and reset all of these. So now if we click and drag, you see sort of an oval, and we can make it tall, wide. So say I just want to make some sort of adjustment to this part of the image. Well, let's turn on the mask to see what's happening. Well, it's actually selecting everything outside of the circle. So we want to go down here to this effect option and choose inside. You also have a feathering, which sort of blends the adjustment in with some feathering. So now if we turn off the overlay, you can also turn off this overlay button down here to not see this circle if that helps. We can now adjust this. Say we want to make this part of the hills really warm. Maybe we want to boost the contrast and the sharpness of this part of the image. Maybe boost the saturation. Now I'm just going through this a little bit quick, but Let's go ahead and boost the clarity as well. So now that works pretty good. So say you want to do 2 of these adjustments. So either using the graduated filter or the radial filter. Now I'm like, okay, I'm ready to add another one. What you do is just click the new button up here and then you start from scratch. Okay? To delete or to move, you can just select it and move that point in the middle. See how there's that green dot? You could also select the edges to change the size. And then to delete, just when it's selected, press the delete key on your keyboard. Same with the graduated filter. If we want to go back and adjust it, we can go ahead and click the point or one of the points and make adjustments, or select the new button to create a new adjustment. And you can see that what happens is that it selects the part of the image from where you started clicking. So let me delete this and I'll show you again. So if I click at the bottom and drag up, it's selecting that bottom part of the image. If I click from the left and drag right, it's selecting the left side, and so on and so forth. Let's go on to the adjustment brush, which is basically the same idea, but instead of using sort of a graduated or radial filter, we're brushing onto our image. Let's reset all of our settings. Turn on our mask. You can change the size of your brush here, the feathering, the flow and the density. This is sort of like the opacity. And if your flow and if your density is off anyways, it will sort of only apply it at a more gradual level. You'll have to brush over multiple times to get the full effect. I usually just leave it on full. So say we want to just adjust those things down there. I paint over it. Let's turn off our mask so we can see what's happening. Maybe we want to decrease the saturation, make this black and white. Make it super creative. Or maybe we adjust here, increase the clarity so everything's a little bit clearer, but we're not doing as much of a warm adjustment. Maybe we're making it a little bit cooler actually, making it a little less saturated, increasing the contrast or decreasing the contrast. You're making an adjustment based off of where you brush. Now, if I continue to brush, it will continue to make adjustments wherever I brush unless I click the new button so that I have a completely brand new brush that I can make new adjustments to. So let me delete that. Let me delete this brush as well. Let me just show you what happens if the density is down below. So now let's turn on, the mask is on. See how it's sort of a lighter pink? So whatever adjustments we make aren't going to be as strong. So let's turn off the mask so you can see that I've brought my exposure down really far, but it's not really affecting it that much. But I can continue to sort of paint over it, and it will continue to make it darker and darker and darker until the density of what I'm brushing is basically up at 100%. Or you can increase and brush again, and it does it right away. So think of sort of the density as how opaque your brush is. Flow works in a similar way. I've increased flow all the way to 100%. We've got our mask down here on so we can see what I'm doing. See, it's sort of like a complete big paintbrush. Now if I decrease the flow all the way, paint on, you barely get it. So this is great for making really subtle minor adjustments. Sometimes I'll use this brush adjustment to increase the exposure of just faces on a portrait or in a group photo. That seems to work really well. So that's basically how you use this brush. I'm going to show you some advanced features for how you edit these selections with the range mask and also with the brushes option for your graduated and radial filters coming up in the next lesson. So I still have my photo that I was working on last time, and if I go back to my radial adjustment and click this, we can see that part of what was edited is the sky above this hill. So it might be easier if I turn this off so you can see that. See this part of this sky? Let me zoom in just a little bit so you can really see. Go back to my radial filter, turn this on, make sure I have it selected. So part of this hill in the background that I had added the graduated filter to make it blue is becoming warm, and I don't want that. So what I can actually do is use a brush, clicking this brush tool, to add or subtract part of this selection. So I want to subtract, so it has the minus or erase option. Let's make the brush size a little bit smaller. Feathering a little smaller. Flow will increase. Something like that. Now if I brush over here, you can see that I can get rid of some of that selection. Now I might have to go in and make my size really small so I'm not selecting some of these houses up above. But say I go through here looking pretty good and then I go, whoops, I got some of that tree. We can just click that plus sign, and now this is sort of an add brush that allows us to add, if I make it really small, back some area so you can get pretty precise. You can also just use the Option key to switch from the plus to the minus. So holding down the Option key gets me my option brush so I can just quickly move around. Now this is just sort of a workflow thing. I'm just using this brush, but now I've gone through this whole area, but I want to move the photo to the left or right. Just switch over to the hand by pressing the space bar, click and drag. Now I can go back here, Option to get my erase brush, erase all this. So now the background isn't being adjusted by this radial adjustment. Cool, right? So now let's zoom out all the way, see what it actually looks like, turn off our mask, and now that probably looks a little bit more natural. All right, so there's one other option, and that's this range mask, and you have that both for your graduated and your radial filters. Let's go turn on our overlay, go back to edit, and then let's delete this for now because I just want to have my graduated filter. So see how we have this graduated filter, it's selecting everything. What if we only want to pick a specific color or luminance to adjust? What we can do, let's turn off this mask. What we can do is turn on the range mask for color or luminance. So if I do by color, then what I can do is pick a specific color in this image to edit. So click this eyedropper, then click in my image to these mountains, for example. Now, let me reset these settings so we're not having any adjustments done yet. So what it's done is selected the original color of these mountains, the gray. If I turn on my mask, you can see that it's more or less selected the mountains without the sky, which is what I want. If I just want the sky, then I would click the eyedropper and click in the sky and see how it adjusts the sky now. So now I can go in here, I can make the sky really warm. Let's turn off my mask so we can see. Say we want the sky to have that dehaze, but we don't want the mountains in front of it to have the dehaze. You can make it brighter, make it darker, or whatever. And now that adjustment is just being made to the sky. If I want to go in and sort of adjust how much is selected or not, I can choose this color range. Decreasing it gets very precise with the colors that are selected. Increasing it selects more. It did a pretty good job when it was at 50 there. Now, if I want to go in and adjust just the mountains now, what would I have to do? I would actually have to go and create a new graduated filter. So let's go ahead and do that. Reset our settings. Click and drag over our mountains. Actually, let's make this green down here. Turn on the mask so you can see what's selected. Now, with the range mask turned on to color, let's go ahead and pick the blue of the mountains. So now this is cool because it selects some of the blue in these foreground mountains in front that we were selecting before. If we want to get more specific, we can drop down the color range, turn off our mask, and now we can adjust the mountains. Say we want the mountains to be more blue or more purple. Purple Mountains Majesty. That's a American song if you don't know. Turn on some dehaze and adjust the mountains separate from the background. Now, this is getting a little bit wacky, a little bit unrealistic, but hopefully you can kind of see by now that using the range mask options, you can select specific colors and or brightnesses. So if we take the radial filter, reset all our settings, and then just click and drag around. Let's move this around here. Turn on the mask so we can see that we're selecting the inside. If we turn on our range mask to luminance, what if we just want to select the bright part of this image or the selection? We can take this left side of the luminance range and drag it to the right, so it's just picking the highlights. If we keep this to the left and drag the right side down, we're just selecting the shadows of the selection. And the smoothness will sort of blend it in or make it more harsh if you really want to be particular about what you're selecting. And now what we're doing is adjusting just that selection within this radial filter. So if we want to bring up the shadows of just this selection, we can bring up shadows with blacks, shadows right there. There it was. Exposure. That doesn't look good. We can create sort of a Halloween effect like so. But you can see that it's just affecting that part of the image now. Again, this might be good if you're shooting a photo portrait, a group shot, and some people are in the shade, some aren't. You got splotches of light in the shade, some fully in the sun. You can make a selection of just the bright parts of people's faces and bring those highlights down, or you could select just the shadows of people's faces and bring them up. It's a great way to be very specific with your selections and adjustments. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial, and we'll see you in the next one. Welcome to this new lesson in the Photoshop section. This lesson is a full demonstration of how I would edit a photo using all of the skills and techniques we've learned so far. Again, this is with the camera raw option within Photoshop CC. We are going to be including lessons coming up shortly about how you can edit photos directly within Photoshop, not using camera raw. But by now, I think you've learned a lot and it's time to put your skills to practice. So I'm going to edit this Photoshop 4 practice file if you want to follow along. I haven't edited this photo, so this is sort of a real-world demonstration. You're going to follow my entire process, and so it might be a little bit longer. Feel free to skip this if this is not something you're interested in. So the first thing that I do with all my photos is generally I crop it. This photo is a little bit hard because it's very dark, so what I'm going to quickly do is boost the exposure. Now this isn't going to be my final exposure adjustment, it's just for me to see the photo better, so when I go to my crop tool, I can edit it better. If I want to edit this photo for, say I want this to be my computer backdrop, my desktop background, I would need a crop of 16 by 9. So I'm going to choose that aspect ratio and then just click and drag out to get an initial first sort of size. So now I'm going to make it as wide as the photo and drag up or down. I kind of like dragging down because actually I kind of like seeing that church in the distance. So I need a balance of wanting to see some of these houses up front. The main part of this image is sort of this river going through, and either I need to decide to just cut off that sort of chapel in the background completely or have it completely, because I don't, maybe something like that might be good. Sometimes it's a little hard for me to see with the overlay, so I'll just press return on my keyboard. And if you see this photo for the first time, you might not think anything of it, but I think I need to move it up or down. So let's go back to the crop, move down, press return. That's not terrible, but let's try up. It's getting more of the background in the distance. I think I like that better. There's more layering to this photo. Cool. So now the next things I would do would be starting with my basic adjustments for white balance and exposure. White balance looks good. The only thing that I would do differently is if I want to give sort of a warmer tint or a cooler tint to it, I would adjust it, maybe making it a little bit warmer. Okay. This is, for everyone that doesn't know, the Los Angeles River, folks. It's currently one of the, I would say, ugliest rivers in the world. Hopefully they do something about it. I know there's lots of groups that are trying to revitalize the areas around the LA River, which I would love to see. But yes, this is the great Los Angeles River sitting right next to all of these industrial buildings. It's definitely that sort of gritty Los Angeles vibe if you've ever been here. All right, so next I would play with my exposure. So I want to actually drop my overall exposure to get it to sort of starting from scratch. Usually I don't do much with the overall exposure, except with this photo, I need to make everything brighter, I think. But before I go too far with that slider, I am going to pick up things like the highlights and then the shadows, bring up the shadows. Wow, the shadows doesn't do much, so it's a lot of the blacks down here. Now I don't want to do that, so what I actually am going to do is bring up the exposure quite a bit. So now it's a little bit brighter than we had before, but make it a little bit more contrasty by bringing down the blacks. See how that looks pretty good? At least I think it looks pretty good. And then with the whites, maybe bring down the whites just to get a little bit more information back in some of the highlights of those buildings. Next, I'll look at these 3 adjustments down here. Since this is more of a landscape, it's very wide. There's lots of detail to it. I do want to increase the clarity just a bit. Going too far, not my style. Definitely not going to the left, but going to the right, just like plus 10 or so, helps a little bit. You can always see the before and after by clicking this button down here, the one that looks like the Y, or pressing Q on your keyboard to shuffle through these sort of before and after settings. With saturation and vibrance, I might just boost the saturation a little bit to give this image a little bit more color. Sometimes boosting things too much might sort of make it look unnatural, but since it's a landscape, I like to boost a little bit. I'm also going to boost colors individually using HSL in just a minute. So I'm pretty happy with these sort of basic adjustments. I am going to skip tone curve for now. I usually like to leave the tone curve for the very end when I just add a little bit more contrast if I want. With noise reduction, let me zoom in here really quick. We were using a ISO that's really low, so you don't get too much noise. But zoomed in here, there's a little bit of noise, but it's also that balance of, do I actually want to sharpen things? I mean, everything's pretty much in focus. I also add a little bit of clarity. Let's zoom out and see what adding some sharpness does. Actually, adding some sharpening, to me anyways, I know it's very subtle and hard for you to see if you're watching just the video, it does pretty good. So I'm going to boost this to like 50 or so. And noise reduction, I'm just going to leave it because I can live with that little bit of noise that was added. All right, so now let's get to HSL. What I want to do is see if I can play with the colors of these trees that do line the river. So what I will do is use my pinpoint adjustment tool, the targeted adjustment tool, for saturation by clicking in the image to increase the saturation or decrease the saturation of these trees. And so when I do that, if I go too far, it looks unnatural because it brings some of the saturation of the buildings up. But what we can do later on is use some of our adjustment brushes or our graduated or radial filter to decrease the saturation up there, which I'm going to do. So I kind of have to live with that unknowing, seeing that, oh, I don't like the saturation up there now, but later on I might. I also want to get as much green as possible, so I'm going to bring up the greens as much as possible. Well, not as much as possible, but pretty far up. So right now it's starting to look a little unnatural to me, and I don't really like it, but we're going to fix that in a second. In terms of luminance and hue, I'm not really going to change anything unless I want to change these trees to be green. Nah, I'm not going to fake anyone out. I'm going to leave it as is. All right, so that is the HSL. Split toning I'm not going to do. Lens corrections, I will see what happens, but pretty much nothing because it's not reading the lens. I think I was using, or this was Sam's camera, and he was probably using a Nikon lens with an adapter. I don't remember exactly what lens, so I'm not even going to worry about lens corrections because it looks fine to me. In terms of effects, I also add a vignette usually at the end. Right now, I don't think I'm going to include any sort of vignette, so I'm going to skip that. We're also going to skip these last options there. So let's go ahead and make our local adjustments. So I'm trying to decide for the top and the bottom, or where the buildings are, should I use a graduated radial or adjustment brush? I honestly think the adjustment brush might be the easiest for this. So I've got my mask turned on, it's pink. This will make it easier to see everything. All my settings are reset. Let's actually turn our flow all the way up though. So now I'm just gonna paint up here, paint all these buildings, because I want the river really to be the main focus. So I'm painting down here. I am painting over some of the trees, but that's okay because I can erase them just by pressing the Option key, which takes me to the erase. And now I'm just going to erase over these trees that were selected. I want the river to sort of pop as much as possible. Might go into the erase and decrease the size just a little bit. Get some of these. I don't want it just to be like a dramatic line, so I just kind of go in here, make sure it's a little more organic along the edge. And then let's make it really small. And go over here, just following the river all the way up there. What I might do, I'm going to leave it at that for now. I'll show you what I'm going to do in a second if I want. So I'm going to turn off my mask so I don't necessarily see any changes until I make adjustments here, which I'm going to drop my saturation just a little bit. And if I drop completely, you can see that everything starts to decrease in saturation and the river really starts to pop. So let's do the before and after with Q on our keyboard. Here you can really see before and after how much that river pops than before. I might also just see what the exposure does. Making it dropping it just a little bit might make that river pop out. Even increasing the exposure might. It might be better to do that with the shadows or highlights, which I find actually looks more natural often than just adjusting the overall exposure. I almost liked it when it was dark like that. It really does kind of pop that way. When I increase the exposure, it starts to look a little wonky. Let's bring down the shadows. Let's bring down the blacks. I don't want to look too unnatural, but I actually think I like it when the overall exposure was just brought back down just a little bit. If you want to get like super creative with this is how you could create some sort of interesting sort of depth of field perspective. So if I drop down my sharpness, see how that creates sort of that tilt shift look. I'm not going to do that for this photo, but that's how you could apply sort of a tilt shift look to a photo using either any of these local adjustments. My question is, do I want this full sort of field over here to have the same edits as the river here, or do I want to also include this within this adjustment brush? Let me just test it out by taking my add brush and just painting over here really quick to see what would happen if it kind of looks like that. Let me undo. Let's make it a little smaller so I can get a little bit more precise. Something like that. I don't know. You tell me. Pressing undo, Control Z on a Mac, Command Z, or Command Z on a Mac, Control Z on a PC. You kind of go back and forth. I think I like it on there. Maybe if I decrease the flow just to drop the exposure just a little bit. Actually, not the flow and the density, just to drop a little bit so it's not competing as much. That kind of works pretty good. Okay, so now let's look at our mask. See how it's a little bit lighter here on the right-hand side? I think that looks pretty good. Cool, so I'm happy with those local adjustments. I didn't show you this before, but this is how you can quickly rotate an image if you're interested in that. Let me just think if I want to add any sort of contrast. It's pretty contrasty already, so I'll just play with this curve, but I don't think so. It's crazy contrasty right now, so I'm going to undo that. I'm actually pretty happy with this image compared to the before and after. I think it looks way better. The colors are a lot better. Maybe going through my overall sort of exposure, bringing up the black point just a little bit is a little bit better. I feel like it was almost too contrasty in these buildings down below. Hey, but I'm happy with that. So this is my process of editing. I'm going to go ahead and save it just to show you the entire process. So clicking save, I'm going to save this in my Photoshop edits folder that I created before. I'll just save it as Photoshop practice number 1. JPEG. I don't need to remove location information, quality all the way to 10, no limits, resize to fit, nope, gonna turn that off. Resolution 150, sharpening, nope. Click save. Now let's go to our folder, should be in here. And there you have it. Here is our practice number 1. Hey, this looks pretty good to me. I'm happy with it. It definitely pops a lot more than the original image, which let's look at. There you have it. The original image, before and after. I'm happy with it. Thank you so much for watching this full demonstration. I'm going to do another one with a portrait edit, and then we're going to jump into Photoshop to show you how you can edit photos right within Photoshop itself, not using Camera Raw. Welcome to this new lesson in the photography masterclass. This is a full editing demonstration of editing a portrait. This is more of a creative portrait, but I want to show you some cool effects to get some neat sort of shallow depth of field, some techniques that I typically do when doing a creative portrait edit. So the first thing that I like to do is crop. So I'm going to take my crop, and let's see, what if I wanted this to be a portrait or a profile pic? It's probably going to be a square. So I'm going to take a 1:1 aspect ratio and crop right in there. Actually, let's go back and let's go into our crop. Let's slightly rotate so that the eyes are going to be level. All right, next we go through our basic adjustments. White balance looks good for now. I think we were using daylight bulbs, so adjusting to daylight actually makes it a perfect white balance. 5500, 5600, something like that. Looks pretty good. Next, let's go through our exposure. So with this one, I do want to be a little creative with it. So add some more contrast to it, make the blacks a little bit darker, the whites a little bit whiter. Shadows, we'll bring up the shadows just to get a little bit of detail back in the hair. And the highlights, I'll bring down. I can either bring the highlights up and the whites down, or the highlights down and the whites up. I think with the whites up and the highlights down, it looks a little bit more contrasty the way that I'm wanting it. With clarity, vibrance, and saturation, I'm not going to do much. There's not anything I want to increase the saturation of in this photo. I'm going to leave the tone curve for last to see if I want to add any sort of contrast at the end. There's also nothing I want to do with HSL or split toning here. I showed you how to get creative with split toning, but I don't really want to do that. The only thing I might do is see what this looks like as a grayscale image. Actually, that could be pretty cool if I want to make it a sort of grayscale, sort of stylistic photo. But let me turn that off for now because I'm going to leave it like that, make my other sort of adjustments, and get back to it. One thing I want to do is play with the depth of field. The eyes are the most important part of the image, but sometimes I like to have a little bit more fall off. And this is a way you can create sort of fake shallow depth of field, especially with his neck, his shirt. So what I'm going to do is take a radial filter, make sure I reset everything. Let me just create an oval and I'll put it around his eyes. So for this one, I actually do want to select everything outside of his eyes. So I'm going to choose the outside option and I'm going to drop the sharpness all the way. Turn off mask so I can see what's happening. So I'm dropping the sharpness just around the eyes, and maybe the clarity I'll drop just a little bit too, something like that. But what I want to do is brush back some parts where I want the focus to be. So I'm going to choose my brush. I'm going to take the minus, turn back on the mask. Let's turn down our flow to like 25, increase the brush size, increase the feathering to 100, something like that. And I'm just going to brush over his nose, his mouth. Those are things that I want to be in focus. The front part of his ear, his hair, something like that. Maybe more around his eyebrows too. Maybe his chin, but let's decrease the size just a little bit. Something like that. Now let's turn off the mask to see what that does. So we can see the before and after. Let's turn off overlay so we can see how it creates sort of a more shallow depth of field. Pretty cool, huh? A creative way to do that through editing. Okay, so let's get back to our edit. Now, I think I want to add a little bit more shallow depth of field around his whole head. So I'm going to click the new radial filter brush. We can leave the sharpness and clarity as is. I'm just going to create a circle. It's actually best to go from the middle. Create a circle around his face like so. Let's turn on the mask so we can see. Feathering, let's decrease a little bit. Make it a little wider, a little taller, something like that. So now we're getting even a shallower depth of field for his neck and even his ears, which looks pretty cool. One thing that can look good for skin is to actually decrease the clarity of skin just a little bit so that it softens it up and it gets rid of some of those details. So I'm going to take the adjustment brush. I'm going to make sure that all my settings are reset, except for, clarity is fine, but let me just reset that and turn on mask. Let me just brush over his skin. We'll set the flow a little higher. Same with density. So we're just going to soften up the skin just a little bit. We're not making it out of focus. It's just making it softer. And if we go too much, we can always erase. So let's decrease the size. Erase by holding the Option key. Don't need to get his hair over there. Right there. That looks pretty good. His eyebrows don't necessarily need as well. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So now with that selection made, let's take our clarity and bring it down. Say like negative 80 or so. If we go undo, before and after, see how it kind of softens the skin just a little bit? Might want to brush in a little bit. Right there. Looks pretty good. All right, so let's make his eyes pop a little bit more. We're going to use the brush again, click New, reset our clarity. We're going to zoom in here a lot. So let's zoom into the eyes so we can really brush in where we want. Take our brush, decrease our size. And I'm really just trying to get in the whites of his eye. Depending on how big your photo is, you might not go down to a brush size 2 when you're editing a photo of someone's eyes. It might be down to 20 and it's the perfect size. Let me just go around here like so. That looks pretty good. All right, turn off the mask. We'll just bring up the whites just a little bit. You don't want to go too far, especially you don't want to do exposure because that starts to look scary, evil Sam, but just the whites a little bit. Now let's click New. I'm going to paint over his pupil and his iris. So let's paint over. Let's turn on mask so I can see what I'm painting. That looks pretty good. Paint over here. And we're just going to bring out some of that color and clarity in his eyes. I'm going to get rid of holding Option to paint off that part down there. Okay, so let's turn off our mask. Here, let's increase the clarity. Let's increase the saturation. And maybe bring up the shadows. Yeah, bring up the shadows. That's good. If you want to change the color of the eye slightly, you can do so with the temperature. Make it more red, green. We're not going to do that, so let's reset that white balance back. But I think that looks pretty good. His eyes pop just a little bit more from before. So let's go ahead and see the before and after. See how his eyes pop just a little bit more? I think they do anyways. You can go a little bit further maybe with that exposure adjustment as well. So now I'm done with those adjustments. So let's go back to our tone curve and see if we want to add a little bit more contrast using the point method. Creating just like a little S curve. When you do that, you start to get a little bit more saturation than I want, because when you increase contrast, the colors become a little bit more saturated. I actually kind of like the image before without that contrast, so I'm just going to select these 2 points and delete them. And then let's go to the grayscale tab, convert to grayscale. See before and after, before and after. You lose all those sort of details and color adjustments we made with the eyes, and everything is a little bit less detailed in the edits we made with grayscale. So I'm going to leave it as colored. The last thing I want to do is add a vignette actually with this image. So let's decrease the vignette slider amount to create a black or dark vignette. Increase the feathering. Adjust the midpoint to go in slightly, which I like. Awesome. So that's starting to look good. When I'm looking at it now, though, I'm thinking that Sam doesn't pop out from the background enough. So what I want to do is adjust the background. Let's use a graduated filter. So you have that selected. Just reset everything by clicking the minus button on one and then resetting that selection if you want, or going one at a time, and then just click and drag. Now I'm going to use my range mask for color, I believe will work best. Use my eyedropper to select the background. And look at that. It did a pretty good job. Let's change the color range. Actually, that looks pretty good. What we can do is just brush out his eyes because I don't want his eyes selected. So with our brush on minus, let's just brush out the selections on his face, which works perfectly. So now let's turn off our mask and let's increase the exposure of the background. Maybe make it darker. Yeah, I actually like it darker. I thought I was going to make it brighter to make him pop out a little bit more, but I think making it darker looks pretty good. There's other ways that you can make selections that we'll learn in a future lesson about removing backgrounds, but this is an easy way to edit a background, a blank background, right within the camera raw. All right, this is the before and after. I hope you liked my edit. Let me know if you have any questions about what I did, what I didn't do. If you have edits of your own, we would love to see them. Go ahead to post them to social media, tag us so we can check them out, or post them to the course page so that we can see them there. We'd love to check them out. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can merge together photos as an HDR photo. Remember from earlier in the class that HDR, or bracketing, which is basically the same concept, is taking photos, the same photo at different exposures, and then combining them to get a properly balanced photo. So I've included in the examples an HDR folder with the two HDR sort of photos that I took. So we have one that's a little underexposed, one that is overexposed to get the details in the rocks. So in Photoshop, if you go up to the File menu, then go down to Automate, then choose Merge to HDR Pro, a window pops up where you choose the photos you want to merge, click Browse, find the photos you want to merge, select all of them. It could be 2 or even more. Click Open. It's going to appear there, and then choose OK. It's going to process those photos and open up this sort of HDR menu. So it's already gone ahead and processed both of these images together, and you have several options for adjusting how it looks here. You also have presets up here that you can choose. There's custom, there's surreal, there's just different ones depending on the style you're looking for, and also depending on sort of what photos you took. So if you start with the default, which makes really no adjustments, you can go in, and now in this menu you can actually make adjustments to things like the exposure with the highlights and the shadows, adjusting the vibrance and the saturation. You also have more adjustments up here like edge glow, tone and detail, which will make changes depending on what your photo is of. The radius basically and the edge glow affects the edge of things and how things are blended together. For this image, it doesn't do that much. For tone and detail, you can affect the overall exposure with exposure. You can increase the detail with this detail slider to give you more of that sort of typical HDR look. Gamma is similar to contrast in a sense where it's making things a little bit more contrasty or flat. So you can play around with that. And so go ahead and play around with your settings, make it look how you want, and then click OK. And it's going to open it up as a Photoshop file. This has been a little bit wonky for me in the past where it actually crashed Photoshop. So hopefully with updates to Photoshop, this will work properly for you. If it does crash or if it doesn't open, try saving the file as a Photoshop project and then reopening it. I'm going to show you how to save the project in a couple lessons. So you might have to go skip ahead to that lesson if you don't know how to save a Photoshop file. But basically now you have your HDR photo that you can continue to make edits to as you wish. It's not a raw image, it's a rasterized image, but you can go ahead and right click, choose to convert it to a smart object and open it up in Camera Raw using the filter, Camera Raw filter, if you're interested in making adjustments using Camera Raw. So that's how you combine images into an HDR photo. Let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this new section of the course. This is a really quick one, but I wanted to organize it as a new section because it's something completely different. And it's just a quick tutorial on how to use the libraries feature in Photoshop. So if you go up to Window and turn on the Libraries panel, it'll open up your Adobe Library. We briefly saw this way back earlier in the course, but it's basically just a collection of colors, styles, graphics that you use across all of your Adobe applications. Or if you're even just using Photoshop, it's nice to have it all in one area right here. So you can see I have some specific colors that I use, some logos that I've installed, character styles that I often used. I need to update these actually. But basically the way you use it is, say we are creating a shape, we just edited this portrait and we're creating a shape, but we want it to be this color. Oh, you just open your library, click that color, click whatever color you want. And now that color is in our Photoshop project. And we still have to do one thing to change the color of this shape. We just click the fill button, but because it is right here in our recently used, we can quickly select that, and now we can create our shape. Now, if we want, we can also, once we have a shape created, press the I button and just click one of our library colors. So that's another quicker way to change the color of a layer to our library colors, okay? Now we also have these logos. So hey, I got my Video School Online logo. Let's place our shape. Let's add our logo to this. All right, it's gonna say something about smart objects. I don't care. And here we go. We got our Video School Online logo right here. Easy to use. So that's all great and good, but how do we actually start this? Well, you can click this plus button right here and choose a new color. So what you want to do actually first, let's actually delete this. I don't want this to clog us up. And you want to change your foreground color, which is the color right here in front of your little color swatches. So let's pick a new color. Let's pick this nice orange. And then if we click plus, foreground color, or you also have a fill color now because it knows the color of the shape that's selected. But we're going to choose foreground color, and now this color is there in our color palette. Same thing, you can add content, you can add graphics, and you can add a graphic that you have created in Photoshop. So it's added this rectangle that I've created as a graphic, or let me delete that because I don't want that here. Or you can simply, if you want to add a graphic that you have on your computer or an image on your computer, say we're going to use this cloud picture all the time, just simply drag it, drop it into your library, and it's added as a graphic. Pretty crazy, right? So now if you open up Adobe Premiere Pro, you're going to have all these graphics and assets in there for you. And it's all saved to the cloud as well. So if you are using another computer and you are logged into your Adobe account, it'll be there available for you. Cool, huh? You can organize by folders. You can view it differently in a list or a thumbnail view. And you could also create multiple libraries. So click this drop down, click plus new library. You could create a new library for a different brand, or maybe you have one library for photography, one for your video work, all kinds of cool stuff there. Cool. So use the libraries. It's something that I didn't use and I still don't use enough, to be completely honest. I should use this all the time because it would save me a ton of time. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson and in this section, you're going to learn about the different ways to export or save your projects. So pretty self-explanatory, like most applications. In the file menu, you have an option for saving. And this file menu is very long. Where is it? Right in the middle, saving. So if you click save, it's just going to save this as a Photoshop file. If you use Save As, you can save it as a new Photoshop file. But what you're really looking for is more of an option for exporting as a JPEG image or a PNG image or some other file type so that you can use this to post online or to print or things like that. So to do that, go to File, Export. There are a lot of options down here too. You could do a quick export as PNG, and that's just going to pick standard PNG file settings, and that PNGs are great because they're full resolution, great quality for uploading or printing, but the file size can be kind of large. So if you want to have the option to export it as another file type, go to File, Export As. This will open up this new window with all kinds of options for format. So you can choose PNG, JPEG, GIF. We haven't even gotten into this, and we're not really going to get into this in this course, at least right now, but you can actually create videos or animated GIFs with this. GIFs, GIFs, however you want to call it. SVG, which is a vector file. So if you're creating graphics or something like that you're going to import or use in like Adobe Illustrator, SVG might be good. But for 99% of us, what we want to do is save it as a JPEG so we can post it online. Below this, you have a quality slider. So this is literally going to decrease the quality of your image. If I go really far down, it should give us a preview of what it's going to look like. Still looks pretty good actually on this monitor, but you can see the background colors. See how there's waves in there? That's what happens when you decrease the quality of a JPEG. It actually has fewer colors, and so smooth single color objects can start to look a little distorted. Typically, you just want to leave that at 100% unless you're trying to save file. You're trying to decrease the file size. You can see sort of an estimate of what this file size is going to be. So we can decrease this, say like 60, and then you can see that it dropped to 1.5 or 1.2 megabytes, which is a little bit better. You can also adjust the image size. So this is a square, but maybe you don't need 3,500 pixels. Maybe you just need a 1,000 by 1,000 pixel image for posting online. You can do that by typing in 1,000. You could scale it down with these specific scale presets. You can also do another form of scaling here, right here, where you say scale, and you can scale it by up to 3 times. It's a quick way to save your photo and or whatever project you're doing as a larger file size. So say you have created a project at 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, but you realize you want to save it as a 2,000 by 2,000 pixel project. You can actually use this scale all option, and it will scale everything so you don't lose quality when saving it. This next option for canvas size actually crops the canvas. So say you realize you need it to be, 800 pixels tall. This is like a last minute option for cropping or scaling the actual canvas size. So not the size of your project, your full image, but the actual canvas you're working on. And then you have options for saving metadata to the image. You can include some copyright and contact information or just none. So if you're a photographer, it's probably a good idea to include the copyright and contact information, which will be part of the metadata from your photos if you're editing them already. Or that can be set up in your preferences. And then color space, convert to sRGB is what you're going to want to choose. Then you click export. You choose where you want to export to. Hit that return button and it's going to save it. So if we go to our desktop, find this photo, we now have this 1,000 by 1,000 pixel photo that we can share online however we want. And really quickly, I just want to show you where you add that metadata option. If you're curious, go to File, File Information, and here's this window where you can add all kinds of information. So the author information, you can add keywords, copyright information for if it's copyrighted or not. You can actually create a template if you want, so that this is applied in the future if you want to add this to all of your projects. So all kinds of information here that you can add. There's different preset sort of information you might need or want depending on the file type as well. And then once you add that, click OK, save it, and you have that option for including the metadata that will actually save on the file itself. Cool. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Let me show you another really quick way to export or save your projects as another file type, including a JPEG, just by doing the Command Shift S keyboard shortcut or the Save As option. It's going to open up your save box or window, and now we can change the format right here. So we can save it to all these different options here. If we want JPEG, put it on our desktop. We're going to have to call it B, click save. You have your image options here, a little bit more basic than the export module we saw in the last lesson. You have some presets for the quality here as well. Click OK, and that's going to save your JPEG there. So as you saw in that menu, there are some additional options, such as TIFF is down below. That's cut off for you. These, depending on what you're doing with it, you might end up wanting or needing these file types for a project of yours. So just wanted to show you that as another quick way to save a JPEG or another file type. Cheers. Here's a video about how to export projects when using artboards. This is a project you'll be working on in the full project demonstration section, but it is a little bit different than exporting just a single project or a project with a single canvas. So if you do this and you go up to File, Export, Export As, you'll now have an option in this module for choosing the artboard that you want to export. So here on the left-hand side, you have your artboards. And so you can choose to export both of them if you want, but you may be making just different edits or different versions where you do want to export both or all of your artboards or not. You can preview them here by going through, or maybe you just want to export one of them because you have multiple artboards, but one is more of a draft, or you're just happy with one or the other. You get the point. I just wanted to mention this though, because if you are exporting artboards or wondering, this is where you choose which are artboards to export, and you have all of your same file settings over here from the typical way that you export a single canvas. All right, thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to this brand new section of the Photoshop course. This is a section where I'm going to walk through some full-length projects. And what I think is going to be great about this section is you'll really get to see some practical examples of what you can do with what you've learned in this class. Everything that I do in these lessons is going to be based off of what you've learned in the previous lessons. There will probably be a few tips and tricks, workflow ideas, and maybe even some tools or techniques that you haven't learned yet that you will learn in these full demonstrations. So if you're wondering, should I watch these or not? I definitely think you should. Right now I have a few projects set up, but as I continue to grow this course and add more lessons, I'll be adding them to this section if it's like a full-length project. So go ahead, download the project files. You'll find them I'll definitely mention which one it is at the beginning of each lesson, but it'll be titled Project A, B, C, D, etc. And you'll find a Photoshop file with everything within that project that you need. In these lessons, I'll be using the artboards, which I think is a great way and demonstration of using artboards. So you'll have the final version on the left, and then on the right, you'll have an artboard with all of the assets that you need to recreate this. And you can just kind of copy what I've done and redo it yourself to learn and follow that way, or you could come up with something completely different on your own. And as always, I would love to see what you do. So post your photos on social media and tag me at Phil Ebner, and at Video School Online. All right, so let's dive into it. The first one we're going to be creating is this fantasy adventure poster. Pretty epic, right? Awesome. I'll see you in that lesson. Welcome to this first full project demonstration. We're going to be editing this fantasy adventure file. Go ahead into your Project A folder under PSD files. You'll find the bonus project. And of course, as always, if you're using another version of Photoshop and you can't open these files for some reason, you can recreate it with all of the assets that I have included in the Photos folder. As I mentioned in the last video, I am using an artboard to demonstrate this, which is great because now we can kind of use it as a reference so you can kind of recreate what I'm doing. So in the artboard 1 sort of folder or structure, you'll see all of the different layers. And I don't want to really give away everything I'm doing, but basically we are layering this bottom image, which is the mountains. We're adding the truck or the Jeep. We're adding some cool fantasy, fantastical space, sci-fi kind of things going on in the background. So without further ado, let's just start working on it. So we're going to go over to our artboard 2, open these files, and we're actually going to turn off all of these other layers and just put this Valley Road file on the bottom. With my move tool, I'm going to make it the full size of this square. Now you can make this any size you want, and the cool thing about artboards is we can actually take our artboard tool, click on our artboard, and make it wider. So click on the artboard layer itself, and if you want to make a version of, and we'll just go ahead and do that for kicks and giggles, we'll make this a little bit wider. The next thing I want to do, because I know from my original version that I have these mountains in front of things like the galaxy, the sky, this moon that we've added in the background, I want to separate the mountains from the foreground. How do we do that? There's different ways, but we're going to use the quick selection tool. Make sure this layer is selected. We're just going to click and drag over our mountains. It does a pretty good job. Let's zoom in here. Let's get some of these mountains that weren't selected. Part of this white is really difficult, and it's pretty impressive that Photoshop can get the white parts of the mountain. Something like that looks pretty good. I always like to go, I might actually delete this part of the mountain because that's going to look a little bit funky with the sky in the background. So we'll just kind of cut out from here. So we'll put the sky and everything in front of those mountains that are in the distance. Next, we always go select a mask. We can see a better view, and we can see that this part of the mountain was not selected. Everything else is pretty good. We're going to increase our edge radius, make sure that's on. That looks pretty good. We're actually going to feather this a little bit because as these mountains are in the distance, I think it'll look better if the edges are a little bit blurred out, a little bit faded into the background. It doesn't have to have these sharp edges, and that just will help with the perspective and that sort of shallow depth of field, which we're going for with the stars and everything in the background. All right, so let's go ahead and output to layer mask and click OK. Actually, we're going to do new layer with layer mask because we want that original layer behind us as well. So now we just have the mountains in the foreground to work with. Next, we're going to put some of these layers in the background. So we have like this sunset sky. So we're going to add this. Let's just make this a little bit bigger. We're going to put this behind our mountains. And it doesn't matter that that sun is there which we don't really want in the frame unless you want a two sun, or it could be a moon even, a two moon planet that you're creating, and that's fine. But I kind of like the glow that this sun creates around these clouds, so I'm going to place this image right around here so you get that glow coming out from behind the mountain. And then also our galaxy right here. So we're going to make this as big as the frame as well. Something like this. We might actually make this a little bit smaller. We might cut this out in just a minute. And we're going to put this underneath our mountain. Now, this is cool, but we want this to blend in, right? So there's a couple ways to do this. Let's turn off our galaxy. The sun, we can literally just drop the opacity if we want that to be sort of that style, or we could change the blend mode. Let's just look and see what that looks like if we change the blend mode. Sometimes yeah, that looks pretty good. Hard light looks pretty good. Linear light. Yeah, I think I like that hard light look. This might be a little different than what I did originally. And then we have the galaxy. Let's go scroll through them as well. We're trying to get those stars to pop out. That's kind of cool with those stars. That's pretty cool too. Maybe hard light as well, but with a little bit less opacity. Maybe 50% opacity. I think we're doing something a little bit different than our other image. I think I'm going to move this over here to the side like so that we see more of the galaxy and it's not covered up by the moon that we're going to create. So let's actually drop this into a layer mask, and then we're going to just sort of brush out the outside edges. So with our brush set to black, opacity 100, we're just going to brush over the edges, like so. I think that looks pretty good. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger. Something like that looks pretty cool. Awesome, so we're getting there. Next we're going to do is add this moon. So we have this red moon, orange moon that I got online. I think you call that a blood moon. So there's different ways to select the moon, but we're just going to use our quick selection brush. We're going to select and mask. We're actually going to shift the edge in a little bit because we don't want to get any of that black on the edge, but we still have like a bit of a feather. Smart radius is on, that's pretty cool. And that adds it to a new layer. So we're going to put this underneath our mountains, but in front of our sky. Now let's rotate this as I did. I think something like that looks a little bit better. Now you'll see that there's all these different techniques that I added here to add some glow and stuff. We're going to continue to work on that, and it's going to get there. We're just kind of layering our layers right now. Then we're going to play more with colors and things like that. Now I do want to add this glow that I have behind this moon. So what I'm going to actually do is duplicate this layer and just create a glow for the moon behind it. So I'm going to duplicate that layer, double click it. We're going to choose outer glow, and then we're going to choose a color that's similar to this red. So we're going to just go into that red and then maybe boost it just a little bit, make it a little bit more saturated. And then we can change how bright or dark it is, the opacity. Maybe want to try a different blend mode. Normal. Try overlay. I like overlay sometimes. Yeah, overlay looks pretty good. Maybe drop that opacity. Maybe make it a little bit more yellow. And that's looking pretty good. And let's actually just make it a little bit smaller. So you can see that there still is a moon there. So we're going to make it a little bit smaller. And this gives us just a little bit more extra room to edit our moon compared to adding the actual glow to the main moon layer. We can move things around, make them bigger, smaller, that kind of thing. So next, let's select our Jeep, and we're going to add this Jeep layer. So let's take our quick selection brush again. We're going to try to get this Jeep selected. This is a little bit of a tricky one because it does have some bars at the top of the Jeep that are a little bit harder to select. And you can see here at the bottom, it selects a lot of this road because it's such a similar color. Now, it's going to be not too big in our graphics, so it doesn't have to necessarily be perfect, but, you know, as close as possible, it would be nice to to get it to be perfect. And you can go in here after the fact with your layer mask and paint stuff out or paint stuff in. We're just trying to get a quick sort of selection. So let's see, this bar has been giving me a hard time. Let's see if we can get rid of that part of the bar, that part of the bar. Then I'm just going to click in these little holes. This is where Photoshop and creating these images takes a long time. Okay. Let's go over here. This area, this area. Oops, it didn't like me doing that. All right, I think this is pretty good. Let's just make sure our general area looks pretty good. Okay, let's get this tire down here. All right, now let's go into select and mask. Let's go up. Actually, let's turn down our feathering. Our smoothing at 3 is fine. Shift edge, let's set to 0. Whoops. Set that to 0. And that's actually looking pretty good. Now we could go in here and remove those little areas right here inside. Maybe edge detection might help with that a little bit. Yeah, we got edge detection, which is going to help. Thank you, edge detection. Cool. So edge detection does help a little bit. So you can see this could take a long time. So I don't want to just spend an hour just making the selection. So I'm going to be happy with that for now. I'm going to click OK. That creates this new layer. And we're going to just size this and put it down a little bit smaller down the road, right? All right. So down the road, this Jeep is headed off for some sort of adventure. Trying to make it proportional to the road where it's at. Something like that looks pretty good. All right, so now we're just seeing what we have added to this layer. We've got our Jeep, which is cool. Let's see, we've got some tire tracks that I've created and a couple little details like the shadow underneath the car. So remember how we created that shadow before? We're just going to create a copy of this layer. We're going to double click. We're going to create a color overlay. We're going to blur it. So we have that layer selected. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. And let's see. About like 15, 13, 14. That probably is good. Then we're just going to take our move tool. Holding the control key down, we're going to take this top one and just kind of reverse it. Something like this. Now, because it wasn't at the bottom edge of this layer, we do have to move the layer up then. Something like that looks pretty good. And we're just going to drop the opacity 50 or something like that. Even changing the blend mode, something like overlay, allows the background or this road to come through a little bit more too. So I think that's pretty good. We also have these tire tracks. So these were done with a brush. So let's go ahead and create a new layer. So let's zoom in here really quickly. We'll create a new layer for now on top of our Jeep. We're going to take our brush, and in our brushes, we're going to take one that looks something like a tire track. Something like this, 80. And you could change the spacing so it looks more like a tire track. This looks pretty good. We're going to change it to black. And we're trying to draw it, and we want to change the rotation of this brush too, actually. See how I'm drawing up, and actually that looks kind of good, but I think if we're drawing this way, that looks better. So let's change the rotation to 90 degrees. That looks pretty good. So let's just do a couple quick. And you'll notice that it should get bigger as it gets closer to me. So I'm just going to go over these a couple times. These are going to be blended into the background. And as I get closer to me, it's going to actually going to get bigger. So let me actually undo this. There's another option, a thing that you can do. Let's take our brush. You can turn on smoothing up here. Smoothing will actually make your brush strokes a little bit smoother, and I definitely recommend having that on if you aren't that good of an artist, which I'm not. So I'm trying to follow what the road would look like, and also as it gets closer to me, they get further apart, which makes sense, right? Because that just helps to trick the audience or the viewer into thinking this tire track actually comes from this Jeep. So I could spend a lot of time doing this. Now, I am not that good at this. This is something that I admit I'm not that good at. Something like that looks pretty good, though. Pretty good. And now let's put this underneath our car. Let's change the blend mode to overlay again. Drop the opacity. This time like 75% or something looks pretty good. Cool. So we are getting there. The next thing we got to do is play around with the colors. And then also we have this sort of cloud effect. Let's see these clouds. Put this on top. And you can see that I kind of just added it to the top and bottom of everything on this side, creating sort of like a foggy look. Let's see. So it was this layer right here. So I actually have it over everything. I just used an overlay filter. So I'm just going to do the same. We're going to do overlay. And you can see that it automatically gives this sort of style to this. Maybe if I rotate it, something like that is pretty good. And what I can do to kind of blend it in just a little bit more is put this in a layer mask, and then we're just going to erase parts of this. Now I want to get my original brush, just like a regular brush, back. We're going to, oh, that was not the brush. Original brush, like this. We're going to turn our opacity down to 50 and just brush in the middle along the mountains a little bit. We kind of want just the clouds to be appearing on the top and bottom. I have this other layer that is kind of giving this glow to the mountains as if there's a lot of light coming from this moon. So I'm going to create that sort of glow layer right behind the mountain layer. So I'm going to have a new layer. We can just use our kind of regular brush. This time, though, we're going to choose sort of a orange. Maybe start with this orange, make it a little bit more yellow. And we're just going to paint over, right over behind our mountains. Now, I'm just following the top of the mountains like this, paint over a couple times because our opacity is a little bit lower. And now, if we put this behind our mountains, you can see that it kind of gives that glow to it. Move it down just a little bit. You could also play with different blend modes. Again, always playing with the blend modes to see if there's something that looks good. Linear, add, dodge. That looks pretty good to me. All right, so this is getting pretty close to what we had it in our original, but you can see the colors are different. And that's because I just added an overall curves or levels adjustment. Here, you can see that. So let's just do that, and let's go ahead. Curves, levels, right here. So if I take this levels adjustment, we'll just add a little bit of contrast, like so. You can see that by bringing in the left point and the right point, it just makes everything a little bit more contrasty. Now, if I drop down this RGB menu, you can actually adjust the contrast and colors for specific channels, so red, blue, green. So if I turn it to red and I take this down, it kind of gives everything more of like a reddish magenta tint. And I want that because that helps blend everything together. That makes things kind of look good. If we want to give it more of like a purplish tint as well. We can bring down our blues, maybe bring, let's see, yeah, we can give super purple. It's a little bit of a different style, but I still like it. You can see that my Jeep is a little bit further down the road in this one. They got further on their adventure. And just by doing that, you can see that we've added quite a bit of color to our moon back here. Now, I think that moon is a little bit dark still. So for our moon over here, let's see, where is that moon layer? It's probably a good idea to name your layers. We're just going to add a new adjustment layer and just make it right just for this moon. So we're going to make sure it's a clipping mask. So it's just applying to the moon, and we're just going to increase the contrast and the overall exposure with a little curves layer. Cool. So it looks a little bit different than the other one. That might just be the rotation or the glow that I had created for this moon over here. And I think that's pretty good. Our clouds, they're maybe a little bit too bright, so let's drop the exposure of those clouds. Another thing we can do just to, again, help with the details, the color of the Jeep is a little off. It's a little bit unsaturated, so we can let's add a little vibrancy to it. Vibrance layer, and again, clip it to just the Jeep. We're going to add the vibrance. A little bit of saturation. That's not doing much. Yeah, because that Jeep is... Oh, this is to the shadow. That's why. The shadow should be underneath the Jeep. So let's move that shadow underneath the Jeep. And now let's make sure our vibrance is just clipped to our Jeep itself. So it does a little bit. We might want to add a little bit of a levels or curves adjustment as well. Just brighten that Jeep up. We can go into the red curve as well, similar to with the levels, add a little bit of red. Again, just trying to make this look a little bit more natural, even though it's a fantasy adventure graphic. We're trying to make the different layers we're compositing together look like they belong together. All right, I think that's pretty much it. I'm happy with this. As always, I would love to see what you come up with. You can get super creative with the layers that I've given you. So tag me in your projects when you post them on Instagram or Facebook or wherever. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in another video. Welcome to this brand new project. We're going to be creating this badge style logo. These were super popular a few years ago, and they're still pretty cool, I think. And definitely have a place in graphic design and branding. And so I have our artboard set up. All of this is actually created right within Photoshop, so you don't need any assets for this, which is pretty cool. And I want to show you a technique that might help you if you are trying to sort of not copy, but replicate a style or a different graphic. So if I am using artboards, I can actually go ahead and let's convert artboard 1 to a smart object. So I want to actually make everything in artboard 1 one layer. So I'm going to select all the layers in artboard 1. Right click, holding the option key down, choose merge layers. And that's going to create a new merged layer. And this is just our logo. And now I'm going to put it over in artboard 2. Then I'm just going to drop the opacity, something like 25, and lock it in place. I am going to add a black background to this and put it underneath our shape layer. But now we have this logo that we can kind of add stuff, create our own logo on top of. Let's actually drop the opacity to 10 so you can barely see it, and lock it. So the next thing I'm going to really do with this is just add my own text. Now I'm going to recreate this. This is a fake bakery that someday I'm going to start. I'm super into baking, getting really, really into it now. And so I'm going to just recreate my own logo but I want you to create a logo or a badge for something you're passionate about. It could be a business of yours, a business idea, or just something completely fun, your family name or something like that. I'll do it with a different font so that you can follow along if you don't have the font that I used in this project. So I'm just going to use Open Sans. And let's just get going. First thing first, I'm going to just lay out all my text. So I'm just going to type everything. Everything's going to be all caps. So let's just set our character settings to all caps, please. All caps. There we go. Communion, I thought, was a great name for a bakery. I love this idea of breaking bread together. It does come from my roots as being Catholic and growing up Catholic and sharing bread, breaking bread, having communion every week. So anyways, let's just continue with our text. You can add whatever you want. Fresh bread. I made sourdough bread for the first time recently. I usually make just a sort of a typical Dutch oven bread. It's a very easy recipe for anyone who wants to get into baking fresh bread, and it tastes so good, so much better than what you would get from the grocery store. But I've moved up in the world of baking and am doing sourdough bread now. So I want to make sure these are aligned. They are. And all this text is the same size except for our communion logo, right? So I think that's important. Now, this established 2025, this was literally just me putting spaces between each line. Now, you'll notice, though, what I was doing is typing, press return, S, return, T, return, D. The reason is because the line spacing is so low. So let's increase this, something like that. And this is left align, yep, so that looks good. Maybe a little bit more space. You're probably like, Phil, why are you teaching us this stuff? We know how to do this. It's true, you know how to do so much. But we got to get this text on here, and then we'll do the fun stuff. 2025. I think that's a pretty good goal. Who knows? Maybe this class will still be up in 2025, and people will be learning Photoshop, and they'll look at my website and say, oh, Phil doesn't teach online anymore. He just bakes bread now. Awesome. So now let's just start creating these lines. Now, there's different ways to do these shapes. We've seen a couple different options in the past. We have our pen tool, curvature pen tool. You don't want to use the line tool. And the reason is because you don't have all the options for curving and things like that with the line tool. So I am going to use our pen tool for some, our straight lines like these ones. So I'm just going to click and then click. Now, a fun sort of thing to note, and let's turn off our fill. Our stroke we're going to turn on. We might change the colors. But a fun thing to note about the pen tool is if you hold the shift button down when you're clicking, it helps to keep it perfectly level. So now I'm done with this shape, so I'm going to just command click off of this layer. So that's another fun trick, is if you click and then again hold shift so that it's perfectly level, because if you're not holding shift down and you're like trying to get it level, you can see that it's not perfect. But when you're done, you just command click and click off of that shape. So instead of recreating this shape, I'm just going to copy this one. So holding the option key, dragging it down, and then now I'm going to select both of these layers, those two, and then click and drag with the option key, and we're gonna drag over here. Okay. So that's pretty good. Now, it might be a good idea to center this text to these lines. And you can see when I drag this over to the right, that line, vertical line pops up. And that's how you know that it's going to be vertical or centered to these lines right here. Where is that line? that one is to something else. There we go. There's centered. So you see all these lines popping up because it's trying to center to other things too, like maybe the edge of this text layer and things like that. So you might need to turn off some of these other layers if you're using that method of trying to get trying to center layers to each other. All right, so let's go easiest to hardest. So we're gonna just create these round edges. I thought this kind of looked like loaves of bread, a loaf of bread, even though we have a mini loaf in the middle. So this is just gonna be 2 points like so. And then with my, let's turn our fill off and our stroke on. We're keeping the stroke on the same width and color as the other shapes because we want the stroke to match. And then just taking our handles, I'm holding the command button down. We just kind of bend that to look good. That looks pretty good. Then we're going to create a new one down below. Whoops, option or command click to create a new layer. And click and drag, and then click and drag. And now holding the command key again, we can adjust our handles. That's looking pretty good. Now we can move these around until, maybe we want them down a little bit more for this one. Rotate. Now what I want to do is copy these to the other side. Pretty easy, right? All right, so let's just select these two. Option click. Whoops, make sure you're option clicking the line. Holding the shift button down, I'm holding the shift button while I'm option clicking. Oops, and I didn't select both of these layers. So let's go ahead and select both of these layers. Which ones are they? Again, it would be best to stay organized. Select both of these. Option clicking to copy, and also holding the shift button to lock it to that horizontal or vertical line. And then clicking the edge, rotating with the shift button. Now that's not going to be a perfect flip, right? Because it's actually sort of a mirror from the bottom. I rotate it. So a better way of doing this would be to flip it. So if we select both of these, go to Edit, Transform, Flip Vertical, and then we rotate. Now that's a perfect match, symmetrical match to these lines over on the right-hand side. Does that make sense? All right. Okay, next. What should we tackle next? All right, let's do this. Let's do this loaf of bread. That seems pretty easy, actually. All right, so let's zoom in a little bit. Okay, now we're going to use the curvature tool with this one. So we're going to click here, click here, click here, click here, click here, and then close it off. And these two, we're going to double click the bottom two lines because we want it to be a sharp edge. And let's go back to our stroke. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Okay, so now we have our loaf. Let's create a couple more lines. So really with any of these tools, we'll just take the pen tool, draw this line down the middle. And then it probably makes sense to add these to the same layer. So I'm creating these on all new layers, but it might be better just to set the setting to combine on a layer, so combine shapes. So now we can just Command click to create a new shape, Command Shift, and these are all going to be added to this same layer instead of having a ton of different layers for the loaf of bread. And then your loaf of bread just ends up being one layer. So I'm going a little bit creative compared to what I did before. And notice I'm not just copying and pasting these lines, which you could do, but I like it being a little bit more organic. All right, we're working towards it. All right, let's take our curvature tool. which is what we're going to use for all of these other shapes. So let's go bottom to top because the top one is hard. So let's actually zoom in here just a little bit. So with our curvature tool, let's add this just at the top. We're going to set our fill to the color, or the stroke to the color. All right, so these are going to be sharp edges. So double click, double click, double click. Go back over here, double click, double click, double click, and then double click there. Now notice the edges of our shape are now sharp. So to adjust that, we go into our stroke settings, go to corners and round them out. Okay, so that's just in your stroke setting. Now this little shape right here, this is just a triangle. We can do that custom, or we can go to our polygon tool, 3 sides, and just rotate it and hold the shift button down to lock it so it's perpendicular or up and down, at least that one side. And again, we're going to change our corners to round. We're just going to copy that shape and move it over here and rotate it, holding the shift button down so it locks it to there. So let's see, that looks pretty good. All right, let me move it in just a little squish. All right, next we have this rolling pin right here. So again, with our curvature tool up here, just start at the top. We're going to start at this corner, double click. We're going to go all the way over here, double click, down just a little bit, click once at the end, double click down here, double click, double click, double click, click once for a curve up there, double click in there, and then finish with the double click. Now we need to go into these points on the end. So we're going to bring out, these handles, like so. Maybe the handles on the inside as well. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now we want this to go behind our bakery text. So we're gonna put this a little bit down, and then let's just put it in our layer panel behind our bakery text, which is, and again, you want to be renaming all of this stuff, okay? So that you are organized, but I don't want to waste my time or your time doing that. All right, so now I want to actually just add a quick black shape, a black rectangle behind the bakery text. Oops, I don't want that to be selected though. Let's undo, click off of that text, click our shape tool, turn off our stroke, add a black fill, and then we're just going to create this black rectangle and put this behind the bakery between the rolling pin layer and the bakery text. So now that's just a quick way to create that sort of spacing around the text like that. All right, last thing, we got this cool chef hat. All right, so let's go at the top. We're going to take our curvature tool again. This is going to be a fun one. All right, so let's just create this whirly gig at the top. So we're just going to click, click, click. Whoops, we got the pen tool. We want automatic curves, so click. Again, it's kind of just at the apex. So the circle has basically 4 apexes, and we're going to change our fill to black or to nothing and our stroke to yellow so we can see what we're doing. Yeah, so I'm just going to click here. We'll fix this in a second. Click here, outside, and then there. All right, now let's go to our pen tool. Let's play with the apex. I'm going to actually twist this around like so. Is that what we want? No, that's not what we want. We want to twist these bottom ones. So with the pen tool, select that one, option or control click it to get the handles, and we're just going to rotate and spread it out. Now go to this next one, control click it, rotate, and bring it out. Now this top one, we might want to bring out just a little bit. That looks pretty good. You could play around with it, perfect it if you want. We're going to take our curvature tool. Actually, let's just use our pen tool. Click here with a little bit of a curve. Click here with a little bit of a curve and click up. Change our fill and stroke. Now we can go in to our settings like that with a command key. We're just going to create a new shape right here. Click and drag. With the control button, just adjust those handles. Control click to create a new shape. Click, click, control click, 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 control click, click, click. So what you would want to do is go through, select all the layers for this chef hat, either group them, merge them, create them, put them all in one shape so you can easily move that around. Of course, rename everything. I think I changed some of the colors over here. So let's actually change the color. Let's go. It'll be easier for now if we just select our shapes here and our outer little bread loaf, parentheses, whatever you want to call it. And now let's change the color to something else. I think that's pretty cool. Maybe a little bit brighter, but I think you get the point. I hope you've had fun following this project. I know these projects are a little bit longer, but I think at least when I was learning Photoshop, I loved just following along with other people and kind of seeing their process. So I really hope that following my process has helped you. I would love to see your badges. This is a project I would really, really, really love if you shared. It's a great visual project to share on social media as well. So post it to social, Instagram, Facebook, tag me in there at Phil Ebner and at Video School Online. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this new project demonstration. We're going to be creating this abstract photo composite of this eye with the galaxy inside the eye. Pretty cool, right? All right, so we have all of our assets ready here in Artboard 2. You can also download it all from the Project C folder. All right, so this should be a little bit quicker and easier one than the previous couple projects just because it's a little bit simpler. And I'm going to go through this a little bit faster because I know you're getting more confident and you're better at Photoshop now too. So we're going to move our eye up just a little bit, just something like that. Then we're going to turn on our galaxy. We're going to move it over our eye. We're going to turn down the opacity, maybe like 50 or something. And we're going to try to get into a spot that looks pretty good going across that iris and the pupil. Something like that's going to look pretty cool. And then we just have to make this selection. So there's lots of different ways we can make a selection for the shape of the eye. Probably the easiest one is taking our quick selection tool. We're going to drag over the eye like that. We're going to select that white bit as well. And make sure you have your eye layer selected when you're doing this. And then we're going to click select and mask. We're going to really feather this out quite a bit and smooth it out. We want it to have like a smooth round edge and actually quite a bit of feathering just so it kind of blends in. So that looks pretty good. We're just going to use this as a selection at this point. Click OK. And then we're going to select our galaxy layer and click our layer mask button. And what that does is it actually creates a layer mask out of the selection that we just had. So if we increase our opacity, we can now play with our blend modes. So what we're looking at doing is something, I think linear dodge is kind of cool for this one. Screen, one of these lighten ones. We might just start with linear dodge. That one looks pretty fantastical. Pretty cool. All right, the next thing we have this stardust texture. And so I'm going to rotate this to the right. We're going to increase the size of it, put it down like this, and we're going to change our blend mode. I think it's one of these darken ones or maybe the contrast ones. Something like overlay looks pretty good. I want it to be at the bottom and the top of this screen. So we could just move it down like this, or we can add a layer mask and erase part of this. So we're going to set our opacity to 100%. Whoops. Let's make that black and paint over it like so. So now it's just kind of like this bottom part. I'm going to duplicate this layer, just drop it in a new layer right there and rotate it 180 degrees. Just so you can see what I just did. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Rotate 180 degrees and then bump it up just a little bit. So now this is kind of creating a little vignette of that bokeh texture, kind of a starry texture. I'm going to go back in here to our layer mask and erase the bottom of this layer. Cool, huh? All right, so we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, the next thing I want to do is add some color to this. So let's add a photo filter. So if we just add a photo filter with the adjustment brush or button down there, let's choose one of these cooling ones. Really bump up that density. You could also pick a specific color. Maybe I want something a little bit darker. Something like that's pretty good. You can see that in this one, though, it's a lot different, and that's because we're not just adding a photo filter right here. We are adding a vignette. Now, I haven't shown you this, but this is a quick way to create sort of a nice vignette. Go and create a solid color with this new item adjustment layer button. We're going to make it black. We're going to put this on top of everything except for our photo filter. And now in the layer mask, we're going to make our brush super big, something like this, and make sure it's super soft as well. And we're just going to brush out in the middle. Something like that. And that creates kind of a natural vignette. Now, comparing it to this artboard here, it still isn't as blue as I want. So I could go to my cooling filter here, crank that up as much as possible. We can also change the blend mode to see if that helps, or just choosing one of these other cooling filters. Let's see what blend mode does. One of those darkens might look actually pretty cool. Multiply and then drop our opacity just a little bit. So a little bit of a different color, set of colors, but I like it. Now I noticed this little detail that I had, this moon, which is in your photos bin. Add this to this layer or to our artboard over here. And we're just going to place this in the pupil of our eye. So let's just change our blend mode just so we can see what's going on. One of these lighten ones will work for now, and we can just put it. And since the rest of the image is black, actually just leaving this as a lighten is going to work. Maybe we can see what screen does. Yeah, screen might be a little bit better. So it's just these little details that make a project better. So a little bit different than our original one, not quite as blue, but I actually like it a little bit more like this. The blue over here is a little intense. So that's how I would recreate this, and I can't wait to see what you are going to do with this. Thanks so much for watching, and enjoy this, and tag me on social media when you post this. Cheers! Welcome to this new project. In this one, we're going to be creating this infographic. Now, what I want you to do is create this infographic for your town. San Dimas is where I live, and while you could just copy me and do what I do, I think it's better if you create something for your town. So you can go on Google Maps, you can take a screenshot of Google and use it for personal use for a project like this, and you're totally fine. There's also a website called openstreetmaps.org that is a copyright-free website that you can actually download and take screenshots of the maps and use it for commercial purposes if you're interested. There's a couple cool things I wanted to show you in this project that I'm doing that will help with workflows for you. One is that I have this this layer right here with these colors. I think I just searched for 80s neon colors on Google and found this image, and I brought it in, and it's not in an artboard. I just placed it to the outside of an artboard. The cool thing about this is that it's not going to save in our image when we export these artboards or anything. It will be here if we want to use it as a reference for selecting colors. And this is what I often will do for different brands or my own brand. If I have a color palette, I'll add it to my project and just use it here kind of as a one-time thing rather than adding it to my color swatches up here or in my library, which is definitely a great idea if you're using that over and over, but for a one-time project, it makes sense just to have it as reference here on the side. And you can do that with artboards. You can't do this if you're not using the artboard feature. All right, so let's get into it. This is pretty easy, but there's a couple other things that I think you'll be excited to learn. So there's two things that I'm doing with this this map layer. One is it is the sort of background layer. It's very faint in the background over here, but let's just create a solid color. We're going to use this blue right here, and you can see that, you know, that's our blue now. Let's actually move this over to the right-hand side of this artboard so we can see it. Now, this Google map, we're going to copy this layer, Command-J, just to create a copy. But this bottom layer, we're just going to set it to an overlay and then drop that opacity to 20, 25, something very light like that. And we're going to move it there, and then we're good to go. So we're going to lock that in place. We're going to lock our background in place as well. Now we have this earth copy here, and what I want to do is create this sort of circle out of it. Now, there's lots of different ways we can do this. We could take our marquee tool right here, make a selection, copy and paste it, and hey, there we have a circle. But that's kind of permanent. We could also try to create a layer mask for a circle. We could, again, take our marquee tool, create layer mask, and then that's editable. There's a better way to do this. We have this frame tool right here. This is a relatively new tool in Photoshop, at least in the past couple of versions. And we can create a round frame or a rectangle frame. So what I'm going to do is just, with this tool selected and the circle, actually let's go back and make this layer a little bit smaller. Something like this is good, so we can see a little bit more in our project right now. Then take our frame tool and just drag over this. Now it looks like a square, but that's because, or a rectangle, but that's just how the tool looks. We actually have the ellipse or the circle selected. And so now this is our frame. Now with the frame, we can actually go in, we can move, we can resize this actual image, we can move it around if it's not the exact right placement. And so this is much more editable and easy to use for this kind of project. So definitely take advantage of the frame tool when you're doing these kinds of layouts. Cool, right? All right, so the next thing we're going to do is add some text. So I don't really want to have to type this all out for you. I don't think you need to watch me type it out for you, but basically just taking our text tool, We're going to say welcome to. I'm using Rockwell font. And just, you'll kind of see the details that I added. I think adding this background shape layer right here, which is just a pink shape layer. So we're going to change that to, let's just double click this and choose this pink. That's pretty cool. And we can just now duplicate our text layer. Just Command J that. Put this down in over our shape layer. San Dimas. San Dimas is actually a pretty popular, well-known town for how small it is. If you ever saw the movie Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure from the late 80s, that kind of popularized San Dimas to, in pop culture. San Dimas is also home to Raging Waters, which is a somewhat famous water park in Southern California. And while I'm giving you San Dimas facts, I'm taking this ellipse tool. We're going to change the color to this pink. And we're just going to create an ellipse right here, a perfect circle. We're going to click and drag with our Option key to create a new version. And for this one, we're going to change it to that teal. So literally just double clicking over here in this window to bring up our color picker. And we're using the same font for all of our projects right here, or for all of our text layers. I definitely recommend not using more than 2 fonts per project. More than 2 starts to look a little bit amateur. And so using the same font and then just playing with the style of the font is a good idea. Now you can easily just align these layers by selecting both of them and aligning them center and horizontal that way, if that's a little easier for you. But anyways, yeah, so San Dimas, we've got Raging Waters, and then also the Ataris were a popular band in the early 2000s, back in the pop punk era, and they are from San Dimas. They went to San Dimas High School, and they wrote a song called San Dimas High School Football Rules. So pretty cool stuff there. All right, the next thing we want to do is create this map pin. So there's a couple things that you need to keep in mind for this. We're going to create our little dot with our ellipse tool. So take our ellipse tool, we're going to make our fill, our yellow that we used, and our stroke. Now the yellow is this one right here that I'm using, and we're just going to create a little circle. But then for the line coming out of it, I'm going to use the path tool. So the path tool without a fill, but with a stroke. Okay, now I'll show you the reason. Oops, that was changing that layer. Let's go to the path tool. Let's just create our path, and then we'll adjust our settings. Boop. Let's change our fill to none. Let's change our stroke here. And the weight, you can change it however you want. Now, the reason we do this is because now if we say we group these together, put them in a group as pin, and we want to add another pin. So let's duplicate this group, Command J that group, move it around. Whoops, we want to actually auto select group. So we can select this group and move it over. Boop, boop, boop. But if we want to now make this line a little bit longer, we're going to go back and we could use the path tool to adjust this, okay? So we're going to command click this point of the path, and now we can move it. And it keeps the width of the path the same, which is this stroke width, and it doesn't affect anything else. Now, just to show you what would happen if I take a rectangle tool and did it with a rectangle, which is maybe what some people would do. Let's undo that. So if we're off of here, let's take our rectangle tool. Let's create a little line like so. Now, say we rotate this. We have it like this, and then we want to make it bigger or smaller. You notice that the whole line gets thicker or not as or skinnier depending on how big you make it. So using the path tool really is the pen tool is really the best tool for creating those kinds of lines if you're going to be making them longer or shorter for a project like this. So I think I'm going to leave it at that. You kind of know, you know how this works. For this text, I used a text box. And in terms of just creating a good looking infographic, things to keep in mind is just having that color palette, using the color palette throughout. You can see here down here that I highlight a couple words with the same color that I use for these circles. And so it's really important for you to be cohesive and think about those things. Simplicity is usually better, so fewer fonts, fewer colors. That's going to make your graphics look even better. So I hope you enjoyed this project. I can't wait to see your little infographic for your town. Make sure to add a couple key points or fun facts that'll make it interesting. And definitely tag me on social media with this one. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this new section of the Photoshop course. In this section, I'm going to be giving you some amazing brushes. Now, when we first launch this section, we're still working on these packs, and we'll be launching them throughout the first year. But at the end of the day, we'll have 7 full packs of brushes that you can use to make your Photoshop art and graphic design really customized and more creative. I've been working with an artist to create these completely custom brushes, and I hope you enjoy them. In the next video, I'll show you how you install Photoshop brushes, but I just wanted to say thank you for taking this course, and it's from feedback from students like you and the support that allows us to create free resources that we continue to add to this course to make it better. So thank you so much for supporting us. All right, in this next lesson, we'll learn how to install these brushes. How to install Photoshop brushes. When you download brushes from us at Video School, you will have a zip file that you will unzip, typically just by double-clicking or right-clicking and choosing to open on your computer. And then within each of those zip files, you will have an instructions. So this is for both the desktop and the tablet versions of Photoshop if you need that. And then an ABR file. This is the file that contains the actual brush files that we'll be importing. Go ahead and open up Photoshop, and then from the window menu, click on Brushes. This should open up this sort of flyout window, and from here you can see all of the already imported or standard brushes that you get from Photoshop. Click this drop-down menu here, the More Options menu, click Import Brushes, and then from here you want to find that ABR file. Click Open, and now in the Brushes panel you'll see that you have your watercolor brushes. So down here, you can see all of the brushes in this pack. The best way to see what these look like or to preview them is to make sure you have a color selected that contrasts with your background or whatever layer you have underneath. And then select a brush, and you can kind of see a preview, and then click on it. Now you can see that we have this sort of watercolor effect. Let's change the color. I like using this pastel swatches panel for these watercolors. It kind of looks cool. And you can see that depending on the brush, we have already pre-selected different settings for each of these brushes. I'll go into this pack in more detail in a coming up lesson, but all of these settings can be adjusted. You can adjust the size up here, and then up here in the top bar, you can adjust all of your other settings like your opacity, your flow, smoothing, all kinds of settings that adjust what your brushes act like. You can also get to all of these settings here in the brush settings panel. And like I mentioned, we've created these brushes with specific settings that we think will work good for you, whether you're using it on a desktop, a tablet, especially if you're using a stylus, you'll have more control over how these brushes look, but you have complete control after the fact. All right, so go ahead, enjoy these brushes. If you have questions about installing them, let us know. You also have the written instructions included in the downloads. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to this lesson on the watercolor brushes pack. Go ahead and install it. And I just want to talk about these brushes that we've created. This is for the watercolor style. And so really what we thought would look good or be able to work for a lot of different types of art or graphics is to create these watercolor splashes. So as you, or splatters, as you go through them, you can see that we have several different types. They have different shapes, different arrangements, different thicknesses, different densities. I like using this pastel swatches palette for the watercolor. And you can see, just like watercolor, it sort of blends in with each other. Now you can click and drag, or if you're using a tablet or a stylus rather, you can actually paint on with these, but that's not going to get you that typical sort of watercolor effect that we were trying to create with this pack. There are a variety of them. Some of them are pretty cool. This long one, we created it so it kind of rotates as you click. So it's not just one sort of same exact pattern. You can use it multiple times and still get sort of creative with it. I think what I will be using these brushes for is definitely creating sort of some background textures and things for my graphic designs. Now, like all of our brushes, we can adjust things. We can adjust things like the flow, which will adjust how thick this sort of is applied, just like if you were painting something on with watercolors, the thicker you go on or the more times you go on with the paint or the watercolors, it's going to look a little bit more vibrant. And also, depending on if you are using a stylus, you can set it up so that the pressure that you put will actually create more a darker color. So here, let me show you. This one's kind of cool because it kind of, as you hold down, it applies more and more. So that's kind of a cool option as well for this basic one. Dispersed, this is a very cool one too. This sort of starts to work like a watercolor brush. So let's take this pink, and if I just sort of paint with it, this one's actually a good one for this sort of painting style. If you just click and drag. Flowering is another one that might be a cool one. And this dry on dry one's pretty cool. It's sort of a watercolor effect with a nice simple texture. So this is the watercolor pack. I would love to see what you use it for. If you do use this pack, tag me on Instagram at Phil Ebener and at our video school page. We would love to see your work, and we just hope you enjoy this pack. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in another lesson. All right, here's another Photoshop brush pack. This is the charcoal brushes pack. I'm just gonna kind of show you some examples of what this looks like. Now I'm just using a mouse, but if you were using a stylus, you can get these to look very clean and smooth. This is another great pack, and I hope that you enjoy using this. We've got a number of different options, the different styles that you can use: vertical, horizontal, they look great. And I got some shading, different texturing options, and of course with all of these brushes you can change the size, and you can go in and you can change all of the settings if you want. If you want to change just pretty much anything that you want. If you are using these brushes and you're enjoying them, if you create any cool artwork, please let me know. Share it with me in the course, on Instagram, wherever you can find me. I would love to see what you're creating with these brushes. And if you haven't done so yet, leave a review for the class. This totally helps us know if this is the right kind of content you want for the course or not, and it helps other students know if this is the right course for them. So you can find these brushes in the downloads section of the class, and I hope you enjoy. Go make some cool charcoal art. Cheers. Here we have another brush pack. This is the oil and acrylic brush pack. This is going to be a very good pack, versatile to use for all kinds of artwork, just regular painting, all kinds of stuff, especially if you are just using a tablet with a stylus, this stuff is going to be really good for you. So check it out. It's in the resources of the course now, and you can play around with it. We got different styles. You can see some that sort of fade on and off as if you were painting with a real brush. They layer on each other. We got wet brushes, dry brushes, all kinds of different styles. Big shout out to the creator of our brushes, artist Saline. She spent a lot of time creating these great brushes. And just as always, if you're creating artwork with these brushes, let us know. Post it to the course, share it with us. You can find us online, on Instagram, on Facebook, wherever. Tag us. We would love to share your artwork with our audience and help you grow your brand. I'm just doodling around showing you some examples of what these brushes look like. But if you have used our brushes, if you're enjoying the course, make sure you pause right now and give us a little review. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. We just like hearing from you, and it helps other people know if this is the right course for them or not. As you can see, this is a very versatile brush pack, super natural kind of painting method. Now my doodles don't look great. I'm more of a graphic designer, if you couldn't tell, compared to an artist. But that being said, I hope you enjoy these brushes. Okay, thanks so much. Enjoy, and I can't wait to see your artwork. Cheers. Here's another brush pack. This is the marker brush pack. So here you can see a variety of styles. Sort of looks like a marker. So good for a variety of different types of artwork. And you can find all of these in the downloads of the course. So we've got some fine, medium style, watercolor. So this is going to layer on top of each other and blend together, which is kind of neat. We've got a brush tip style, highlighter, which is super beneficial if you want that sort of natural highlighter style. Great if you have some text on there, textured, all kinds of different styles going on. Let me get a different color so you can see it. And as always, these are located in the resources of this course, of the lesson, wherever you find those downloads. So go ahead, play around with them. If you are using these markers, I would love to see what you're creating with them. Post it, tag us on Instagram, find us, post it to the course. We'd love to check it out. Thanks so much and enjoy the marker pack. Here's another paint brush pack from Photoshop and from Video School. We're so excited about this one. This is a brush stroke and splatter pack. You can use them both for just clicking on once or tapping on once and using as sort of like a background or a part of a texture for a graphic design. You can also paint with them, and it gives a nice little paint stroke sort of texture, as you can see like this. So this is a super exciting one. I love these kinds of sort of organic textures that you can add to your graphic designs. It works in a lot of different ways, and you can see as I go through here, pretty darn cool. So as always, these are included in the resources of the course, of the section or lesson, and you can download them and play around with them. And if you are creating artwork with this brush pack, please share it with us in the course, on Facebook, on Instagram. Just share it. We love sharing our students' artwork, and this is a great example of what you can do with this brush pack, and I'm sure you can do lots more. So I can't wait to see it. Share it with us, and if you haven't taken the time to leave a review for the class yet, take 30 seconds today. This helps us understand if this is the right kind of content you like for the course. It helps other students know if this is the right course for them or not. Good review, bad review, doesn't matter. We just love hearing from you. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in another lesson. Hey, Phil here, and I have another brush pack for you. This is actually a pencil or graphite brush pack. This is a great pack if you're trying to get sort of a pencil technique, and it will work really well if you're using a tablet, the Photoshop version on a tablet, or if you are using a stylus and a tablet on your desktop computer or laptop, however you're creating art. And as always, these brushes can be found in the resources of the class, and we love to see your work when you create artwork using these brushes. Make sure you tag us if you're sharing it on Instagram or online. You could find us, find our email, just somehow find us and let us know that you're using these brushes for your artwork, because we love seeing it. And all we ask in return, if you are using these brushes, is to let people know where you got it. You got it from your course, from video school, and we can't wait to see what artwork you create with it. So enjoy these graphite brushes, and much love, and we'll see you next time. Cheers. Hey, what's up? Here is another Photoshop brush pack. This one is actually sort of a stamp pack. We've created a number of different natural, nature, animal style brushes that you can use as parts of your projects. So here you can see some example of a couple watercolor, flowery type plants. Very cool stuff. We also have some leaves that look pretty cool. So this is more of a brush going on. So here we've got these leaves that you can kind of paint on. And you can see as I start to paint on, we can create sort of the look of an actual tree, very organic. And this would take, a lot longer if you were doing one leaf at a time or trying to use other brushes to kind of come up with this style. So this is very cool stuff. And you can download these brushes in the resources of the class. And as always, if you are using these brushes, make sure you tag us on Instagram. We love seeing your artwork, and it helps us to just be inspired to create more brush packs like this and more free assets that we create for our students. We have a grass brush, so this is pretty cool. And then we got some other ones down here, like this deer head right here. So let's find sort of a good deer color. And then using this pack in conjunction with some of our other brushes, let's go ahead and use an oil and acrylic brush. Let's use a realistic textured brush. Let's make this a little bit darker. This is where you can get creative with it. Whoa, that's super big. Probably not the right one. Let's do this hard brush right here. Okay. I mean, this is super quick, and I probably should have put it on a different layer so I can put it underneath our leaves, but now I can go back to our leaves and add some more on top right here. I mean, super quick. I'm doing this while I'm trying to create this video, so it's not looking amazing, but you can see all the kind of cool stuff that you can do. Get creative with it. We've got a cat here, so if we want a monster cat, Cheshire cat right there, looking down at our deer. That's pretty funny. That's cool. We got some seashells down here in the forest if you want some seashells. All kinds of different things going on. So I hope you enjoy this pack, and as always, if you're using it to just make artwork of your own graphics, tag us in your photos or in your posts on Instagram or wherever you're posting your projects. We would love to share it with our audience. And if people ask you where you got those brushes, make sure you let them know you got them from video school in your Photoshop class. Thank you so much, and enjoy this pack, and we will see you in another video. Cheers. Wow, you have completed this Photoshop course, and I just want to give you a round of applause. Not many people actually finish an online course, so you really deserve some props for completing this class. My best hope is that by now you feel happy and confident using Photoshop. I hope you've come away not only replicating some of the projects that I've taught you in this class and worked through, but maybe you've even created some of your own. As always, I invite you to tag me on social media when you create or post any projects that you've created in Photoshop. You can find me at Phil Ebner or at Video School Online on the different platforms. As you've worked on this course, I hope you've truly enjoyed it. And of course, we would appreciate if you leave a review for our class. Wherever you're watching this, those reviews and ratings not only help us, but they help other students find this course and know if it's the right one for them. If there's anything we can do to improve this course, please let us know. We're happy to make improvements along the way. And of course, if you're interested in other courses related to Photoshop, design, Adobe apps, photography, video, business, or more, check out my profile. We have lots more courses that you might be interested in. I really hope to see you in another one.
Thank you so much. As always, have a beautiful day and live that creative life. Bye.